The once cloudless sky was suddenly enveloped in a blue light. The next second, a huge blue UI screen appeared out of thin air, covering everyone's heads. Immediately afterwards, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in the ears of everyone around the world. Ding! The first round of the global, all-male wilderness survival challenge has concluded. China's final ranking, 106th. Penalty for failure. Level 2 cold wave, to be executed immediately. The moment the system notification ended, the sky suddenly darkened. A biting wind swept across the Dragon Kingdom, and the temperature began to drop sharply. This is because it is a world where a nation's fate and survival are completely intertwined. Every so often, the National Destiny system selects participants from various countries and sends them to a perilous alien world to undergo a wilderness survival challenge. The resources, abilities, and rewards that participants acquire in the other world will be returned to their respective countries in proportion to their earnings. The higher a country's ranking, the greater the benefits it receives. Whether it's food, minerals, fresh water, land, or the physical fitness of its citizens, all these aspects can potentially be enhanced. But if a country falls behind in the rankings, the entire nation will suffer severe punishment. Cold waves, droughts, floods, earthquakes, any of these disasters can claim countless lives. For 3 consecutive years, the Dragon Kingdom has ranked at the bottom. The continuous punishments imposed by the nation's fate have caused the Dragon Kingdom to lose vast amounts of land and resources. Over 1 billion people are forced to crammed into the few remaining areas available for survival, and each year they endure the torment of various extreme weather events. Grain production continues to decline, and daily necessities are becoming increasingly scarce. For many ordinary people, even a full meal has become a luxury. Just as the nation was gripped by despair, that cold system notification sounded again. Ding! Global punishment detected. The second round of the National Survival Maneuver has officially begun. This round's theme, all-female wilderness survival. Survival scenario, the Great Wilderness Primitive Jungle. Qualifying spots for each country will be allocated based on the previous round's national rankings. The blue screen in midair refreshed rapidly. Next to the Chinese flag, the number 10, which had been marked, suddenly began to change. 987. Finally, the number stopped at a particularly glaring 4. Warning: due to China's failure to rank in the global top 100 in the previous round, the number of participants in this round has been reduced to 4. Upon seeing this number, the hearts of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom sank to the bottom. Other powerful nations were able to send teams of 8 or even 10 people to participate, while the Dragon Kingdom only had 4 contestants. This also means that if any one of the 4 contestants were to have an accident, it could push the Dragon Kingdom into the abyss. Soon, the information of the first contestant appeared on the screen. Dragon Kingdom contestant number 1, Qin Hongxiu. Occupation: combat instructor, Special Operations Brigade, Northern Theater Command, Dragon Kingdom. Codename: Goddess of War. Upon seeing Qin Hongxiu's information, countless people were immediately excited. A combat instructor from the Special Forces Brigade, someone of this caliber would be considered one of the most reliable combat forces in the Dragon Kingdom if they entered the primeval jungle. Next, the second name appeared. Dragon Kingdom contestant number 2, Lin Wan. Occupation: Senior Operations Manager, Multinational Corporation. The smiles on everyone's faces froze instantly. A Senior Operations Manager certainly sounded like an elite, but this was wilderness survival, not sitting in an office discussing projects. Before anyone could even process what was happening, the information for the third contestant followed. Dragon Kingdom contestant number 3, Wang Chunmei. Occupation: farmer from Heilongjiang Province. At this moment, the live stream fell completely silent. A company manager plus an ordinary farmer. No matter how you looked at it, this lineup didn't inspire any confidence. All hope rested on the fourth contestant. Perhaps this last person was also a Special Forces soldier, or at least a wilderness survival expert, a medic, or an experienced professional hunter. However, the next second, the fourth person's information slowly appeared. Dragon Kingdom's fourth contestant, Yi Chanin. Occupation: online streamer. Status: stopped streaming 381 days ago. Notes: former streaming ID, Huang Te. That's right, the fourth contestant selected by the National Fortune System is none other than myself, Yi Chanin. Upon seeing the words, online streamer, the entire Dragon Kingdom live stream room erupted in chaos. Female streamer? Did the system choose the wrong person? What good is being pretty? This is wilderness survival, not a beauty pageant. It's over. 3 out of the 4 are unreliable. Our luck is terrible this time. Enough said, brothers. Let's get ready to immigrate. A barrage of mockery and doubt instantly flooded the live stream. However, they were unaware that a year earlier, the soul inside this body had already been replaced by someone else. The former Yi Chanin was a border combatant who constantly teetered on the edge of life and death. During a mission, she was unfortunately shot. When she opened her eyes again, she had become Yi Chanin, a 25-year-old washed-up news anchor. She had a 6-figure bank account and 100,000 followers on social media. Now, she has been chosen once again by the National Destiny System and is about to represent the Dragon Kingdom in stepping into that vast, primeval jungle that strikes fear into the hearts of the entire world. Yi Chanin had just regained consciousness when several system notifications popped up in front of her. She was the 4th contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, currently located in the outer sea area of the Great Wilderness Primitive Forest, and would receive a basic survival gift pack in 5 minutes. Next to the system notification box, a live stream window was floating. Initially, more than 50,000 people were watching, but when viewers discovered that she was sitting alone in a leaky wooden boat with thick dark clouds overhead, the number of viewers quickly dropped to around 10,000. Some mocked her, saying she was terrified, while others asserted that the dilapidated wooden boat wouldn't last a minute in a storm. Yi Chanin ignored them completely. She crouched down to inspect the boat and quickly discovered that it was made entirely of ordinary planks, with only a single old oar, and water was slowly seeping from the bottom. Then, she looked up to observe the clouds in the sky and judge the changes in wind direction and waves. She quickly concluded that a storm was bound to hit this area of the sea within 20 minutes. It was unclear how far the boat was from the shore, and the hull was still leaking. Staying on the boat would almost certainly mean certain death when the storm arrived. However, jumping into the sea could result in being swallowed by the low temperatures, undercurrents, and giant waves. Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang in her mind. The food enhancement system was officially activated. As long as she consumed supernatural food, she would gain energy amplification and permanently enhance her physical functions and various attributes. However, her overall physical abilities are currently only at level 1, while her skills, special abilities, and various resistances are all at 0. Yi Chanin immediately asked the system if she could return to her original world. The system's answer was that the only way to break the rules of the current plane was to obtain enough national fortune to propel the Dragon Kingdom into the top 3 globally. Only then would the plane's system descend into chaos, giving her a chance to return to her original world. Yi Chanin gazed at the boundless sea before her, then looked down at her weak and powerless hands, and quickly made a decision. Since she had to get into the top 3, she would take it herself. 5 minutes later, the basic survival kit arrived on time. Inside the kit were only a rusty sickle, a light down jacket, a box of old-fashioned matches, and a pair of headphones that seemed to have no use. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter, all believing that the national fortune system was deliberately humiliating her. A sickle was completely unsuitable for hunting. A down jacket would only be a burden once soaked, and matches couldn't possibly survive a downpour. As for the headphones, they seemed more like something she could listen to one last song before she died. But before the laughter could last long, the first raindrop fell from the sky. Huge waves surged rapidly across the sea, tossing the wooden boat high into the air. At the same time, a global announcement suddenly rang out. Lin Wan, the number 2 contestant from the Dragon Kingdom, had been attacked by a giant python and was dead. Of the original 4 contestants from China, only 3 remained. Viewers from South Korea and China immediately flooded the global chat with sarcastic remarks about the incompetence of Chinese women, and even clamored for China to prepare for the next cold wave as punishment. The Dragon Kingdom's audience was furious, but they couldn't find any reason to refute it. In the previous round of the National Fortune competition, the Dragon Kingdom only ranked 106th, and the punishment that followed had already plunged the real world into a deep freeze. Now, the competition had only just begun, and the Dragon Kingdom had already lost a competitor. Everyone feared that an even more terrible disaster would befall them. Of the remaining 3 contestants, Qin Hongxiu had already begun setting up hunting traps along the riverbank, while Wang Chunmei remained huddled in a tree hollow, trembling with fear. As for Yi Chanin, She remained motionless on the raging boat. A rusty sickle and a matchbox lay discarded at her feet. She wasn't even wearing her down jacket. The fierce wind ripped at her thin clothes, and the wooden boat beneath her tossed and turned violently on the waves like a toy. She neither rowed nor tried to salvage the supplies on board. She simply stared into the distance, seemingly waiting quietly for death. Everyone thought she had completely given up. Some urged her to row the boat quickly, while others believed she just wanted to quietly await death. Some longtime fans even asked her to sing one last song in a live chat. But Yi Chanin paid no attention to the comments. At that moment, she was concentrating all her senses, carefully analyzing the salinity of the seawater, the changes in wind direction, and the color differences in the distant sky. The system notification mentioned a keyword, outer sea area. Since this area was called the outer sea, it meant that the surrounding area couldn't possibly be just endless water. Sure enough, about 2 or 3 kilometers away from the wooden boat, she spotted a very blurry, dark outline. The moisture and light refraction in that area are very subtly different from those on the surrounding sea surface. There's very likely land there, or at the very least, a sizable island or reef. Although the distance was only 2 or 3 kilometers in the stormy sea, that distance was enough to claim the lives of most people. But continuing to wait would only make the wind and waves more violent, and the wooden boat beneath her feet could break apart at any moment. She had to jump into the sea before her body retained enough warmth and before the hurricane fully approached. After making her assessment, Yi Chanin finally moved. She quickly took off her soaking wet jacket and trousers, leaving only her sports vest and shorts. Then, she wrapped the sickle with the clothes she had taken off and tied it securely to her waist. She fastened the headphones to her neck to prevent them from accidentally falling off when she entered the water. The live stream chat was instantly filled with a dense barrage of question marks. Before anyone could figure out what she was going to do, Yi Chanin had already stood on the bow of the boat. She took a deep breath, and with a sudden burst of strength, she plunged into the churning sea like an arrow released from a bow. Only the down jacket and a box of matches remained on the wooden boat. Everyone assumed Yi Chanin had chosen to commit suicide by jumping into the sea. A flood of mourning comments instantly filled the screen, with some even beginning to wait for the number of survivors in the Dragon Kingdom to decrease further. But just seconds later, the automatic tracking camera suddenly zoomed out. A figure burst out of the water from behind the giant wave. Yi Chanin's arms swiftly parted the surface of the sea, her legs powerfully striking the water, and she swam rapidly into the distance with an extremely standard freestyle stroke. The live stream chat instantly erupted in excitement. Even more astonishing was that she didn't choose to confront the oncoming giant waves head-on. Whenever a wave was about to crash down, she would dive underwater in advance to avoid the strongest impact, and then surface again after the wave had passed. She would use breaststroke to adjust her breathing, and then switch back to freestyle to accelerate forward. A swimming coach with 20 years of teaching experience said on the spot that her entry angle, breathing rhythm, method of avoiding huge waves, and way of utilizing water flow were all close to the level of professional athletes. It was only then that the audience gradually realized that this woman, whom they had always regarded as a delicate female anchor, seemed to be hiding a completely different past. Some people quickly dug up her past experience of singing on livestream, but they could not find any record related to professional swimming training. This is precisely why her behavior in the storm seems even more inexplicable. The number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed from 10,000 to over 100,000 in the blink of an eye. The torrential rain, the surging waves, and the gradually forming hurricane cloud pillars in the distance combined to create a scene that was almost despairing. Yet Yi Chanin's tiny figure still carved a firm and clear white line on the sea. She wasn't waiting for death, but racing against the storm for the last remaining time. More and more viewers flooded into the live stream. Those who had been mocking her just moments before began to apologize, and the Chinese viewers cheered her on wildly. Even viewers from other countries temporarily stopped their taunts and stared intently at the screen, eager to see if she could successfully swim to the almost invisible coastline. However, her body was ultimately too weak. By the latter part of the swim, her lungs were burning with pain, and her limbs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Her movements, ingrained in her bones, were still practiced, but her physical strength could not keep up with her awareness and experience. Yi Chanin could only precisely calculate the effect of each stroke, distributing her remaining strength to the maximum. The shore ahead was getting closer and closer, but her strokes were becoming increasingly sluggish. In the final few dozen meters, she was almost entirely relying on willpower to maintain her movements. If she made even the slightest mistake in her breathing rhythm, the icy seawater could rush directly into her lungs. Finally, a huge wave surged from behind her, pushing her onto the shallows. Yi Chanin scrambled out of the water, then, dragging her extremely exhausted body, hid behind some rocks. That spot offered shelter from the fierce winds and kept her out of sight of anyone in the distance. Having done all that, she finally exhausted her last bit of strength and collapsed backward onto the cold sand. The viewers in the live stream worried that she might die from hypothermia or exhaustion, but Yi Chanin simply closed her eyes, deliberately slowing her breathing to force her body into a state of rest. She knew very well that the most dangerous thing now was not stopping, but continuing to push herself after her physical strength was completely depleted. When you first leave the seawater, your core body temperature continues to drop, and blindly moving will only consume more energy. Instead of starting to explore immediately, it's better to use the rocks to block the sea breeze and allow your breathing and heart rate to gradually return to normal. For the next hour or so, Yi Chanin barely moved. Yet the number of viewers in the live stream didn't decrease. Instead, it continued to increase. Hundreds of thousands of people stayed glued to their screens, constantly discussing why she only took the sickle and headphones, leaving her down jacket and matches on the boat. It was quickly realized that once a down jacket was soaked with seawater, it would become an extremely heavy burden, and matches would become completely useless after being soaked in water. In order to successfully swim across the dangerous waters that stretched for 2 or 3 kilometers, she had to discard all unnecessary weight. She seemed to jump into the sea on impulse, but in reality, every step from determining the direction, handling equipment, allocating energy, to resting after successfully landing, was meticulously calculated. As for the headphones, no one still understands why she insisted on bringing them with her. The rain shower came suddenly and disappeared just as quickly. The thick, dark clouds were torn apart by the strong wind, and warm sunlight once again shone on the beach. After opening her eyes, Yi Chanin did not rush to look for food, but instead first observed her surroundings. Behind her was a steep rock face, topped with dense jungle, and below her stretched a very narrow stretch of beach. A high, dark watermark remained at the base of the rock face, indicating that the entire beach was likely to be completely submerged at high tide at night. This place is absolutely unsuitable for spending the night. Even if there are no wild animals around, the rising tide at night will leave her with nowhere to land. She must leave this low-lying beach before dark, while also avoiding venturing directly into the dense jungle where the danger is unknown. Yi Chanin first laid her wet clothes flat on the sun-warmed rocks, then gripped her sickle and briefly scouted the edge of the jungle along the beach. 20 minutes later, she returned to the same spot. By then, the clothes were mostly dry. After getting dressed again, Yi Chanin took off the headphones that viewers had always laughed at, picked up a sharp rock, and smashed them without hesitation. Everyone in the live stream was once again completely bewildered. Yi Chanin retrieved a small magnet from the broken earphone casing, then pulled a metal hairpin from her hair. She broke off a small piece of the hairpin, repeatedly hammered it with a stone until it became a thin needle, and then picked up the magnet and rubbed it repeatedly on the surface of the needle. After magnetizing the needle, she found a rocky trough filled with rainwater, placed the thin needle on a thin piece of plastic, and let it float on the surface. Soon, the needle began to slowly rotate, eventually pointing steadily in a fixed direction. Only then did the audience finally understand that her insistence on taking the headphones wasn't for listening to music, but to extract the magnets inside. She had actually created a usable compass from these extremely rudimentary materials. At that moment, everyone fully realized that the headphones had never been a burden at all. When Yi Chanin boarded the wooden boat, she probably already had her eye on the magnet inside the earpiece. As long as she could determine her location, she wouldn't be completely lost, whether she was moving along the coast, searching for fresh water, or retreating through the jungle. The live stream then switched to the studio. Chen Yu, a specially appointed survival expert for China's national destiny, was once a highly renowned wilderness explorer and now serves as the head outdoor survival coach. Due to his sharp commentary style, he is also known as Chun the One Cut by netizens. Chun Yu acknowledged Yi Chanin's quick thinking and resourcefulness, but he also bluntly pointed out that Yi Chanin's current situation remained extremely dangerous. First, the beach had a very obvious high water level, and a large-scale high tide was inevitable that night. Secondly, the area where the jungle meets the ocean makes it easy to encounter competitors from other countries, and conflicts could break out between them at any time over resources. Thirdly, she has run out of matches and will be unable to start fire at night, meaning she will not only have to contend with the low temperatures, but also the threat of wild animal attacks. Fourth, she currently has no shoes, making her extremely vulnerable to injury once she enters the jungle. Fifth, with little time left before nightfall, she must quickly find shelter, a stable source of water, and food. In every National Games survival competition, the elimination rate on the first night has consistently exceeded 50%. Many participants do not die from being eaten by wild animals, but from hypothermia, dehydration, and uncontrollable panic. With each danger Chun Yu mentioned, the atmosphere in the live stream grew heavier. Only then did the audience truly realize that although Yi Chanin had successfully escaped the storm at sea, she had merely jumped from one dead end into another. However, Yi Chanin was unaware of how others perceived her. She put away her homemade compass, gripped her sickle tightly, and continued moving forward along the beach. She hadn't gone far when she discovered a woman's corpse next to a pile of debris washed ashore by the waves. The deceased was wearing a Japanese competition uniform, and his body was covered with injuries from impacts and struggles, suggesting he likely encountered an accident during landing. Yi Chanin did not approach immediately. She first crouched low, carefully checking the surroundings for footprints, ambushes, or hidden traps. Then, she used a sickle to clear away the debris piled up near the body. Only after confirming that there was no danger did she cautiously approach and begin searching the body. However, this participant left almost no useful supplies on him. The only thing still usable was a pair of hiking boots. The boots were slightly too big, but in any case, they were safer than going barefoot. Especially in such an undeveloped and primitive environment, even a seemingly insignificant small wound can become fatal due to infection. The role of shoes is even more important than that of an ordinary weapon. Yi Chanin quickly washed her shoes and put them on. Then, she left the beach, preparing to venture into the jungle to test the waters. But after only a few dozen meters, she immediately stopped. The vegetation here was so dense, it was almost black, and the air was thick with the stench of rotting plants and animals. The soft soil was covered with footprints and animal droppings of varying sizes, some of which were unusually large. The vines hanging from the branches were an eerie color, with sharp serrations along the edges of their leaves. Several metallic beetles she had never seen before scurried past her feet. Yi Chanin immediately realized that the danger of this jungle far exceeded her initial expectations. There were no obvious signs of human activity around, but there were numerous traces left by large creatures. The pervasive odor in the air also indicated the likely presence of carnivorous animals in the vicinity. Even more dangerous was the excessively dense vegetation, which severely obstructed her vision. In the event of a sudden attack, the confined space wouldn't even be large enough for her to properly wield her scythe. Yi Chanin didn't stop out of fear, but rather because she maintained sufficient rationality. She only had a rusty sickle in her hand. Venturing into unknown territory under these circumstances would be tantamount to suicide. So she began to retreat silently. But just as she stepped out of the edge of the jungle, a sharp bird cry suddenly rang out, and a large number of black figures flew out in panic from between the treetops. Immediately afterwards, a deep roar, seemingly capable of shaking the earth, rolled from the deepest part of the jungle. Trees snapped one after another in the distance, and the entire dense forest was instantly thrown into violent turmoil. Yi Chanin immediately lowered her body and hid behind a rock. Only when the commotion in the distance gradually subsided did she slowly stand up. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream were completely in an uproar. Chun Yu stared intently at the unusual plants, the huge animal footprints, and the terrifying roar that had just come from the screen, his expression growing increasingly solemn. He suspected that the area Yi Chanin landed on was not an ordinary island at all, but rather an extremely dangerous area recorded in the National Fortune System's data, Burial Island. When this name was uttered, the entire audience fell silent. The burial island is inhabited by monsters with a density far exceeding that of ordinary wilderness. In the past, almost none of the contestants who were teleported here managed to leave alive. Chinyu continued to explain that not only are there ferocious beasts on the burial island with sizes far exceeding common sense, but many plants and insects may also carry deadly poisons. Even for well-equipped professional survivors, this place is an absolute no-go zone, let alone Yi Chanin, who currently has neither a source of fire, nor medicine, nor any truly reliable weapons. Viewers flooded the chat with messages reminding her not to venture further into the jungle and to find a safer area along the coast. However, Yi Chanin had already closed the live stream and couldn't see any of the warnings coming from the outside world. After leaving the edge of the jungle, she didn't return to the center of the beach, but instead continued searching for a route to climb up the cliff. Soon, Yi Chanin reached the edge of the cliff. She repeatedly observed the coastline, the dense forest, the wind direction, the sunlight, and the traces left by the tides, while constantly measuring the surrounding distances. The host was completely baffled by her behavior and could only turn to Chinyu for advice. Chinyu remained silent for a moment before offering his assessment. If Yi Chanin hadn't suffered a mental breakdown due to excessive pressure, she was likely currently undergoing a comprehensive and systematic environmental assessment. She was identifying blind spots between the jungle and the beach, assessing the areas that the rising tide might affect, and searching for suitable escape routes and hiding places. Chinyu also noticed that Yi Chanin would stop at a few fixed locations each time and turn around to confirm the range of her field of vision. This meant that she was not only looking for a temporary place to stay, but may also be planning multiple different escape routes in advance. The beach experiences high tides at night, and unknown behemoths lurk deep within the jungle. In comparison, the cliff might be a safer, albeit temporary, third option. In other words, Yi Chanin hasn't stopped her actions because of the dangers of Burial Island. She's gathering comprehensive information about the entire area in advance for each step she takes. Yi Chanin turned around and walked back into the dense forest. However, she didn't venture deep into it, only staying at the edge of the thicket where visibility was better, her gaze sweeping over the tangled vines. Soon, she selected several supple and sturdy vines, wielding a sickle to cut and collect them. The viewers in the live chat breathed a sigh of relief, speculating whether she was going to make ropes or build a shelter to secure her place for the night. After gathering enough vines, Yi Chanin covered up the logging marks with branches and fallen leaves, even covering up her footprints. The audience immediately commented cautious and professional. Then, in front of hundreds of thousands of people, she wove, connected, and reinforced the vines to make two thick, long ropes. Just as everyone guessed she was going to tie them to the shelter, Yi Chanin had already firmly secured one end to a low, sturdy tree stump on the edge of the cliff. She tugged hard, and after confirming it was secure, she threw the other end off the cliff. The next second, gripping the rope, she faced away from the abyss and slowly began to climb down. The camera followed her downwards. After descending a certain distance, Yi Chanin suddenly felt her feet touch the ground, and her body came to a steady stop. The camera zoomed out, and everyone could see that, in the middle of the almost vertical cliff, there was a protruding stone platform. A section of the inner rock wall of the platform was recessed, forming a shallow cave 3 or 4 meters deep and more than 2 meters high. The barrage of comments exploded instantly. Everyone was astonished. This place was sheltered from the wind and rain, and wild animals couldn't get up here. It was practically a natural stronghold. In the split-screen view, Instructor Chen's lips twitched slightly, but he remained silent. He had only guessed before, never expecting Yi Chanin to actually find this terrain. Yi Chanin stood on the platform, carefully examining the area. The rock walls were solid, without cracks, the cave was dry, and the entrance faced east, receiving the morning sun while avoiding the prevailing winds. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Next, she found a solid, protruding rock inside the cave, secured another rope to it, and then threw the rope over to the outside of the platform. The viewers in the live chat were confused, so Chinyu immediately explained that it was an emergency escape rope. If the path above became obstructed, she could rappel directly to the beach from here. The shelter was there, but the atmosphere in the live stream quickly sombered again. They had a place to stay, but fire, water, and food were still a problem. Without fire, the nights would be just as difficult. After a brief rest in the cave, Yi Chanin grabbed a rope and nimbly climbed back to the top of the cliff. She carefully covered the tree stumps and cliff edges with pebbles, broken branches, and fallen leaves, making it look indistinguishable from the surroundings. After doing all this, she carefully descended to the beach along the way she had come. Yi Chanin did not rush into action, but first observed the direction of the jungle, and after confirming that there was nothing unusual, she slowly searched along the coastline. The viewers in the live chat speculated whether she was still looking for Cherry Blossom Express. But instead of finding the express, they discovered a lot of driftwood, clothes, and possibly even a corpse floating on the sea. The previous storm had clearly caused significant losses for the other contestants. Yi Chanin glanced at it once before looking away. The supplies might be useful, but diving into the sea to salvage them was too risky, so she didn't move. Soon, she found a huge seashell, about the size of 2 palms, washed ashore among some rocks. The shell was tightly closed. She picked it up and weighed it in her hand, but didn't stop. Instead, she looked towards the distant shore. There, the outlines of several tall trees came into view. Yi Chanin walked straight towards them, and as the camera zoomed in, the audience finally saw that they were coconut trees, with more than a dozen greenish-yellow coconuts hanging from their tops. The live stream started with excitement, but then quickly froze. Those coconut trees were at least 15 meters tall, with smooth, straight trunks, visible but untouchable. Some guessed she was going to chop them down with a sickle, but chopping down such tall coconut trees would take an unknown amount of time. On the beach, Yi Chanin looked up at the towering coconut trees, sunlight illuminating her sand-covered face. She squinted slightly, her hand resting on the handle of the rusty sickle at her waist. In the live stream, hundreds of thousands held their breath. On screen, Yi Chanin drew her sickle, a flash of cold light. The audience all thought she was really going to chop down the tree. But the next moment, Yi Chanin turned her blade and swiftly sliced off several pieces of the spare vine she had brought with her. Then, she sat down on the ground and took off the hiking boots she had taken with her. A pair of long, slender feet, covered in sand, were revealed. The audience was completely stunned. In the video, Yi Chanin picks up a cut vine and uses a complex technique to firmly secure her feet. The screen instantly fills with question marks, with some viewers urging Coach Chun to explain. In the split-screen view, Chinyu stares at her movements for a few seconds before speaking. This is a very ancient vine securing technique. I don't know the name yet. But considering the current environment, what she's doing is probably related to coconut trees. The audience seemed to understand half of what she was saying, yet also completely misunderstood. On the beach, Yi Chanin tested the ground, and after confirming it was safe, she tucked the sickle back behind her back and went to the straight coconut tree. She hugged the trunk with both hands, and with a quick step, she seemed to be wearing calipers, firmly sticking to the bark. Then, she began to climb. The vines and bark tightened against her, and she moved upward step by step, her body ascending steadily and at a considerable pace towards the treetop, more than 20 meters high. The live stream was silent for a few seconds, then the chat exploded. Spider-Man? That works? Wild Sister really climbed up. Chunyu couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Just as I thought. She used vines to increase the contact area and friction, and combined it with her arm strength to create an effect similar to climbing shoes. What Yi Chanin has mastered is a very professional, and possibly even lost, outdoor climbing skill. The viewers in the live chat were completely convinced. Some suspected she had served in the military, but even if she had, climbing coconut trees wouldn't necessarily be possible. This was clearly a special skill. Soon, Yi Chanin reached the top of the tree, steadied herself with one hand, and with the other, pulled out a sickle and made a few quick snap cuts at the base of several coconuts. 3 large, greenish-yellow coconuts fell to the ground with a thud, crashing heavily onto the beach. Some complained that she hadn't cut enough coconuts, while others immediately countered that staying in the tree for too long was dangerous, and 3 were enough. Yi Chanin didn't try to get more. She steadily climbed down the same path. Once on the ground, she tied the 3 coconuts together with vines. The camera zoomed in. The coconuts were almost the size of watermelons, and even she seemed to be struggling to lift them. Chunyu commented, "This is the characteristic of the Great Wilderness region. The scale of resources and the level of danger are often magnified simultaneously." Everyone thought she was going to return to the cliff cave, but Yi Chanin put the coconut aside and walked towards a rocky bend on the coastline. The camera follows the curve around the jagged rocks, and suddenly the view opens up. A U-shaped shallow bay, embraced by rocks, appears in the frame. The seawater is clear and calm, like a blue-green gem embedded in the limestone, and the white sand and swimming fish at the bottom are clearly visible. The livestream viewers were just captivated by the beautiful scenery when, a second later, Yi Chanin walked to the water's edge, put down her sickle and vines, and began to undress. She removed her coat and trousers one by one, leaving only a sports vest and shorts. Just as the chat was about to erupt in excitement, she was seen immersing her clothes in the seawater, wringing them out, and laying them out to dry on the rocks. Clearly, the dirt on her clothes was more unbearable to her than the saltiness of the seawater. Then, with a light leap, she plunged into the jewel-like sea. The moment she entered the water, a gentle splash followed. The cicadas underwater sang like nimble fish, swimming in the clear water under the sunlight, a scene as beautiful as a travel advertisement. But the reality was far from easy. The seawater stung her eyes, forcing her to endure the pain while observing the seabed. There were plenty of fish, but she paid more attention to the crevices in the rocks and the sandy areas, where small shellfish, shrimp, and even slowly crawling crabs roamed, all excellent sources of protein. Instead of rushing to capture her, she repeatedly took breaths and dived, as if surveying the entire bay's topography and resource distribution. The live stream mainly focused on a top-down view from the water's surface, showing her surfacing occasionally and diving for extended periods. After one dive, 30 seconds, a minute and a half, 2 minutes passed, and she still hadn't resurfaced. The live chat started to panic, with many asking if something had happened to her and whether there was anything underwater. Chenyu quickly reassured her, "Everyone, please calm down. Judging from her body control and underwater skills, she is likely conducting a purposeful reconnaissance or trying to capture a target that requires patience. She knows how to regulate her breathing, so she should be aware of what's going on." Sure enough, after nearly a minute, Yi Chanin burst out of the water with a splash, gasping for breath, her face slightly flushed, but her eyes bright. After resting for a moment, she submerged again. The viewers in the live chat breathed a sigh of relief, and the tone of the comments shifted dramatically as a group of people started making jokes about extreme diving. Not long after, Yi Chanin finally reached the shore. Her clothes, which had been drying in the sun, were completely dry. She quickly shook off the salt, put them back on, and tossed her wet hair back before walking back to where she had put the coconuts. She slung the 3 heavy coconuts she had tied up over her shoulder, picked up the giant clam, and began her return journey. Terrifying roars of wild beasts echoed from the depths of the jungle. Yi Chanin stopped several times to observe, and only returned to the cliff edge after confirming there was no danger. She tied coconuts and shellfish tightly with vines and slowly lowered them down the cliff, letting them dangle outside the cave platform. But she didn't go down immediately. Instead, she picked up a sickle and walked back to the edge of the jungle. The live stream chat immediately erupted in panic. It was almost dark. What was she going to do? Soon, everyone understood. Yi Chanin had her sights set on the scattered dead branches and tree trunks on the ground. She specifically selected relatively dry wood of varying thicknesses and tied it into 2 large bundles with vines. The audience immediately realized that she was preparing firewood, but a problem arose. Without matches or flint, how was she going to start a fire? Yi Chanin lowered 2 bundles of firewood down the cliff, then slid down the main rope into a small cave on the cliff face, dragging all the food and firewood inside. The sky darkened rapidly, and a chilling sea breeze swept in from the cave entrance. On camera, she visibly shivered, goosebumps rising on her arms. The audience grew even more impatient, urging her to start a fire. But Yi Chanin remained calm. She first used a few stones to build a makeshift fire pit on the sheltered side of the cave entrance, then collected dry bark and fallen leaves to make kindling. Then, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of thousands of people, she selected 2 pieces of wood from the firewood. One was thicker and harder, the other thinner and softer. She picked up the rusty sickle and carefully scraped the thicker piece. The blade rubbed against the wood, making a soft swishing sound, and sawdust fell continuously. Before long, a long, smooth groove appeared on the thicker piece. Then, she sharpened one end of the thin wooden stick, grinding it into a cone shape. Director Chen's tone became noticeably serious at this point. He reminded the audience that what Yi Chanin was making resembled an ancient fire-starting device described in historical documents. In other words, she intended to create fire herself using the most primitive method. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Ancient fire-making methods? Isn't that something from legends? Could it really work? Yi Chanin laid the grooved, thick wooden stick flat on the ground and firmly planted it under her foot. Then, she aimed a sharpened, thin stick at one end of the groove, gripped it tightly with both hands, and began to rub it back and forth rapidly. Instead of spinning the stick, she rubbed it along the groove at a high frequency. Soon, fine, dark brown wood shavings were ground out and slowly piled up along the groove onto the dry bark underneath. Time passed slowly. Beads of sweat appeared on Yi Chanin's forehead, and her breathing became rapid, but her hands remained steady, her speed undiminished. More and more sawdust accumulated in the groove, its color gradually changing from brown to charred black. Finally, a wisp of very faint grayish-white smoke gently rose from the charred sawdust. Yi Chanin's eyes narrowed, and she immediately stopped. This time it took her a full half-minute, half the time she had ever taken in a fire-making competition in the army. But it didn't matter. The source of fire had appeared. She carefully scooped up the bark cushioned with hot wood chips and poured the smoking, charred sawdust into the center of the fluffy, dry kindling. Then she bent down, her face almost touching the ground, and gently and evenly blew on the wisp of smoke. 1, 2, 3. Hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream seemed to hold their breath simultaneously, and the chat briefly fell silent. Suddenly, a dark red spark flashed amidst the black shavings. The next second, with a whoosh, a small cluster of golden red flames leaped from the ignition source, quickly spreading and brightening, bringing a warm light. The flickering firelight illuminated Yi Chanin's face, which was covered in sweat and sawdust, and also lit up the small cave on the cliff. Inside the cave, the chill was gradually dispelled. Outside, there was only boundless darkness and the faint roars of beasts echoing in the distance. After a brief silence, the live chat exploded. The fire was really lit. The ancient method of starting a fire had actually succeeded. In the split screen, Director Chen looked at the campfire, his serious expression finally softening, his eyes filled with amazement. He excitedly told the audience that they had witnessed history. In the national survival competition, when the Dragon Kingdom contestants were almost in dire straits at the start, contestant number 4, Yi Chanin, successfully created fire using a nearly lost primitive fire-making technique, relying on her knowledge, willpower, and skills. This means she has solved one of the most deadly problems in wilderness survival. That night, she finally had the means to fight against the cold, darkness, and wild beasts. Instructor Chun concluded, Yi Chanin, codenamed Wilderness, she wasn't just trying to survive. She was showing everyone what a true survival master is. As this commentary and the image of the cluster of flames in the cave spread, the entire internet went wild. The number of viewers on Yi Chanin's official live stream channel skyrocketed from hundreds of thousands to millions and was still refreshing rapidly. Even more outrageous is that her Wild Wilderness account, which had been inactive for a year and suffered a significant loss of followers, also began to see its follower count soar, jumping from over 100,000 to over 1 million, and continuing to surge toward 2 million and 3 million. The live chat was flooded with comments like Wild Sister is awesome, Survival Master, and Vulcan, as countless new viewers poured in, shocked and in awe. Meanwhile, Yi Chanin, hidden in the cliffside cave, remained completely unaware of all this. Many things in this world were different from her former Earth. Even the ancient technique of starting a fire by friction was no longer familiar to most. But for her, this was merely a basic survival skill. She carefully added a few thin pieces of firewood to the fire, making the flames burn steadily. The flickering firelight reflected on her calm and focused profile. She reached out to feel the reassuring warmth and finally let out a soft sigh of relief. Inside the cave of the giant clam, the firelight flickered steadily. Yi Chanin placed the fire in a natural depression near the inside of the cave entrance, where the slightly protruding rocks above blocked the cold wind and allowed the heat to remain inside the cave. She had just placed a giant seashell near the fire to roast when a scarlet-bordered announcement suddenly popped up on all the live stream screens simultaneously. First A National Transport Material Return Ranking, Real-Time Update. First place, Alyssa Stone of the Beautiful Country, received 4 kilograms of Level 1 High Energy, or triggering a 1,000-fold return. The country received 4,000 kilograms of high-energy ore, and her score increased by 1,200. Second place went to Natasha Ivanova of the Northern Bear Kingdom, who obtained an adult wild boar, triggering an 800x return. The country received 800 head of processed, safe meat, and her score increased by 750. Third place went to Victoria Green of Sunset Kingdom, who obtained 3 hares, triggering a 600x return bonus. The kingdom gained 1,800 hares and received 550 points. The rankings climbed all the way to 10th place, but Dragon Kingdom was still nowhere to be seen. The global chat exploded instantly. The beautiful country and Northern Bear Country cheered wildly, while the Korean country and Peacock Country seized the opportunity to mock the Dragon Country, suggesting that the Dragon Country players were collectively hibernating. The Dragon Country's main livestream room fell silent. This ranking only showed the top 10 for the day, and no Dragon Country players were on the list, indicating that the remaining 3 players might not even have made it into the top 100. The expert team's camera pans in, and the liaison officer quickly reports. Qin Hongxiu is fighting a lone wolf and cannot concentrate on the settlement. Wang Chunmei seems not to have figured out the settlement interface yet. Yi Chanin's personal livestream screen is off, and she may not have even noticed the public chat. The scene cuts back to the cave. Yi Chanin is using a sickle to pry open a giant clam, its thick, white flesh steaming hot. She then picks up a coconut, uses the tip of her knife to make a small hole, and tilts her head back to gulp it down. The firelight illuminated her comm and content profile. In her personal view, the system clearly displayed a notification in the corner. Please submit today's returnable supplies. Settlement deadline. 59 minutes and 32 seconds later. But she ignored it. She was truly hungry. She had expended too much energy during the day, and she had to eat this clam meat first. As for handing it in, she still had 2 coconuts left. She could hand one in later. The Dragon Kingdom's live chat went from deathly silent to anxious. Sister Yi, look at the announcement. Sister, stop eating. Hand it in now. Sister Hongxiu is working her butt off. Sister Chunmei is clueless. And Sister Yi is just eating. But she's eating so deliciously. At this moment, Qin Hongxiu reported her victory. She had successfully killed the lone wolf. However, after she cut off a wolf leg for food and uploaded the rest of the wolf carcass, the system only classified it as ordinary wild animal meat, without triggering any special rewards. Her personal score only increased by 60 points, and she still couldn't rank high. The hopes that had just risen among the Chinese viewers were instantly extinguished. To make matters worse, a settlement notification popped up in Wang Chunmei's live stream. The unknown wild vegetables and mixed fungi she submitted were determined by the system to contain 3 types of highly poisonous mushrooms, potentially endangering public health. Not only were 150 points deducted, but due to the 1,000-fold return policy, the suspected poisonous mushrooms had been randomly distributed. Alarms blared across China's emergency response departments, and television and mobile phones simultaneously pushed out notifications. Beware of unfamiliar mushrooms. Do not pick or eat them. Global chat screens were flooded with mockery from various countries. Chinese viewers felt both frustrated and powerless. A suffocating sense of despair enveloped all live streams. Countless gazes involuntarily turned to the 4th scene. Inside the cliffside cave, Yi Chanin had just finished the last bite of delicious clam meat and let out a satisfied burp. At this moment, she had become the last glimmer of hope for the Dragon Kingdom. She was still wiping her mouth. But right after the burp, a strange warm current suddenly spread from her stomach to her limbs. The soreness from swimming and climbing during the day quickly subsided, replaced by a slightly itchy yet invigorating feeling of comfort. The tiny scratches on the back of her hand from the rocks also began to heal and scab over at a visible speed. Her fatigue vanished instantly. She clenched her fist, clearly feeling a surge of strength. Yi Chanin abruptly stood up, moving her arms and legs in surprise, then twisting her waist, carefully sensing the changes in her body. Soon, an irrepressible look of delight appeared on her face. This seashell is no ordinary food. It seems to contain some kind of active substance that can accelerate physical recovery and heal minor wounds. It's practically a god-tier supply for wilderness survival. Could this be the supernatural food mentioned by the exclusive system? But her sudden standing up, stretching her joints, and flashing a strange smile completely changed the audience's perception. What's wrong with Sister Yi? Stomachache. Won't the clam meat be poisonous? Her wriggling around looks like a poisonous mushroom hallucination. In the split screen, Chinyu frowned as he stared at her, judging from her body language that it didn't seem like she was in pain, but rather like she was testing or sensing something, but the data was insufficient to confirm. Fortunately, Yi Chanin quickly regained her composure, though her eyes were brighter than before. She patted her stomach, as if checking her physical condition, and the viewers in the live chat breathed a slight sigh of relief. Perhaps she was just moving around after eating too much? Finally, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of thousands of eager viewers, Yi Chanin bent down and picked up one of the remaining 2 coconuts. With a thought, Yi Chanin automatically brought up the system settlement interface, which only she could see. She raised her hand and tapped the air, and the large coconut in her hand instantly transformed into a stream of light and was stored in the system interface. Contestant number 4 from the Dragon Kingdom, Yi Chanin, submitted Great Wilderness Native Mutant Coconut, Mature 1. Item detected contains trace amounts of active substances. Quality, excellent. Return mechanism is being calculated. Calculation complete. Triggered. Million-fold return. Returned item, 1 million Great Wilderness Native Mutant Coconut, ripe, have been randomly distributed throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Player Yi Chanin has gained National Fortune points, plus 310, current total points, 310, current global ranking, 98. In an instant, the entire Chinese internet seemed to be muted. All the live stream chats went silent for a full 3 seconds. Then, a trembling comment appeared, hundreds, millions of times. The next second, the Dragon Kingdom's live stream chat exploded. 1 million times. 1 coconut for 1 million. Sister Yi, you're my goddess. Dragon Kingdom, let's go. I was so frustrated before. Sister Yi is awesome. Wild Wild is mighty. The arrogant foreign mocking comments that had been circulating earlier were instantly drowned out. The Chinese viewers didn't bother to retaliate. They simply typed out 5 words in unison, wild and mighty. These 5 words quickly dominated the global chat, carrying a long-suppressed sense of triumph. Even viewers from powerful nations like the US and North Korea fell silent. 1,000-fold return is already rare. 1 million-fold return almost defies everyone's understanding of luck and the value of goods. Traffic to the official Dragon Kingdom livestream channel surged into Yi Chan's audio channel, triggering continuous alerts in the backend. An expert team had to implement emergency traffic control to prevent a system crash. Those who couldn't get into the livestream flocked to Huang Tai's social media account, which had been dormant for a year. The number of followers skyrocketed from 5 million to 8 million, heading straight for 10 million. An even greater shock occurred in reality. Within minutes, large, plump, greenish-yellow coconuts suddenly appeared out of thin air all over China. On frozen balconies in the north, in courtyards, streets, and squares during the cold wave in the south, people everywhere took pictures of the coconuts falling from the sky. A coconut suddenly appeared on my balcony. There's one at the entrance of my workplace, too. Long live Wild Sister. My child was hungry all day. Finally got some natural juice. It's cut open. The juice is plentiful and sweet. It warms me up after drinking it. Amidst the cold wave, these million fruits, like a sudden arrival of hope, brought tears to the eyes of countless people holding coconuts in front of the camera. The anxieties about the nation's fate and the uncertainty about the future were finally somewhat alleviated by this sweet miracle. The livestream chat was buzzing for over an hour before the hype subsided slightly. Ranked 98th. Inside the top 100. 310 points, an incredible start. The key is hope. Sister Yi has given us hope. Some people recalled the seashell Yi Chanin had just eaten and guessed that it was something special. Unfortunately, there was only one, and it was already in her stomach. However, the audience then thought that it was good that she had regained her strength. She could continue exploring tomorrow. Inside the cliffside cave, Yi Chanin was completely oblivious to the roaring storm outside. She only saw her ranking had risen to 98th with 310 points and nodded slightly. Not bad. At least she wasn't at the bottom at the start. For her, the more national fortune points, the better. Only by pushing the Dragon Kingdom into the top 3 would she have the resources to challenge the system of this plane. As for the sensation caused by the million-fold return, she couldn't see the comments on the screen, so she naturally couldn't feel it. In her eyes, it was just a coconut with a decent taste, far less amazing than the effects brought by the clam meat. Thinking of the shellfish, Yi Chanin recalled the shallow water area she had discovered during the day. There seemed to be plenty of seafood there. Perhaps she could try again tomorrow. She used soft leaves and dry branches to make a makeshift mattress next to the fire, and placed another coconut and a sickle within easy reach. Then, leaning against the warm rock wall, listening to the howling wind outside the cave and the faint roars of beasts in the distance, she slowly closed her eyes. The power of the magical shellfish meat still flowed through her body, making her feel warm and comfortable, dispelling her fatigue, and she quickly fell into a light sleep. The firelight reflected on her serene face, flickering gently. In the live stream, although Yi Chanin was already asleep, the number of viewers remained high. The comments gradually softened. Sister Yi is asleep. Everyone should get some rest too. Good night, Sister Yi. Keep it up tomorrow. Looking at this fire, I feel like we can make it through tonight too. Did you guys notice how skilled Sister Yi is at finding caves, starting fires, and finding food and water? She's so adept at it. She doesn't seem like a newbie at all. A hidden survival master. I love her. However, just as the atmosphere was gradually calming down, the live stream camera seemed to adjust slightly, focusing on the beach below the cliff. Moonlight occasionally pierced through gaps in the clouds, illuminating the dark sea. A soft, rhythmic sound mingled with the waves, yet was distinctly different. On the slippery beach near the bottom of the cliff, dark figures emerged from the churning water and climbed ashore one after another. Their outlines were indistinct in the twilight, their movements slow yet resolute. There were many of them, leaving trails of wetness in their wake. Then, the dark figures slowly dispersed towards the bottom of the cliff and the edge of the jungle further away, disappearing into the darkness. In a live stream, several comments floated by. Wait, is there something on the beach below? Is it debris pushed up by the waves? Doesn't seem like it. It looks like it's moving. I have a bad feeling. Don't wake Wild's sister. Yi Chanin was awakened by a beastly roar that was so close it seemed to tear her eardrums apart. Without the slightest hesitation, she sprang up, grabbed a sickle with her left hand and a coconut shell she had prepared beforehand with her right, and quickly covered the fire. After a few moments, the faint flames were extinguished and most of the smoke was obscured, leaving only a wisp of smoke, which she fanned into the deeper crevices of the cave. Outside, darkness still lingered, with moonlight appearing and disappearing intermittently. Yi Chanin held her breath, crouched low, and peered out of the cave, using the light filtering through the clouds to look down at the beach. Even she slightly constricted her pupils at that glance. On the beach, several enormous creatures were moving slowly. They resembled crabs, but were ridiculously large, their carapaces almost as wide as, or even exceeding, her height. Their dark shells gleamed metallically in the moonlight, and their massive pincers snapped open and closed with a teeth-grinding, cracking sound. There were about 4 or 5 of them, some wandering on the beach, others rummaging through the rocks, as if searching for food. Further out on the sea, and at the edge of the jungle, more enormous dark shadows could be vaguely seen wriggling. Fortunately, they hadn't yet noticed the leafhoppers chirping on the high cliffs. She quickly checked the ropes and anchor points inside the cave, and after confirming that they were not loose, she pressed herself against the rock wall like a still sculpture, staring intently at the giant shadow below. In a live stream, viewers who stayed up late or got up early were also startled awake by this scene. Holy crap, what is that thing? A giant crab? It's so big it's practically sentient. Buried Bone Island lives up to its name. Sister Wild, don't move, they don't seem to be looking up. Soon, news from the other contestants arrived. Qin Hongxiu was hiding in a tree, and a huge dark shadow was passing by below. Wang Chenmei's situation was even more outrageous. She had used poisonous mushroom soup to incapacitate a giant beast and was now asleep behind a rock. The expert team's footage cuts urgently to Coach Chun, who is only wearing pajamas and has clearly been woken up at the last minute, but his expression remains calm. He says that on the Great Wilderness Burial Island, dangerous creatures are far more active at night than during the day, and the elimination rate on the first night is always extremely high. For the contestants to survive, they can only rely on concealment, luck, and absolute composure. The 3 of them have all made the right choice so far. Hide and stay still. The live chat was incredibly tense, with some joking that Wild Sister has a hole, Red Sleeve has a tree, and Spring Plum has poison, each has their own strengths. Time ticked by in a tense atmosphere. Yi Chanin remained vigilant, only occasionally moving her stiff joints slightly. During this time, she touched the remaining coconut beside her, made a small opening with her sickle, and silently drank a few sips of coconut juice to replenish her fluids. This action, in the eyes of the audience, became further evidence of her carefree attitude. Finally, the sky began to lighten, and the darkness receded like the tide. As if summoned, the giant crabs on the beach slowly turned around and disappeared into the sea one after another. Only a jumble of deep, chaotic footprints remained on the beach, quickly erased by the rising tide. On Qin Hongxiu's side, the shadowy figure under the tree had also left, but she remained vigilant. Wang Chunmei, meanwhile, was still fast asleep behind a rock, the poisoned carcass of the giant beast lying not far away. The expert team's meeting room was brightly lit, and they were urgently discussing how to use their precious 1-minute phone call to guide her in handling the incredibly valuable beast carcass. As dawn broke and sunlight dispelled the terror of the night, the number of viewers in the live stream began to rise, but the atmosphere became tense. A new wave of viewers flooded into Yi Chanin's live stream, many of whom expressed skepticism. After a night of fermentation, her past as a popular online streamer was unearthed. Clips of her live stream with a poor tone, her somewhat affected talent show, and even screenshots of immature remarks from several years ago have been dug up and amplified for analysis. Some say she was just lucky yesterday. Some question whether the sudden transformation of a singing and dancing streamer into a survival expert is too scripted, and others mock her for being afraid to go down the cliff, arguing that she was dawdling over the abundance of shellfish on the beach and not collecting more resources for the country. Her supporters immediately countered, saying that without yesterday's coconut, these people wouldn't even have the chance to criticize her now. Caution isn't cowardice. If they're really capable, they should try it themselves. The two sides argued fiercely in the comments, completely unaware of what was happening. She waited until the sunlight fully illuminated the sea, and then quietly sensed her surroundings for a long time. Just as the haters were mocking her for not daring to go down the cliff, a giant crab, moving slowly, emerged from the distant horizon where the beach met the jungle. In one of its massive pincers was the dead, sizable carcass of a wild beast. This sight instantly silenced the comments, urging her to go down and collect the seafood. Yi Chanin calmly watched the giant crab drag its prey into the deep sea. After waiting for another half hour and confirming that there were no further disturbances, she grabbed a vine and nimbly climbed to the top of the cliff. Her plan for today was to continue exploring the coastline, where she had picked coconuts yesterday. Following the initial direction determined by her simple compass, with the cliffside shelter as the center, the coconut trees marked north, while the southern coastline was cut off by towering cliffs. The dangers deep within the jungle were unknown, and with insufficient equipment and intelligence, she decided to prioritize exploring the northern coastal area. Before setting off, she needed a more suitable tool. A sickle was good for chopping, but too short. Yesterday, she had noticed that most of the vegetation at the edge of the jungle leaned in the same direction, clearly due to long-term exposure to sea winds. However, a few tree trunks remained straight, unaffected by the wind direction. These plants are usually more resilient and less prone to breaking. Yi Chanin found a tree trunk about 3 meters long, straight, but whose name she didn't know. She cut it off at the base and trimmed off the excess branches. Then, she used a sickle to peel off the bark, sharpened one end into a pointed spear shape, and carefully heated and turned it in the embers of the charcoal fire to dry and harden the wood, which also served as a simple sterilization. Finally, she repeatedly polished the staff with the back of her knife until the surface was smooth and flat. Soon, a straight and powerful wooden spear was completed. Its nearly 3-meter length, held in her hand, contrasted sharply with her slender figure. In a live broadcast room, the expert team's footage switched in at the right time. Coach Chun, dressed in a sharp suit and looking very energetic, stared at the spear in Yi Chanin's hand and analyzed that this long-handled weapon was very similar to the prototype of a spear used in ancient times to deal with large wild animals and for defense. He believed that the spear can create a safe distance, and its tip can also cause piercing damage. Considering the beach environment where Yi Chanin is located, it is not only used against land beasts, but may also be used to deal with dangers in shallow waters, such as the large crustacean that appeared last night. At this moment, an aged yet powerful voice broke through. An elderly man with gray hair and gold-rimmed glasses appeared on the split screen, identified as Professor Zhang Jie, a specially invited senior consultant and former vice president of the Global Wilderness Survival Association. Professor Zhang adjusted his glasses and bluntly dismissed Professor Chen's assessment as somewhat presumptuous. Based on his 40 years of research and investigation experience, he believed that this spear, simply made from freshly baked wood, while intimidating to look at, had many practical problems. He pointed out that the spear was too long, making it difficult to control the center of gravity. Given Yi Chanin's size and strength, it would be difficult for her to accurately hit the target in actual combat. The wooden spearhead was not hard enough and was prone to breaking when it encountered hard shells or bones. Baking only hardened the surface, and it could even crack on its own if too much force was applied. Finally, Professor Zhang concluded that this stuff was mostly just psychological comfort and even suspected of being a publicity stunt. His words immediately caused an uproar in the live stream, with haters and some viewers echoing his sentiments, saying the expert had been proven wrong and that it was indeed all show and no substance. Those who supported Yi Chanin were also unconvinced, retorting that theory is not the same as practice and that her actions yesterday were not just for show. Instructor Chen's expression darkened slightly, but he remained polite, saying only that field conditions are unpredictable and the effectiveness of a weapon depends on the user. He said he still had high hopes for Yi Chanin's adaptability and practical wisdom, and that they should wait and see. Professor Zhang scoffed, saying he was afraid they would only be laughing at her. The two opposing viewpoints made that simple spear the new focus of controversy. Yi Chanin was completely unaware of this. She weighed the spear in her hand, adjusted her grip, and found it to be fairly comfortable. She then used the remaining vines to weave a strap, slung the spear diagonally across her back, and kept the sickle tucked into her waistband. Finally, she checked the concealment of the vines and ropes at the cave entrance. Once she was sure everything was in place, the sun had fully risen, its golden light bathing the cliffs, the beach, and the dark green jungle. She glanced back at the hidden cave in the cliff face, then turned and headed north towards the coastline. Before leaving, Yi Chanin glanced south one last time. The body of the Japanese athlete from yesterday had vanished, leaving only traces smoothed by the tide on the beach. Perhaps it had been swept away by the waves, or perhaps it had become food for something. She didn't linger and continued north. Soon after, she returned to the towering coconut trees. The sun was blazing, casting dappled shadows. She skillfully tied her feet with vines, drew her sickle, took a deep breath, and began to climb again. This time, her movements were noticeably smoother than yesterday, and her body seemed to be adapting to this high-intensity activity. After reaching the top, she swung her knife and chopped down 3 green coconuts, then used the high vantage point to observe the depths of the jungle and the northern coastline. However, the jungle direction was blocked by the canopy of giant trees, leaving only an oppressive dark green. The northern coastline was cut off by a towering, protruding rock wall. To find out what lay beyond, one had to either climb up or go around it from the sea. Upon landing, Yi Chanin immediately split open a coconut, tilted her head back, and drank the sweet coconut juice to replenish the water she had lost during the climb and in the heat. The viewers in the live stream couldn't sit still. Some urged her to cut more and hand them over, while others said it was only right for her to drink first. After finishing her drink, she didn't immediately deal with the remaining 2 coconuts, but instead turned and disappeared into the edge of the jungle. A short while later, she emerged dragging out 4 large bundles of firewood she had collected beforehand. This action stunned the audience, and her next move was even more perplexing. Yi Chanin dragged a bundle of firewood, 2 unopened coconuts, and the empty coconut shell to the scenic U-shaped shallow water area from yesterday. The online comments were full of speculation. Was she going to go into the water again, or was she planning something new? She built a stone stove on the flat rock, put in kindling, and took out her familiar fire-making tools. 2 pieces of dry wood, thick and thin, spun steadily in her hands, and soon blue smoke rose, sparks ignited the tumbleweed, and a small cluster of flames leaped up. This scene still thrilled the audience. In the expert panel, Professor Zhang Jie's eyes widened, clearly surprised that she would reproduce this nearly lost method of fire-making on the spot. Coach Chun, on the other hand, smiled, as if he had expected it. After the fire was started, more and more questions arose. Some guessed she was going to roast coconuts, while others said it was too hot to boil coconut juice. Yi Chanin, however, picked up an empty coconut shell, went to the shallow water, scooped up a full shell of clear seawater, and returned to place it on the fire. Then, she adjusted the firewood, keeping the flames at a steady, moderate intensity. It seemed she had actually begun to boil seawater. Boiling seawater? You can't drink that stuff. Is Sister Yi overheated? It's a waste of firewood and energy. The live stream was buzzing with discussion, but Coach Chen spoke up at the right moment, his tone confident. Viewers, pay attention. Huang Te never does anything meaningless. She is most likely using some kind of ancient survival technique right now. Professor Zhang GF frowned and immediately retorted, Xiao Chun, don't try to smear me. Seawater has a high salt content and cannot be drunk directly. This is common sense. I think this is just a waste of time. His questioning quickly resonated with many viewers, and the live stream was divided into two camps. Just then, Yi Chanin in the scene suddenly put down the branch she was using to stir the fire, stood up, and began to take off her clothes. Before the audience could react, she had already taken off her outer garment, trousers, and shoes and socks, leaving only her underwear. The next second, she leaped into the azure water like a fish. The waves quickly subsided, revealing only her agile figure beneath the surface. This time, her goal was clear. After taking several breaths, she surfaced for the fourth time, clutching a large, still struggling lobster. The lobster was almost as long as her arm, its shell a glossy, dark blue-black, and its size astonishing. The live stream was silent for 3 seconds, then the chat exploded. Holy crap! A giant lobster! Catching a lobster with bare hands? What kind of godlike skill is that? Wild Sister's underwater skills are outrageous. Yi Chanin, soaking wet, came ashore carrying her spoils. She walked to the fire, quickly prepared the lobsters with a sickle, skewered them on thin, hard wooden sticks, and grilled them over the fire. Soon, the shells turned red from the flames, and a delicious aroma seemed to waft through the screen. The sizzling sound of oil filled the live stream, and the golden red lobster meat made viewers salivate. The live chat instantly turned into a food channel. I can't take it anymore. Who can resist this? Wilderness survival has turned into a wild food live stream. The compressed biscuits in my hand suddenly don't taste so good anymore. As the lobster was almost cooked, Yi Chanin removed the coconut shell from the fire. The seawater inside had evaporated, leaving only a layer of grayish-white crystals at the bottom. She picked up a flattened piece of wood and carefully scraped away the particles. After adjusting the camera angle, she finally got a close-up shot. A small clump of rough white particles was gathered on the wood, with some grayish-black impurities mixed in. The live chat froze again, then exploded with comments. Salt? Is this salt? Sea salt. She boiled sea salt herself. Ancient salt-making method, my God. Who said it was pointless labor? Come out and show yourself. In the footage from the expert panel, Professor Zhang Jie stared at the handful of coarse salt, his mouth slightly agape, his expression frozen, unable to utter a word. Coach Chun, finally unable to suppress his laughter, coughed lightly and calmly said, just as I predicted, contestant Huang Te has mastered the ancient seawater salt-making method. Although this coarse salt contains impurities and is not suitable for consumption in large quantities, in dire circumstances, it can provide seasoning and some minerals, which is of great significance. The comments section immediately swayed towards Coach Chun. Coach Chen's prediction was spot on. That's what you call professional. Does Professor Zhang's face hurt? Coach Chen added, of course, coarse salt still needs to be used with caution. I believe Yi Chanin will know how to use it properly. As if to confirm his words, Yi Chanin took only a very small amount of coarse salt, sprinkled it evenly on the roasted lobster meat, and roasted it for a few more moments to let the salt penetrate. Then, she removed the lobster and opened a coconut. A sip of sweet coconut juice, a bite of savory and chewy grilled lobster meat. Yi Chanin ate without a care for appearances, leaving viewers in front of their screens wide-eyed. This is infuriating. Is this a survival ploy or a vacation? Instant noodles suddenly don't taste so good anymore. Sister Yi, could I have even one of your pliers? But Yi Chanin's satisfaction came from more than just a taste. After a few bites of shrimp, a familiar warmth spread from her stomach throughout her body, sweeping away her slight fatigue and invigorating her spirits. This lobster, like the shellfish from yesterday, indeed contains special energy that could enhance physical fitness. Without further ado, she devoured the entire lobster and drank every last drop of coconut juice. Afterward, she let out a satisfied burp, rubbed her stomach, and looked completely relaxed. But she didn't stop there. She picked up a freshly opened coconut shell, filled it with seawater, and put it back on the blazing fire, clearly intending to continue boiling it to stock up on some coarse salt. After finishing, the sun was blazing. Yi Chanin stretched, loosened her limbs, found a shady spot under a rock, sat down comfortably, and closed her eyes to rest. The viewers in the live stream had mixed feelings. While reminiscing about the tempting grilled lobster they had just eaten, they watched her relax leisurely and compared that to the other contestants struggling to survive. A sense of envy and absurdity welled up in their hearts at the same time. While others risked their lives, Sister Yi is on vacation eating seafood. Her quality of life is unmatched. Now I believe it. Sister Yi is a true master. The camera slowly pulls back, revealing azure sea and sky, reefs and shallow bays, bonfire smoke, and figures resting peacefully in the shade, all forming a tranquil scene completely different from the ominous reputation of Burial Island. A sea breeze swept by, ruffling the stray hairs damp with sweat on Yi Chanin's forehead. After 2 days of sunshine and sea breeze, her originally fair skin had a healthy honey hue, making her features appear even more defined. She rested against a rock with her eyes closed, the blue sea and sky and rough rocks behind her, radiating an unadorned vitality. In the live stream, some viewers dug up screenshots from Wild Wilderness as previous videos for comparison, and the barrage of comments immediately became lively. I used to think Yi Jie had the typical internet celebrity face, but now her bare face is absolutely stunning. Her aura, her features, I was really held back by beauty filters before. As expected, a true beauty can withstand the elements. About half an hour later, Yi Chanin opened her eyes and first looked at the seawater boiling over the fire. Another layer of coarse salt had formed at the bottom of the coconut shell, but it wasn't enough. She got up and scanned her surroundings, especially focusing on the calm, shallow water area. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, she walked towards the sea again. To replenish her food supply and for the national fortune settlement that evening, she took a deep breath and dived into the water like a fish. The live stream chat immediately erupted with excitement. Sister Yi is in the water. Catch more, and we'll treat you to a seafood feast tonight. I don't ask for much. Just one more lobster will do. But this hunt didn't go smoothly. She took several breaths and dived repeatedly, working for nearly half an hour, only to find a few small conches, 2 small crabs, and some seaweed, which she wrapped in leaves, a truly meager amount. Just as the audience was starting to feel disappointed, Yi Chanin dived back into the sea. A moment later, she burst out of the water, her right hand gripping a large blue lobster, no smaller than the one from before. The live chat exploded instantly. It's here. Lobsters again. We've got something to look forward to tonight. It's a sure thing. But the cheers didn't last more than a few seconds before several terrified comments suddenly appeared. Wait, what's that in the water behind Wild's sister? Something. So fast. A dark shadow is heading towards her. The camera zoomed in quickly. 20 meters behind Yi Chanin, a spindle-shaped black shadow was seen breaking through the water at high speed, its dorsal fin slicing through the surface, faintly showing black markings, and it was over 2 meters long. The expert team immediately intervened, and Coach Shin's tone was unusually urgent. It's a shark. It's very likely a mutated epaulet shark, extremely fast and aggressive. Player Yi Chanin is in danger. The livestream chat instantly erupted into chaos. Holy crap, a shark. Wild sister, get ashore quickly. They're getting closer and closer. Yi Chanin, seemingly sensing something amiss with the current behind her, didn't turn around. She burst into action, using one hand to paddle and her legs to kick wildly, desperately surging towards the shore. The lobster she was holding slipped from her grasp during the struggle, but she couldn't care less. Water splashed behind her, and the dorsal fin drew ever closer. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Just as the shark was about to bite, Yi Chanin gripped the rocks on the shore, used the momentum to leap up, half her body tumbling ashore, and then scrambling out of the water. Almost at the same moment, a huge mouth full of sharp teeth suddenly closed at the edge of the shallow water, splashing up a lot of water, but it missed its target. The shark thrashed about in the shallows, its cold eyes seemingly sweeping over Yi Chanin on the shore, before flicking its tail and disappearing into the deep water. Yi Chanin lay on the rocks, panting heavily, her heart pounding. A few seconds later, she struggled to sit up, looking at the now calm sea, her eyes still wary. She had observed this shallow area for 2 days, and there were no signs of large predators. The shark's appearance was too sudden. The viewers in the live stream were also still shaken. That was terrifying. Sister Yi reacted so quickly. She almost died. Wait, where's the lobster? It probably fell in while escaping. She's lucky to be alive. Yi Chanin glanced down at her empty hands, her brows furrowing slightly, but she quickly suppressed her frustration. She stared at the sea for a long time, making sure the shark hadn't returned, before deciding to end her shallow water hunt for the day. She wrapped the seafood she had collected earlier in leaves, then took the coconut shell from which she had boiled coarse salt and carefully stored the salt inside. Although the quantity was small, it at least laid the foundation for her salt reserves. After doing all that, her gaze turned to the towering rock face on one side of the U-shaped bay. The rock face was over 30 meters high, with jagged, uneven steps, some less than half a meter high and others 4 or 5 meters high, making it look extremely difficult to climb. The comments section immediately erupted in confusion. Why is Yi Jie looking at the rock face? Is she planning to climb it? That's high barehanded? Are you kidding me? Aren't there bird eggs up there? It's too dangerous, don't go. Yi Chanin did not hesitate. She put on her clothes, trousers, and shoes, tucked the sickle back into her waistband, and used a vine to sling the 3-meter-long spear diagonally behind her. Then she bundled up the coarse salt, coconut shells, intact coconuts, and 2 bundles of firewood together. Under the astonished gaze of countless onlookers, she walked to the base of the rock face, found a relatively feasible starting point, took a deep breath, and began to climb. Her movements were unpretentious, yet extremely efficient. Her fingers precisely gripped the crevices in the rock, her toes firmly planted on protrusions, her body pressed tightly against the rock face, moving little by little using her core strength. When she encountered high steps, she used her spear for support, aiding her in crossing them. She wasn't fast, but every step was incredibly steady. Viewers in the live stream were on the edge of their seats. She actually made it to the top. Was she a former rock climber? Just watching her makes my legs weak. She's amazing. Among the expert panel, a veteran rock climbing coach stared wide-eyed, explaining rapidly, "Incredible." Yi Chanin used highly professional free solo climbing techniques. Her balance control, tripod anchoring, and ability to find footholds are all top-notch. Especially her idea of using a spear as an auxiliary tool is ingenious. This is something no ordinary person could do. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Yi Chanin climbed safely to the top of the 30-meter-high rock face. A breathtaking view opened up before her. Instead of a sharp peak, there was a narrow, gently sloping stone path above the rock face. To her lower left, the U-shaped shallow water area she had just left now resembled a blue-green gem. So far away it made her dizzy. To the right of the stone path is a rocky slope that descends to a wide bay that was previously hidden by cliffs. The bay is irregularly circular, surrounded on 3 sides by towering cliffs covered with lush vegetation, the cliffs plunging straight into the sea. At the far end of the bay, on the shallows where the wave line meets the cliff, lies a huge, dilapidated wooden boat. The hull is severely tilted, with most of it submerged in the water, and the exposed part covered with barnacles and seaweed, looking ancient and eerie. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Some people shouted that a new map had been discovered. Some were eyeing the shipwreck and speculating whether there was treasure inside, while others thought it looked more like a monster's lair and urged Yi Chanin to go down and take a look. But Yi Chanin didn't move. She crouched low, almost pressed against the rock, only her eyes visible, silently observing the bay like a hunter. She didn't miss any movement on the water, on the beach, or around the wrecked ship. This segment lasted for 2 hours. Viewers went from excited to impatient, many questioning whether she was being overly cautious, and some even switched to other live streams. In the expert panel, Professor Zhang Jie wanted to criticize her for being too conservative several times, but remembering his previous experience of being proven wrong, he held back. Coach Chun, however, said in a deep voice, "In unfamiliar and dangerous environments, observation is the first priority for survival. Patience is sometimes more important than courage." Just as the atmosphere in the live stream was about to die down, Yi Chanin finally moved. But instead of going directly down to the mysterious bay, she moved laterally along the path at the top of the rock wall, arriving at the other end of the U-shaped rock wall. There, she found a slope made up of huge, jagged rocks. Although steep, the interlocking rocks provided footholds and leverage, making it much easier than a vertical rock face. Yi Chanin began her descent, still proceeding cautiously. Her 2 hours of waiting hadn't been in vain. Besides confirming that the wrecked ship in the distance was temporarily out of the question, she had also discovered that shark fins had reappeared in the shallow waters where she had previously encountered trouble, and more than one at that time. The sharks seemed to be drawn by something, lingering nearby. At the same time, the sea breeze carried a faint, rotten smell, different from the fishy smell of the sea, which set off alarm bells in her mind. This stench was the real reason she decided to investigate. The smell seemed to be coming from below the rocky slope. She endured the increasingly intense stench, skirting around several massive rocks. Ahead, waves crashed against the crevices of the rocks, and when she turned to look, the scene was chilling. More than a dozen sharks of varying sizes were anxiously circling in the shallow waters near the shore. They were clearly strongly attracted by what was on the shore, but were unable to actually rush up due to the reefs and the depth of the water. Yi Chanin held her breath and continued peering through the crack. The next moment, even her pupils contracted sharply. In the seawater between the rocks, half submerged, was the skeleton of a huge beast. The flesh had been almost completely devoured, with only scattered, broken fur clinging to the stark white skeleton. Its head was separated from its body, entwined with tough marine vines around the edge of the rocks. Even with only a fragmented skull remaining, the monster was still terrifying. Its 2.5-meter long, pale fangs gleamed coldly, enough to imagine how ferocious it must have been in life. Judging from the size of its skeleton, it was almost the size of a small car when it was alive. Even more astonishingly, a huge, dark blue crab claw lay scattered beside the skeleton. The claw's shell was thick and hard, yet it was pierced near the joint, the edges of the hole irregular, and its size remarkably matched the thickness of the beast's fangs. The live stream went silent for a moment, the chat seemingly frozen. A few seconds later, exclamations erupted. Some recognized the claw as resembling the one from the previous night's broadcast, while others speculated that it was a scene of mutual destruction between the behemoth and the crab. Coach Chin's voice rang out immediately, his tone grave. He judged that this was the brutal trace of the top food chain competition on Burial Bone Island. A fierce battle had broken out between the behemoth and the colossal crab. The behemoth's fangs had pierced the crab's claws, but the crab had likely ultimately killed it. The victor took the spoils, leaving only severed limbs and the enemy's remains, while the rotting flesh and blood attracted sharks. All the viewers immediately recalled the enormous shadows on the beach last night, and a chill crept up their spines. Yi Chanin, however, forced herself to remain calm. She stared sharply at the giant beast's skeleton and the broken pincers. The stench, flies, and putrid smell were nauseating, and the comments section was filled with urging her to leave quickly, but she seemed to have discovered something. Suddenly, she gently set the spear aside, took off her coat, tied the sleeve behind her head, and covered her mouth and nose. Then she drew a scythe from her waist, walked to the skeleton, and squatted down. To everyone's astonishment, she began to use the scythe to cut into the not yet completely rotted tendons and tough tissues on the skeleton. The blade scraped against bone and rotting flesh, producing a teeth-grinding sound. Startled, white maggots fell to the ground. The live stream chat erupted in chaos as viewers cried out that they couldn't take it anymore. But Yi Chanin remained unfazed, her movements as steady as if she were handling ordinary materials. Soon, she peeled off a grayish-white tendon about 3 meters long and as thick as a little finger. The thing was extremely tough, and its surface was covered with rotten matter. Yi Chanin carried the tendon and quickly walked to the rocks that the waves could reach, where she repeatedly washed it with seawater, removing any remaining soft tissue. As she focused on cleaning, she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye of something reflecting light in the shadow of the stranded, wrecked ship at the far end of the bay. She looked up sharply, her sharp gaze instantly locking onto that direction. From behind the wrecked hull, where the crabs had rolled over the rocks, a massive, dark blue figure slowly emerged. 8 long legs supported its tall torso, and its enormous pincers gleamed coldly in the dim light. It was a giant crab, even bigger than the one from the night before. Seemingly attracted by the noise and scent, it quickly changed direction and charged towards the beach where Yi Chanin was at a speed disproportionate to its size. The live stream chat exploded. A giant crab. It came out of the boat. It spotted Yi Jia. Run. Yi Chanin reacted even faster. Without time to thoroughly cleanse her tendons, she simply wrapped them several times around her waist, tied a tight knot, shoved the scythe behind her, grabbed the spear, and turned to run. She leaped and tumbled among the rocks, pushing her speed to the limit, but the giant crab was faster. Using all 8 legs, it charged and crashed, sending sand and stones flying, and the distance between them visibly shortened. The audience's hearts were in their throats, and the live chat was flooded with messages urging her to climb the slope. Yi Chanin rushed up the rocky slope, using the terrain to slow the giant crab down slightly. But the creature's climbing ability was astonishing, and its speed wasn't reduced by much. Reaching the top of the rock face, she saw a series of staggered steps ahead. Without hesitation, Yi Chanin gripped one end of the 3-meter-long spear with both hands and leaped down. The spearhead touched the ground, creating a fulcrum, and she slid down, dissipating most of the impact, landing lightly. But the next second, with a ripping sound, her coat was torn open by the edge of a pincer. A chilling gust of wind brushed against the back of her neck, sending a shiver down her spine. Looking back, she saw the crab had already reached the edge of the platform, its pincers snapping angrily with a piercing, clucking sound, but it seemed wary of the height and did not jump down with her. Without pausing, Yi Chanin continued to use the spear to dissipate her momentum, leaping down the rock steps one by one. In just half a minute, she returned to the ground from the nearly 30-meter-high rock face like an ibex. The crab could only stick half its body out, watching its target disappear into the distance, and roared angrily. Yi Chanin didn't even turn her head, immediately rushing to the place where supplies were stored, dragging seafood, 2 bundles of firewood, as well as salt and coconuts, straight to the cliff cave. Only after she managed to grab the dangling vine again and nimbly slide into the narrow opening did she lean against the rock wall, panting heavily, her forehead covered in cold sweat. The viewers in the live stream finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. Dodging the pincers at the end was so close. The spear did a fantastic job. Wild Sister's performance is something to brag about for a year. Outside the cave, darkness fell rapidly, and thick clouds drew closer. Yi Chanin touched the rough, tough beast tendon at her waist, which smelled of the sea, and looked out into the pitch-black darkness, the fear in her eyes gradually turning into a cold, sharp intensity. Inside the cave, the firelight flickered. Yi Chanin caught her breath and untied the grayish-white tendon. The live chat was immediately drawn to this trophy. Most people were complaining that it was disgusting, while others guessed that she never did anything that didn't make a profit. Coach Chin's comment floated by at the opportune moment. I believe in Aranoia. She never does anything meaningless. Yi Chanin carefully examined the tendons. This thing was taken from the spine of a giant beast. Even after simple cleaning, it remained rough, yet exceptionally strong and resilient, unable to break even when pulled forcefully, its elasticity even rivaling that of modern synthetic fiber ropes. This was precisely what she had brought back from her adventure. Excellent material for making bowstrings and perhaps other uses as well. However, the lingering smell of decay was a concern. She scraped off the last remnants and threw them off the cliff, then looked up to examine the cave walls. The faint watermarks indicated that if the storm had intensified, rainwater could have been forced in by the strong winds, soaking the cave interior. Dark clouds hung low outside the cave, and thunder rumbled faintly. Yi Chanin quickly assessed the situation. The cave entrance needed to be reinforced, and the odor needed to be washed away as soon as possible. She grabbed the rope again and climbed back up the cliff. The wind had picked up, and the sound of the waves grew louder. She went down to the beach and, using the surging waves, carefully washed away any lingering smell from her hands, face, neck, and clothes. The icy seawater invigorated her. After washing, she began collecting suitable stones, wove a simple net from spare vines, put the stones inside, and then used a rope to hoist them to the outside of the cave platform before dragging them into the cave. She carried the loads back and forth. The viewers in the live stream, watching her busy herself in the dim light, were full of questions. What is Sister Yi doing? A storm is coming. Why aren't you taking shelter? You just escaped death, and now you're doing heavy work? Among the expert panel, Professor Zhang Jia immediately spoke up. It's obvious that contestant number 4 is aware of the threat posed by the crab below. She's moving rocks to stockpile ammunition. If anything climbs up from the bottom of the cliff, these rocks will be her defensive weapons. He spoke with absolute certainty, as if he had seen through everything. Instructor Chun shook his head slightly. Professor Zhang's speculation is reasonable, but judging from Yi Chanin's behavior pattern, she often has a more direct and long-term purpose in doing things. Moving so many stones is more likely to be for the physical reinforcement and renovation of the shelter. Everyone pay attention to the sky and wind direction. As if confirming Coach Chin's judgment, Yi Chanin immediately began reinforcing the shelter inside the cave after moving enough stones. She first covered the wide, drafty opening on the right with layers of stones of varying sizes, leaving only a 1-meter-wide opening on the left that required bending over to enter. This significantly improved the cave's airtightness and insulation. The live-stream viewers instantly realized, so it's fortifying the shelter. Coach Chun is amazing. With this stone wall, the sense of security is instantly maximized. Just then, the long-brewing storm finally crashed down. Raindrops the size of soybeans were whipped against the rock walls by the gale. Lightning flashed in the distance, and the dark sea was illuminated by silver light, churning endlessly. Outside, the wind howled almost louder than thunder, but inside, thanks to the newly built stone walls, only a small amount of slanting rain drifted in. The campfire continued to burn steadily, keeping the damp chill out. Yi Chanin also took the opportunity to stick a few empty coconut shells out of the cave entrance to collect some clear rainwater. Outside, it was like the end of the world, but inside there was a warm fire, a stark contrast that made the audience exclaim, "This shelter is amazing." At the height of the storm, she processed a few small clams, roasted them, and barely managed to stave off hunger. Then, she did something that surprised everyone. She brought up the live stream interface that would be available for the next 48 hours and took out a bag of leaves. Inside were more than 20 kinds of plant samples, including leaves, bark, fruits, and root fragments. Yi Chanin held each item up to the camera, pausing for about 10 seconds on each, her expression calm, as if waiting to be recorded. The viewers in the live chat were initially puzzled, but soon someone realized she was using the viewport to ask for help. Various speculations instantly flooded the screen. Some said it looked like a medicinal herb, others warned that it might be poisonous, and some agricultural students even identified it as a possible insect repellent plant. Information was chaotic, but the expert team's meeting room was already brightly lit. Director Chun immediately ordered, "Plant group, biology group, record and analyze everything." She's using her last window of opportunity to seek support. Act quickly. In a video, Yi Chanin repeatedly showed more than 20 samples twice to make sure that the outside world could see them clearly. Then she picked up a sickle and carved 4 words on the inside of the stone wall facing the cave entrance. "Tomorrow night, 1 minute." Everyone instantly understood that she planned to use her 1-minute call opportunity, which only came once every 10 days, the following night. And what she needed most was most likely detailed information about these plants. After finishing carving, Yi Chanin didn't stop. She then sketched lines on the adjacent stone wall. Soon, a simple map appeared, a winding coastline, a U-shaped shallow water area, towering rock walls, and a wrecked ship marked with a prominent circle. The expert team immediately recorded and analyzed the data. Director Chun determined that the wrecked ship was most likely related to a giant crab's nest, and the other symbols might represent resource points or dangerous areas. The geography team then followed up. After doing all this, Yi Chanin finally seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and immediately closed the live stream. She couldn't communicate with the chat, and her voice was also blocked by the system. This was the only way to transmit information one way. The wind and rain outside were still raging, so she turned her attention back to the giant tendon. She held the tendon close to the campfire, carefully roasting it to evaporate the moisture, allowing it to continue to shrink, tighten, and dry. This process cannot be rushed. If the heat is not controlled properly, it will burn and the toughness will be ruined. Just as she was focused on processing it, the Daily National Fortune Settlement screen popped up on time, and the live broadcast room immediately became lively. The audience speculated about what she would submit today. Some were eyeing the coconut, Some guess that the tendon might be rated as a valuable item by the system, and others worry that she would lose points. Without hesitation, Yi Chanin selected 3 small conches and 3 small red shells from the leaf bag and submitted them. A system notification immediately appeared. Dragon Kingdom contestant number 4, Yi Chanin, submitted 3 ordinary conches and 3 red shells, triggering a 1,000-fold return. 3,000 conches and 3,000 redstone shells were randomly obtained within the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Chanin gained 30 points of national fortune, bringing her current total to 340 points. Her global ranking awaits final settlement. The online comments were mixed. Some complained about the amount, mocking her for being stingy. Others defended her, arguing that she herself didn't have much food and that consistently submitting supplies was already commendable. Shortly after, another global mandatory announcement popped up. Top 10 ranking of national transport supplies returned the next day. First place went to Alyssa Stone, contestant number 1 from the United States. She submitted 5 kilograms of level 1 high energy ore, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Her country received 5,000 kilograms of level 1 high energy ore, and her score increased by 1,500 points, bringing her total score to 2,700. The chat was instantly flooded with messages from the United States viewers, all cheering that Stone had discovered the mineral vein and mocking the Chinese nation for still being stuck collecting seashells. Second place, Natasha Ivanova, number 1 from the Northern Bear Kingdom, submitted 1 snowfield yak, triggering an 800x return. Third place, Victoria Green, number 2 from the Sunset Kingdom, submitted 2 kilograms of level 1 high energy ore, triggering a 600x return. The energy density of first-grade high energy ore is 10,000 times that of ordinary coal, and it also has thermal properties, making it a top-tier strategic resource for resisting cold waves. As soon as the expert's explanation came out, the live broadcast room exploded with comments. The U.S. continued to dominate the charts with its high-energy minerals, leaving Chinese viewers with mixed feelings as they watched Yi Chanin's submission of seafood. Some were envious, some disappointed, while others reminded everyone not to worry, as China still had Wang Chunmei and Qin Hongxiu. Soon, good news indeed came from the live stream. Wang Chunmei, contestant number 3 from the Dragon Kingdom, successfully submitted a Tier 1 magical beast, Comatose Flame Leopard, triggering a 1,000x return, gained 1,500 national fortune points. Current ranking, 59th globally. The live chat exploded with comments, everyone shouting, "Sister Chunmei is awesome." But the next second, everyone realized that 1,000 unconscious flame leopards had descended upon the Dragon Kingdom, posing an equally great danger. A nationwide emergency announcement was immediately issued. 1,000 unconscious flame leopards have randomly descended, posing a high level of danger. The public is urged to stay away from these unknown beasts. Armed forces have been deployed to handle the situation. Other countries seized the opportunity to mock and ridicule, saying that China wasn't satisfied with the cold wave and was deliberately adding fuel to the fire. Just then, even worse news arrived. China's number 1 contestant, Qin Hongxiu, was ambushed by a Japan contestant today. Although she escaped unharmed, she was severely injured and has received emergency medication. Her condition is currently extremely poor. She is in hiding and no supplies have been submitted today. The Chinese audience was furious, the chat filled with condemnations of the Japanese nation's despicable behavior, only to be met with more gloating laughter. This chaotic information, however, did not truly affect Yi Chanin inside the cave. She simply quietly tended the campfire, continuing to roast the giant beast's tendons. It wasn't until she pulled up the global top 100 list that her gaze slowly settled on numbers 78, 79, and 80. 78th, Australia, submitted a large lobster, points plus 400. 79th place, Maple Leaf Country, submitted 1 large lobster, points plus 400. 80th place, Kangaroo Country, submitted 1 large lobster, point plus 400. 3 contestants from different countries submitted the same large lobster on the same day. Yi Chanin narrowed her eyes slightly, the firelight flickering in her eyes. It seems she's not alone on this dangerous coastline. Her so-called neighbors are probably not far away, also struggling to survive and hunt amidst the waves and jungle. She withdrew her gaze, rolled up the dried tendons, and placed them in a dry spot. Outside the cave, the rain roared, but inside the stone walls, it was temporarily warm and safe. She needed to rest. Tomorrow, she would have another minute of crucial information. And those 3 large lobsters lined up next to each other on the list were like a silent reminder. The night was still deep, and the wind and rain had not stopped. Outside the cave, the wind and rain raged like the roar of an angry beast, but Yi Chanin was awakened by a chilling cold. She instinctively curled up and grabbed the clothes that had been warming by the fire to put on. The embers in the fire were still glowing red, and she judged that she had only slept for 2 or 3 hours. Viewers who had stayed up all night watching the live stream immediately noticed she was awake and speculated whether she had been woken by the cold. Yi Chanin first moved to the cave entrance, wanting to observe the beach below, but it was pitch black outside. The rain obscured everything. She retreated and added a few more thin pieces of firewood, and the fire reignited. The damp chill still seeped into her bones, causing her to sneeze involuntarily. Yi Chanin frowned. This chill was strange. She quickly realized that the warmth and strength she had felt after eating the lobster during the day had vanished. Like a battery that had run out, she had returned to normal. Yesterday, the effects of the giant clam meat lasted about 8 or 9 hours, and today the lobster was similar. This means that the benefits from these special foods only last 8 to 10 hours. It seems that only basic repair effects, such as accelerated wound healing, can truly be maintained long-term. No wonder the surviving contestants have become physically stronger, but none have turned into superhumans. Yi Chanin was puzzled. If that was the case, what exactly was the permanent buff the system mentioned? Was it just another way to trigger it under the constraints of the rules? But for her, this was actually fair. Temporary buffs would disappear, but the skills she had trained herself wouldn't. External cheats might fail, but skills ingrained in her bones wouldn't. Just as she was sorting out her thoughts, a faint blue system interface, visible only to her, suddenly unfolded in the center of her field of vision. Detection. Host has reached the long threshold for accumulating temporary abilities through consuming superpowered food. Host's basic physical attributes are permanently and slightly increased, approximately plus 120 units of standard value. Reward. Choose one basic skill attribute and upgrade it to level 1. Optional attributes: swimming, water ability, cold resistance, basic stamina, crafting, wilderness cooking, rock climbing, basic perception. Yi Chanin sipiritsviftet. It turned out there was more to it than just a lack of permanent buffs. The conditions and timing weren't right yet. Her personal system had finally given feedback. She quickly scanned the options. At this moment, the words cold resistance seemed particularly tempting. Without any hesitation, she confirmed it directly with her mind. Selection confirmed, cold resistance. Upgrading, name, Yi Chanin, overall physical fitness, 121 thousandths, level 1. Resistance, cold resistance level 1. The next second, a warm current surged from the depths of his limbs and bones, seeping into his muscles, bones, and skin. The lingering damp coldness receded like the tide. Instead, a stable warmth emanates from within, as if the body has automatically activated a low-power thermostat. Upgrade successful. Cold resistance attribute has reached level 1. Effect. Under the same low-temperature environment, energy consumption is reduced by approximately 15%. The risk of frostbite is significantly decreased, and the discomfort from the cold is greatly reduced. Yi Chanin flexed her fingers, then felt the cold air inside the cave, a flicker of surprise finally appearing in her eyes. It was actually true, and it really worked. Realizing this, the tension that had been building in Yi Chanin's heart finally eased a little. In a desperate situation, having this advantage was like having another way out. A slight smile played at the corners of her lips, a barely perceptible glint of amusement in her eyes. A bolder, more daring plan was slowly taking shape in her mind. But the viewers in the live stream only saw her tremble, sneeze, and add fuel to the fire before suddenly stopping, a look on her face that was both dazed and sinister. The chat erupted in panic. Oh no, has Yi Jie gone mad from the cold? A sign of hypothermia? Expert team, quickly check her mental state. Coach Chun, who had been woken up overnight, appeared with dark circles under his eyes. He stared at the screen for a long time and hesitated before saying, "It doesn't seem like simple pain. It's more like she suddenly realized something. But the environment is too harsh, so we need to continue to observe her." Professor Zhang also rushed over to add to the discussion, saying that extreme cold and stress could indeed cause temporary hyperactivity, and suggested that she immediately replenish her energy with high-calorie foods to maintain her core body temperature. Just as everyone was discussing this, Yi Chanin moved. She picked up a sickle, walked to the last coconut, and chopped it open in a few strokes. The audience thought she was going to drink the coconut juice, but she only took a few sips. The next second, she coiled the roasted giant beast tendon into a circle and stuffed it directly into the coconut shell, which still contained more than half a coconut juice, and started soaking it. The live stream chat exploded. "What are you doing, wild sister? Using such good coconut juice to soak that thing? Oh no, am I hallucinating?" Instructor Chun was also stunned and could only offer a weak explanation. Perhaps it's some kind of material processing method. There might be components in coconut juice that can soften tendons. Let's continue to observe. Professor Zhang, however, shook his head directly. Coconut juice is extremely precious now. Using it to treat unidentified biological tissues is a serious misjudgment of resources unless we have absolute certainty. Yi Chanin completely ignored the doubts from the outside world. She placed the coconut shell with the tendons soaking in it near the fire, and then completely covered the campfire with sand to ensure that no embers or smoke remained. Afterward, she began to take off her clothes, pants, and boots until she was left only in her underwear. The livestream audience gasped again. Again? Is she going to go into the water again? Going out naked in this weather? Is she crazy? Yi Chanin poked her head out, climbed onto the platform at the cave entrance, letting the cold rain and wind soak her hair and back. She lay there, her eyes like an eagle's, fixed on the dark beach below. The viewers in the live chat were frantically urging her to go back, but she remained motionless, as if she had become one with the cliff. Occasionally, lightning would cleave the night sky, illuminating her tightly pursed lips and her extremely focused profile. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour passed. She barely moved. The audience went from anxious to confused, and finally only felt a deep unease. Suddenly, an exceptionally blinding bolt of lightning tore through the sky. In that brief flash of white light, everyone saw it. On the slippery, wet beach after the tide receded, several enormous, chillingly dark blue silhouettes were rapidly climbing ashore with the waves. They turned, their long legs carrying them silently towards the edge of the dark jungle. It was the giant crabs. Taking advantage of the torrential rain and rising tide, they had come ashore from the sea. The livestream chat was instantly flooded with comments like, "The giant crabs are back. They've entered the forest. Is this what Wild Sister was waiting for?" Before the audience could process what had happened, Yi Chanin, who was lying at the cave entrance, suddenly froze. The next second, she rolled back into the cave at a blurry speed, bringing with her a body full of icy rainwater. Without bothering to wipe it away, she immediately grabbed the coconut shell, which was full of rainwater, and poured all the water onto the buried ashes of the fire. With a hiss, the last bit of residual heat and any lingering smell were completely extinguished. Immediately afterward, she darted like a shadow to the deepest part of the cave, pressed her back against the cold rock wall, curled up, held her breath, and even her eyelids seemed to stop blinking. Everything happened too fast, and the live stream was plunged into near absolute darkness. Occasionally, flashes of lightning would appear, illuminating only the empty cave entrance and a frozen figure in the corner. A few cautious comments popped up in the live chat. What happened? What did she see? Suddenly I'm so scared. The cave was deathly silent, with only the roar of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning outside. About half a minute later, a dull tremor came from afar. Thump, like footsteps echoing from the depths of the earth. Then, several more thumps. The tremors grew clearer and closer. The entire live stream began to shake slightly, and loose rocks tumbled down the cliff, the sounds amplified infinitely by the microphone. The live chat fell completely silent. Not even a question mark dared to be posted. The hearts of every viewer seemed to be pounding under the weight of that terrifying rhythm. In the expert panel, Director Chun and Professor Zhang sat bolt upright, their eyes glued to the black main screen, their Adam's apples bobbing, but they couldn't utter a single word. The entire studio was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. A deafening, heavy boom echoed from below the cliff, causing the live stream to shake violently. Simultaneously, a massive bolt of lightning tore through the clouds, illuminating the world in a blinding white light. In that brief instant, all viewers, through the perspective of Yi Chanin's cave, witnessed an unforgettable scene. Not far outside the cave, an unimaginably enormous humanoid silhouette was slowly walking past with heavy steps. Its height even exceeded that of the cliff where Yi Chanin was. Skin as rough as rock, limbs large and blurry, appeared for only a moment in the lightning. After the light faded, the world was once again swallowed by darkness and wind. But the rhythmic thump-thump of footsteps continued, shaking the earth, before gradually fading away and disappearing into the wind, rain, and deep jungle. The live stream was silent for about 10 seconds before a few trembling comments finally appeared. What was that just now? A giant? It came up from a sea? A deep-sea giant. There are things like that on this island. Sister Yi, are you okay? Move a little. In the footage of the expert team, Director Chen's face was pale, and Professor Zhang's water glass was trembling, and he didn't even notice the water spilling. The two looked at each other, and both saw shock and fear in each other's eyes. Faced with that colossal shadow that defied common sense, all theories and experience paled in comparison. Coach Chun remained silent for a long time before finally speaking with difficulty, saying that the difficulty of this wilderness survival challenge far exceeded that of previous years. The live stream chat was immediately filled with curses. This is an all-female survival challenge. How is it harder than an all-male one? Is this advanced civilization trying to kill people? Just as everyone was still immersed in fear, Yi Chanin moved in the dark main screen. She slowly crawled out of the cave, grabbed the dangling vines, and lightly hoisted herself into the air, turning to look in the direction the giant had left. Another flash of lightning illuminated the scene. The audience could once again clearly see the distant coastline. 3 enormous, towering black figures, one in front and 2 behind, were trudging heavily into the dense primeval jungle. Wherever they passed, trees fell to either side like grass. Yi Chanin then realized that the trampling marks she had seen in the jungle were actually left by these deep-sea giants. The screen exploded with comments. They really are giants. They've gone into the jungle. Sister Yi, go back quickly, stop looking. Yi Chanin quickly swung back to the platform and retreated back into the cave. Lightning occasionally illuminated her figure as she shook off the rain from her hair and clothes and groped her way to put them on. She didn't try to start a fire again. Instead, she returned to the deepest part of the cave, leaned against the rock wall, hugged her knees, and buried her face in her arms. Outside, a storm raged. Inside, all was silent. Only the frantically increasing number of viewers in the live stream and the buzzing social media proved what had happened in those few minutes. That night, no one was destined to sleep. Yi Chanin barely closed her eyes either. She huddled in the deepest part of the cave, her back against the rock wall, facing the entrance, her eyes constantly open in the darkness, like a predator lurking in the shadows. Based on her biological clock, she judged that in about 8 hours, those terrifying figures would begin to return one after another. As the sky turned a murky gray, a colossal shadow rode the waves. In the dim morning light, Yi Chanin could clearly see a deep-sea giant dragging the carcass of a behemoth almost as large as itself as it slowly entered the churning sea. The giant beast's limbs dragged weakly across the beach, carving a deep furrow that was quickly smoothed over by the rising tide. As dawn broke, the storm did not cease, but its fury from the previous night transformed into a dense, continuous downpour. Yi Chanin finally got up and relit the campfire. The flames licked the damp firewood, crackling as they went. Then, she carved the 3rd line on the vertical line representing the dates on the stone wall, and solemnly drew a small arrow at the bottom. After doing all that, she could no longer hold on and leaned against the rock wall, almost instantly falling into a deep sleep. The viewers in the live stream watched the exhausted, curled-up figure by the firelight, speechless for a long time. For hours later, Yi Chanin slowly woke up. She glanced at the campfire, judging the length of her sleep by the intensity of the flames, and found that her body had mostly recovered. Outside the cave, the rain continued, though not as fierce as the previous night. Judging by the thickness of the clouds, the rain would likely last a long time. She first took out the giant beast tendon that had been soaked in coconut milk overnight and then partially roasted. Now the tendon was a darker color and firmer. The coconut milk had softened the fibers, making it easier to process later. She wrung out the tendons and hung them back by the fire to slowly bake and shape them. Then she picked up 2 coconut shells filled with rainwater, boiled one over the fire, and took a sip of the other to soothe her throat. Afterward, she used the coarse sea salt she had prepared the day before to wash her face and rinse her mouth, and then rubbed her teeth with her fingers dipped in salt. The series of actions involving the giant beast's fangs immediately sparked a flood of comments in the live stream. Viewers watched Yi Chanin boil rainwater for washing and brushing her teeth, exclaiming how extravagant it was. Some criticized her for engaging in oral hygiene while surviving in the wilderness, while others immediately retorted that this was true hygiene, otherwise toothaches would be even more unbearable. Soon, the topic shifted back to the giant beast's tendon. The expert team's footage switched in, and Instructor Chun, as if he had been prepared, adjusted his collar and confidently concluded that the tendon was likely a top-grade material for making bowstrings. He explained that using animal sinew as the string and hardwood as the bow is one of the most classic structures in the history of human weaponry. Yi Chanin's next goal is likely to be to forge a bow and arrow with long-range killing power. The live chat exploded with comments, some exclaiming that she could even make a bow, while others joked that Coach Shun was praising Yi Chanin again. Professor Zhang, however, was unconvinced, arguing that while bows had historical significance, they were ultimately just primitive, low-cost weapons. Before he could finish speaking, he was attacked by a barrage of comments. Viewers dug up his past misjudgments, from spears to boiling seawater to make salt, leaving him speechless with their criticisms. While the live stream was buzzing with excitement, Yi Chanin had already begun her operation. She took off her coat, pants, and shoes, clearly not wanting to get soaked in the downpour and then have to dry them again. Then, she secured herself with a rope, tucked her sickle in her waistband, slung a 3-meter-long spear over her shoulder, and climbed the rope to the top of the cliff, quickly disappearing into the thick rain. The rain was heavy, but her resistance to the cold meant she didn't feel any significant hypothermia. The rain felt cool on her skin, no longer biting. She first searched northward along the beach. The downpour had swept many deep-sea creatures to the shallows, and her wicker basket was quickly filled with 3 fire-pattern conches, as well as small seashells, stone crabs, and hermit crabs. These items didn't have much meat, but they were enough to supplement their diet. The viewers in the live stream were drooling, saying that this was practically Yi Chanin's private vegetable market, and some even hoped for another round of meat tonight. Passing by the coconut trees, Yi Chanin temporarily put down her harvest. The audience all assumed she was going to climb the trees to pick coconuts, since the coconuts hadn't been restocked for 3 days. But she only glanced at the rain-soaked trunks before turning and leaving. Everyone then realized that climbing coconut trees in the downpour was too dangerous, and she had no intention of taking the risk. Then, Yi Chanin didn't go to the shallow water or catch lobsters, but went straight to the towering cliff. She had climbed there twice before. It was the path leading to another bay. The chat immediately tensed up. Some warned of the presence of a cancer, while others worried about the dangers of rock climbing in the rain. A slip on the wet rock face could have disastrous consequences. However, Yi Chanin was even faster than yesterday. She clung to the crevices like a gecko, her toes firmly planted on the protrusions, her spear occasionally serving as a fulcrum, and in less than 10 minutes, she had climbed to the top of the rock. She didn't linger or lie down to observe. Instead, she traversed the narrow path and descended the slope rapidly, her destination clear, the rocky area where the giant beast's skeleton lay hidden. The audience then realized she had returned to the same dangerous area from yesterday. They were simultaneously worried that the giant crab in the wrecked ship might suddenly appear, yet dared not look away. After rounding the reef, the giant beast skeleton and the enormous crab claw were gone, likely swept away by the waves during last night's high tide. Only the grotesque skull remained, still entangled in resilient sea vines and wedged in a crevice in the reef. Yi Chanin glanced at the stranded, wrecked ship in the rain from afar, and after confirming that there was nothing amiss, she immediately squatted down, drew her sickle, and began to cut into the skull that was larger than her. The viewers in the live chat quickly guessed her purpose. She didn't want to move the skull, but rather to remove the 2 fangs that were more than half a meter long. Instructor Chun immediately explained, pointing out that Yi Chanin's blade was angled directly at the base of the fangs. The fangs of this behemoth are extremely dense, with a texture close to high-quality stone or even low-grade metal, and are naturally sharp. With a little trimming, they can be made into melee weapons, spearheads, or short knives. Towards the end, he even cracked a rare joke, saying that maybe it could be made into chopsticks to pick up lobsters. The live stream chat erupted in laughter, but many more people stared at the two fangs, feeling an instant surge of security. Soon, the first fang was completely removed. Rainwater washed over the gleaming white surface of the tooth, its sharp tip gleaming coldly, as if it could cut through even the raindrops. Yi Chanin moved quickly, but remained vigilant throughout, paying half her attention to her surroundings, especially the wrecked ship shrouded in the rain. Fortunately, things went exceptionally smoothly today, and the second fang was quickly removed. The wrecked ship remained completely still, like a silent pile of rotten wood beneath the sea cliff. Yi Chanin quickly used vines to tie the two curved, sharp, and cold-gleaming giant beast fangs together and drag them away. Chapter 21. When descending the steps, Yi Chanin still used the same, wild-style rapid descent method as yesterday. She first threw down the fangs, figuring they wouldn't break. Then she planted the spear in the ground, gripped the shaft with both hands, and slid down, landing and rolling to dissipate the force. She then got up, dragging the fangs along with her, and continued running. The live stream chat exploded instantly, with viewers exclaiming that the action was so smooth, and it was a shame she wasn't making action movies. After landing, she picked up the basket of seafood under the coconut tree, dragging the fangs in one hand and carrying the basket in the other, and hurried back to the cliff in the rain. Rainwater slid down her back, but no one cared about that at the moment. Everyone's attention was completely drawn to those two terrifying fangs, each longer than her arm. Back on the cliff, she climbed down the rope into the cave. The first thing she did upon entering was to pick up the cooled coconut shells filled with rainwater and gulp down half of them. Apart from a few sips of water to wash up, she barely ate anything today, and after 6 or 7 hours of intense work in the rain, even with her strong physique, she was already exhausted. After drinking the water, she changed into dry clothes, quickly prepared the 2 large conch shells, and put them on the fire to roast. She poured the remaining shellfish and small crabs into a coconut shell filled with boiling water, then covered it with half a coconut shell as a lid. The campfire flickered, and the conch meat quickly curled up, releasing its juices and filling the air with a fragrant aroma. The coconut shell pot simmered and bubbled, the sound of the shells opening being crisp and pleasant. The live stream turned into a food extravaganza, with viewers expressing their hunger and feeling sorry for her for not having eaten all day. Some even joked about bringing red wine to go with the conch. Yi Chanin used a sharpened wooden stick to pry out the steaming hot conch meat, dipped it in some homemade coarse salt, and took a big bite. A familiar, faint warmth immediately spread from my stomach. Her eyes brightened slightly. The fire-patterned conch did indeed possess that temporary buffing energy, its effect similar to the previous giant sea clam and lobster. This sea area was far more fertile than she had imagined. Outside the cave, the rain poured down, but inside, the firelight provided warmth. Hundreds of thousands of spectators watched as she ate the conch shells one bite at a time, and then used twigs and chopsticks to scoop clam meat from a coconut shell pot. Some people say that watching her eat gives them a strange sense of security, because everyone feels that even if the sky were to fall, she would definitely find a way to survive. Yi Chanin couldn't see the comments on the screen, so she quietly finished her dinner. She devoured 2 fire-patterned conches and dozens of small shellfish and crabs in no time. She put down her simple chopsticks, leaned against the warm rock wall, and let out a comfortable breath. Her limbs felt like they were soaking in a hot spring, the warmth stronger than ever before. The combined energy of the 2 fire-patterned conches seemed to brutally crush every inch of sore muscle, every minor strain, and every tired nerve. The damage caused by rock climbing, dragging fangs, and traversing reefs during the day was being rapidly repaired. She tilted her head back and stretched her arms to loosen her stiff shoulders and back. The comment section joked that she could start a fitness tutorial, provided she was chased by a shark and a crab before jumping off a 30-meter cliff. After resting for a while, Yi Chanin removed the giant beast tendon that had been roasted and soaked in coconut milk. By now, the tendons had faded from grayish-white to a glossy light amber color, and were incredibly resilient. She whittled a smooth, hard wooden stick and, like rolling dough, rhythmically tapped and rolled it on the flat stone slab. Thump, thump, thump. The sound is stable and the force is even. The comment section was flooded with speculation that she was kneading dough, making beef balls, or even performing a ritual on the tendons. Coach Chun explained that this was likely a technique called awakening the tendons in ancient string making, where the tendons are broken down by pounding to make them more flexible and easier to stretch and shape. Professor Zhang, unusually, did not refute the argument, only muttering that the tools were too rudimentary. After tapping it, Yi Chanin put the tendon back into the remaining coconut juice to soak and then pushed it to the fire to keep it warm. Then, she finally picked up a giant beast fang that was more than half a meter long and gleamed with a cold, menacing light. The live stream went silent instantly, and even the chat quieted down. Everyone stared wide-eyed, waiting to see what she would do next. Yi Chanin weighed the fangs in her hand and found them to be heavier than they looked. She carefully examined their curvature, naturally sharp edges, and the direction suitable for processing. A moment later, she suddenly raised her hand. "Take it." The sharp tips of the fangs pierced the rock wall, sending stone chips flying. A half-inch deep indentation was carved into the hard, weathered rock. The live stream exploded on the spot, with viewers exclaiming that the hardness was like that of a jackhammer reincarnated, and some even shouting in panic not to demolish the hole, because it was a load-bearing wall. Yi Chanin pulled out the fang, looked at the pit in the rock wall, and then looked at the tip of the fang. It was completely intact, without even a white mark. Chapter 22. Yi Chanin's smile quickly faded as she raised a hint of satisfaction. She picked up the sickle, intending to trim the base of the fangs, carving out grooves for easy gripping or binding. Sizzle. The blade grazed the fangs, emitting a piercing shriek. The fangs were unharmed, but a small nick the size of a grain of rice appeared on the rusty sickle. Yi Chanin poset, head burais furuing. She changed angles twice, reducing the force as she continued scraping, but with a crack, another small piece of the sickle broke off. The comment section erupted in laughter. Wild sister got her comeuppance. Scythe, goodbye, I can't take this job. Fangs, you think you're worthy to chop me up? A major blunder. Yi Chanin stopped immediately. She dared not try again. This broken sickle was her only cutting tool at the moment. If she really broke it, she would have no one to blame but herself. But the fangs are unusable if left untreated. They are a half-meter-long natural weapon with a sharp tip, but a thick and irregular base that slips in the hand, let alone being tied to a wooden pole as a spearhead. She stared at the fangs in silence for a moment. Professor Zhang spoke calmly. The bone density and hardness of the beasts in the great wilderness far exceed that of conventional metals. Without industrial equipment, it is almost impossible to shape them by hand. This move by Huang Te has indeed led them into a dead end. Some viewers expressed regret, while others offered suggestions. What a waste of a potential weapon. Even if it's not made into a weapon, it can be used as a trap. Bury it in the ground and use it as an awl. Even a cancer would twist its ankle. If all else fails, just keep it as a collectible. Whether provoked by the collectible or simply annoyed by its bulk, Yi Chanin raised her hand and threw the fangs directly into the fire. The chat exploded again. Burned it. If you can't beat it, destroy it. Typical you. You worked so hard to carry it back, only to use it as firewood. The biggest spendthrift in the great wilderness. The fangs lay in the flames, neither smoking nor burning, like a stubborn bone. Yi Chanin ignored them, simply adjusting her posture and regaining her composure. Then, under the watchful eyes of hundreds of thousands of viewers, she opened the National Fortune System interface and clicked on the only one time, 1-minute two-way video call permission within 10 days, 01 remaining. The live broadcast room fell silent instantly. In the expert team's studio, the technical staff were already prepared. Coach Chun straightened his collar and hair, took a deep breath, and gave the camera an OK sign. The call was connected, and the countdown timer reached 0. Call connected, 60 seconds remaining. On the large screen in front of Instructor Chun was the analysis of 21 vegetation samples compiled by the expert team over 20 hours. The illustrations and text were excellent, with clear attribute labels. Coach Chun had barely opened his mouth when he spoke rapidly. The giant mushroom tree. Don't speak. Yi Chanin's voice traveled through the phone call into the studio and into the ears of all the viewers. Her voice was deep and steady, without any extra fluctuations, like a cold lake in late autumn, or like a blade before it is drawn from its sheath. Coach Chin's mouth was half open, but he couldn't finish the last word. The live chat exploded instantly. Wild Sister spoke. Is this her real voice? Cold and a little hoarse. So cool. Coach Chin really shut up. Coach Chen did indeed shut up. He silently moved the microphone a few inches away, leaving the entire screen to the constantly scrolling list of vegetation. Yi Chanin's gaze was like that of an eagle locking onto its prey, scanning frame by frame the pictures, texts, and annotations. The fruit of the large fungus tree contains trace amounts of stimulants that can relieve mental fatigue, but excessive use can cause hallucinations. Its bark fibers can be used to make rope. The blood vein vine has highly poisonous sap. Contact with skin will cause ulceration. Three-star fern is non-toxic. Its young shoots are edible, and its rhizome, when crushed, has a moderate hemostatic effect. Frost moss can relieve mild frostbite, but it is rare and mostly found in cold regions or shady areas at high altitudes. The thorns of the thorny tree contain a neurotoxin that causes localized stiffness in those affected. The mist-hidden flower blooms in the morning mist. Its properties are unknown, the sample size is insufficient, and the analysis is uncertain. 21 plant species, 21 high-definition images. The leafhopper's chirping didn't blink. Its pupils, like high-speed scanners, forcibly imprinted all information into the boundary between visual persistence and short-term memory. 55 seconds, 56 seconds, 57 seconds. The screen scrolls to the end. 58 seconds, 59 seconds, 60 seconds. Call ended. The screen cuts off, and the studio falls into a brief silence. Coach Chun hadn't recovered yet, but the live chat was already filled with concern. What can you do in a minute? How much of this information can you remember? I didn't even read the first line. Did the expert team work overtime for nothing? But in the scene, Yi Chanin slowly closed her eyes. She wasn't recalling, but rather retrieving the photo stored in her mind. This is a visual imprinting memory method she mastered in her past life as a top special forces soldier through countless extreme training sessions. She would photograph the entire page of information as if it were a picture stored in her mind, and then close her eyes and read it line by line when needed. For most people, a minute isn't even enough to read the title. But for her, it's an entire page of an indelible arsenal. Chapter 23. A few minutes later, Yi Chanin opened her eyes and saw the 21 plant samples she had placed in the grooves of the stone wall in front of her. She picked up the first leaf and whispered to confirm, a large fungus tree. The second, blood vein vine, poisonous. The third, three-star fern, edible, stops bleeding. The fourth was frost-dew moss, cold-resistant, and could be used as a frostbite medicine. She placed it in the key utilization area. Next was the thorny-backed tree, which contains paralyzing toxins and can be used to make traps. The mist-hidden flowers analysis was unclear, so she put it in the questionable zone. 20 minutes later, she accurately identified and classified 17 of the 21 samples, while the remaining 4 were unclear even to the expert group, so she temporarily set them aside. The viewers in the live stream went from worried to shocked. She memorized it all? I only watched it for a minute. This isn't a top student, it's a scanner. Professor Zhang remained silent for a long time before finally speaking with difficulty. This kind of memory is not ordinary. Did she receive special training before? Coach Chun didn't respond, but just stared at the leafhopper quietly tending to the plants on the screen, his expression complex. Just then, the daily National Fortune Settlement System's global announcement popped up again, forcibly taking over all the live stream split screens. Day 3, ranking of national transport supplies return, top 10. First place goes to Natasha of the Northern Bear Kingdom. She submitted 3 kilograms of level 2 high energy ore, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Her country received 3,000 kilograms of level 2 high explosive ore, and her points skyrocketed to 3,800, propelling her to the top. Second place, Elisa from the beautiful country submitted a Tier 1 beast, Thunder Pattern Tiger, with 3,600 points. Third place, Victoria of Sunset submitted 4 kilograms of level 1 water attribute high energy ore, with 2,900 points. The system notes indicate that high energy ore is the core strategic resource of the current plane. It has extremely high energy density and special properties that can enhance the efficiency of industry, energy, and military industries, making it the most valuable return material. The global chat screen instantly erupted in excitement. The Northern Bear Kingdom celebrated wildly. The beautiful kingdom resented it, and mockery from other countries also poured into the Dragon Kingdom. Where is the Dragon Kingdom? It's been 3 days, and we haven't seen a trace of the ore. I heard they're still collecting seashells and having seaweed soup tonight. Hey bro, wanna have some kimchi with seafood? The Dragon Kingdom's live stream room fell silent. On Shin Hongshou's side, the screen was dim. The player was seriously injured, and there were no supplies or points for the day. Wang Chunmei had handed in mushrooms and wild vegetables, triggering a 1,000-fold return, but the entire nation stared at the unfamiliar mushrooms delivered to their phones, and no one dared to cook them. One commenter chuckled wryly. I appreciate Aunt Chunmei's kindness, but I'll wait until the supermarket opens for these mushrooms. Some people started to mock. What's the use of wild vegetables and mushrooms? When the cold wave comes, what we need are minerals and energy, not a hodgepodge. All eyes then turned to the fourth live stream room. In the scene, Yi Chanin has just finished tidying up the plants and is dragging a wicker basket filled with more than half a basket of small seafood to her side. The comments section immediately erupted in excitement. Wild sister has to hand it over. Those fire-patterned conch shells are definitely high-quality items. Please, just one more million-fold increase. The Dragon Kingdom desperately needs a shot in the arm right now. However, after Yi Chanin opened the settlement interface, she calmly framed the large half-basket of small conch, shellfish, and crabs. Submission, approximately 40 small mixed seafood common. Trigger, 1,000x return. Randomly obtained within the Dragon Kingdom. Approximately 40,000 common sea snails, shellfish, and crabs. Contestant Yi Chanin's score plus 45. Current total points, 385. Current ranking, not in the top 100. The comments section froze instantly. That's it. Where's the large conch? You ate two, there's one left. Today is settlement day. Have you forgotten? From anxiety to confusion, the atmosphere in the live stream quickly turned into anger. The first to erupt were the haters who had been holding back for 3 days, with a large number of unfamiliar IDs flooding in as if they had been prepared. I told you long ago she was unreliable. She's a million times more likely to be a liar. With the country in such dire straits, is she trying to become an immortal by keeping that seashell? They'd rather burn their fangs than hand them over. Is that even reasonable? Soon, the comments section completely changed. Yi Chanin, what are you doing? A nationwide cold wave has sent elderly people and children to the hospital due to the cold, while you're hiding in a warm cave enjoying a seafood feast. While others are desperately searching for minerals and killing alien beasts, you're playing a wilderness food blogger. We appreciate the million coconuts, but one thing at a time, today, is too disheartening. I'm no longer a fan. Goodbye, arashtaye. I've been following you for 3 years, and I'm unfollowing you today. You could have made things easier for everyone, but you just wouldn't. Some people even dug up Yi Chanin's dark history before she was taken off the air a year ago. Chapter 24. The Dark History of Testing the Waters. Several screenshots from the live stream quickly went viral online. They included footage of Yi Chanin rolling her eyes impatiently during a live stream with the top fan, as well as clips of her swearing at haters and acting arrogantly, telling them to watch if you want, get lost if you don't. These screenshots were repeatedly forwarded, amplified, and embellished, turning the comments section into an out-of-control denunciation rally. Some said this was her true face, some accused her of being hardworking and professional, but it was all a persona, and others asserted that she was just a heartless, has-been internet celebrity. The number of followers on Huang Tai's personal account has been declining steadily from its peak of nearly 10 million yesterday. 9.99 million, 9.95 million, 9.88 million, 9.7 million. Tens of thousands of fans are unfollowing him every minute. On the public chat, spies from other countries had already spread the news, and waves of mockery poured in. Some gloated that the Chinese audience was criticizing their own contestant, while others ridiculed the million-dollar contestant for being a flash in the pan. Even more offensively, they made fun of the current situation of the Dragon Kingdom, saying that the Dragon Kingdom can only survive on wild vegetables, poisonous mushrooms, and small sea snails, and even congratulated the Dragon Kingdom in advance on its prediction of a level 3 cold wave and its impending demise. The atmosphere in the expert team's studio was extremely tense. A member of the technical team reported in a low voice that, after screening, most of the trolls stirring up trouble in Yi Chanin's live stream were newly registered accounts, and their IP addresses mostly originated from overseas. With a grim face, Instructor Chun ordered all this information and evidence to be submitted to the strategic command. But when he looked at Yi Chanin's comm profile on the screen, he opened his mouth several times, but couldn't say anything. He couldn't explain for the contestant, because even he couldn't understand why Yi Chanin didn't hand over the giant conch. It was clearly a high-quality ingredient with special energy, and the system's assessment of its value was definitely not low. Even if it weren't for the fate of the nation, but only for her own points and ranking, she should have handed it over. But she didn't. In the scene, Yi Chanin is completely unaware of the criticism and condemnation from the outside world. She simply puts the empty wicker basket back in the corner and takes out the giant beast tendon, which has become oily and soft after being soaked twice from the fire. She stretched her tendons with both hands, testing their elasticity, stretch, and rebound. The firelight reflected on her face. Her expression was calm and focused, as if the torrential rain, doubts, and insults outside were irrelevant to her. In the live stream, a few diehard fans still persisted amidst the storm. Some said they believed in Sister Yi for a reason, while others said, what did it matter if millions of people unfollowed her? They said that once she pulled out a big one, those people would come crawling back on their knees sooner or later. But these voices were quickly drowned out by anger, disappointment, and mockery. The rain was still falling. Inside the cave, Yi Chanin finished testing the bowstring's elasticity and nodded in satisfaction. She hung the tendon in a suitable spot by the fire, letting the residual heat slowly set it. Then, she glanced at the silent Fong lying in the fire. The substance didn't seem to burn. Instead, under the heat of the charcoal fire, its color deepened and became more intense. Yi Chanin didn't pay much attention. The night was still long, and she needed to rest. She didn't know if the rain would stop tomorrow, but she still had a lot to do. As night deepened, the wind and rain intensified. Yi Chanin huddled in the deepest part of the cave, her breathing so low that she almost blended into the rock wall. Her gaze pierced through the rain at the cave entrance, fixed on the beach below. Those massive, dark figures appeared once again, precisely on time, using the rising tide as cover to slither into the jungle. 8 hours. She silently noted the time. Cancer would land every night, venture deep into the jungle, and return 8 hours later. This had become a routine. But tonight, the deep-sea giant did not appear. Yi Chanin quickly deduced in her mind, is the Cancer a normal occurrence, and the giant a random occurrence? Or does the giant only land under certain special circumstances? Furthermore, these giant crabs have been in the jungle for so long. Is it really just for hunting? The deep sea is so vast. Is there really not enough food for them? Too many questions, too few answers. But right now, the most important thing is to survive tonight and gather as much information as possible. In the early hours of the morning, the Cancerians returned one after another. Yi Chanin immediately extinguished the campfire, erasing all traces of light and heat, then pressed herself against the rock wall, almost stopping her breathing. Suddenly, a strange noise came from above. Gravel fell in a flurry, hitting the edge of the cave entrance. Yi Chanin's muscles tensed instantly, her left hand gripping the sickle, and the 3-meter-long spear at her feet ready to thrust out at any moment. The next second, a huge crab leg emerged from the rock wall directly above the cave. Then the outline of the entire crab appeared outside the cave, climbing down the almost vertical cliff less than 2 meters from the cave entrance. In the live stream, both diehard fans and haters who stayed up all night went wild. Some exclaimed that a Cancer had climbed onto Wild Sister's head, while others were so nervous that they told everyone to be quiet, as if the chat would really alert a monster. In the footage of the expert team, Director Chun and Professor Zhang sat up straight, staring intently at the screen, barely daring to breathe. Yi Chanin remained motionless. A pale flash of lightning streaked across the sky, instantly illuminating everything outside the cave. The white carapace of the giant crab's abdomen was within reach, covered with crisscrossing old and new scars, as if it had just survived a fierce battle. The most shocking thing is that it only has one intact pincer, while the other is broken off cleanly at the joint. The break is jagged and uneven, not cut by a sharp weapon, but more like it was bitten off by some kind of enormous force. Even more deadly, Yi Chanin's gaze suddenly froze. She saw an extremely faint, fragmented reflection in the gaps between the joints of the crab's long legs. She was all too familiar with that texture. High-energy mineral residue. Yi Chanin's pupils contracted slightly. Her heart skipped a beat, but her body remained motionless. The giant crab let out a few low, clucking sounds, seemingly unaware of the cave and humans so close by, and continued to crawl downwards, soon disappearing into the rain. Only after the enormous figure had completely disappeared into the sea did Yi Chanin slowly exhale. She immediately peered out of the cave entrance, braving the torrential rain to observe the giant crabs that were gradually returning to the sea. Flashes of lightning illuminated the rainy night, and she confirmed it time and again. Soon, her guess was proven correct. A very small number of giant crabs also possessed that faint mineral-like sheen. They certainly didn't have these features before entering the jungle this morning. A huge wave of emotion surged within Yi Chanin. They had come into contact with high-energy minerals in the jungle, and it was very likely that it was some kind of mineral vein. High-energy minerals are the lifeblood of humanity's survival in this dimension. Without them, there is no energy. Without energy, it is impossible to withstand wave after wave of terrifying cold waves. Why is the United States able to maintain its top position? Why was the United States able to overtake it? Because they both submitted high-energy ores of varying grades. Why is China being ridiculed? Because China has yet to receive any ores. Wild vegetables, mushrooms, and seafood are edible, but they cannot be cooked, cannot generate heat, and certainly cannot power industrial equipment. If this continues, let alone a Category 3 cold wave, even a Category 2 cold wave would be enough to drag China into the abyss. Now, Yi Chanin's gaze was fixed on the dark and deep primeval forest in the torrential rain. The mineral vein might be inside. Chapter 25. In a live stream, the audience was still engrossed in the thrill of the crab crawling over Yi Chanin's head, and no one noticed the fleeting reflection in the distance. The screen was flooded with comments. Some said their hearts stopped from being scared. Some were amazed that cancer hadn't noticed her, and some even asserted that Yi Chanin's survival was not due to luck, but to her true skill. The sky was gradually turning white. The wind and rain hadn't stopped, but the darkest hour had passed. Yi Chanin felt the warm current that had lasted for more than 10 hours within her body rapidly dissipating, and her strength, senses, and physical abilities were all declining. The power boost from the 2 fire pattern conches ended, and she returned to normal. The feeling of falling from great power back to ordinary wasn't pleasant, but she had expected it, and her expression remained calm. She relit the fire, preparing to roast something to replenish her strength. There was only 1 fire pattern conch left for the day, which she would use to continue her temporary buff. But as she was clearing the fire, she suddenly stopped. In the ashes, the giant beast's tusk, which had burned all night and then been extinguished by water, lay quietly. The parts of the fangs that had been burned turned dark brown, even somewhat black, while the parts that hadn't been exposed to the flames remained pristine white. Yi Chanin's heart stirred, and she gently scraped them with her sickle. With a soft click, the surface powder easily peeled off, revealing the still white and hard fangs underneath. She continued scraping, but at the boundary, the scythe was blocked again. Yi Chanin's eyes lit up. High-temperature calcination followed by rapid cooling can make the surface of the fangs brittle and peel off. Although only 1 layer can be scraped off at a time, by repeating the process, it can be slowly shaped like a sculpture. This method was far better than hacking at it with a sickle. She immediately stuffed both fangs into the hottest part of the fire and added more dry wood to make the fire burn even more fiercely. Some viewers in the live stream didn't understand, thinking she was just struggling with 2 bones again. Professor Zhang also offered his analysis, saying that under primitive conditions, it would be almost impossible to shape something using hot and cold cycles. Before she could finish speaking, Yi Chanin had already placed the last fire pattern conch on the fire to roast. The conch sizzled and released its aroma. She took a bite and squinted her eyes in satisfaction. The live chat exploded instantly. Haters immediately jumped in, saying that she ate all 3 sea snails herself and didn't hand over a single one. While the Chinese people were freezing in the cold wave, she was eating seafood every meal in a cave. The diehard fans immediately retaliated, saying that Yi Chanin wouldn't have the energy to work if she didn't eat enough. Yesterday, they criticized her for not eating and saying she hadn't accomplished anything. But today, after eating, they criticized her for eating alone. It's like she can't do anything right. In the studio, Director Chun first confirmed with the technical team whether the information about the smear campaign had reached the Strategic Command Headquarters. A staff member pulled him backstage and whispered that the command headquarters was paying close attention and that they shouldn't alert the enemy. Further arrangements would be made. After understanding the situation, Coach Chun returned to the studio and promptly reassured the audience. He judged that Yi Chanin's continuous consumption of these high-quality seafood was not selfish, but rather an attempt to utilize the temporary enhancement effects of the special seafood. He reminded everyone that these past few days, after Yi Chanin ate special seafood, her physical strength, energy, and ability to cope with danger would increase the next day. The energy she consumed would ultimately be transformed into more resources to give back to the country. Although some viewers still expressed doubts in the live chat, many chose to wait until the evening's results. After all, Coach Chin's previous predictions, which seemed unpredictable, had all turned out to be correct. After washing up, Yi Chanin put on her gear. She tucked the sickle into her waistband, slung the wicker basket over her shoulder, gripped the spear in her hand, and secured it with rope. Since her outer clothes and trousers would be soaked by the rain and hinder her movement, she simply wore a close-fitting vest and shorts. The rain was heavy, and the sea wind howled. The leafhopper crawled out of its cave, climbed the cliff, and walked onto the stormy beach. The beach was exceptionally generous today. Before she even reached the coconut trees, her wicker basket was already overflowing with all sorts of small shellfish and crabs, weighing heavily on her back. But this was just the appetizer. Soon, she found 2 palm-sized, deep purple spiral shells in a depression in the reef, and then found 2 familiar fire-patterned conches at the base of the seaweed. Next, she pried a giant oyster with a bumpy shell out of a crevice in the rock. It was also surprisingly large. 5 large loads of goods were finally in hand. Yi Chanin could only temporarily tie them together with spare vine ropes, hang them on her spear, and carry them on her back. The live stream chat exploded. Some exclaimed that she was playing like she was on fire today. Some called out the haters who criticized her for hogging the prize last night to argue with her, and others were already waiting for the results to be announced later that night. Yi Chanin was completely unaware of the frenzy in the live stream room, carrying only the heavy harvest on her shoulders as she continued to move forward through the wind and rain. Chapter 26. Yi Chanin glanced at the sky. The rain was still falling, but it was still early before nightfall. As usual, she went to the edge of the jungle and dragged back 2 large bundles of wet firewood, with seafood slung over her shoulder. After returning to the cave, she first wrung out the rainwater and then sat down by the fire to warm herself. Then, she pulled the 2 fangs, which had been burning for half a day, out of the fire. This time, she didn't rush to pour water on them. Instead, she first gently scraped the dark brown surface with a sickle. It turned out that simply burning them through at high temperatures wasn't enough to destroy the surface structure. Yi Chanin immediately took the fangs to the cave entrance and poured the cold water stored in the coconut shell over them. With a sizzle, white smoke rose, making the dark brown area even clearer. Then, she scraped it with a knife, and the powder fell off layer by layer. Although only a thin layer could be ground away each time, the outline of the fangs was indeed slowly changing. Yi Chanin slightly raised the corners of her mouth. It was slow, but the method was feasible. At this rate, in 3 to 5 days, she would be able to carve out grooves that would be easy to bind, and even polish them into a shape suitable for gripping. After dealing with the fangs, she tossed the large oyster she had collected that day to the fire to roast slowly, and drank half a shell of cooled boiled water to hydrate. Then she grabbed her sickle, spear, wicker basket, and rope, and climbed out of the cave again. The live stream chat exploded. Viewers were shocked that she had already reaped so much and was still venturing out. Yi Chanin braved the rain, traversing the edge of the forest, finally stopping before a gentle slope. There grew several of her target trees, the wind spirit trees. This tree ranked highly among the expert panel samples. Its wood is extremely tough, with spirally growing fibers, resulting in astonishing tensile strength, yet it is very lightweight. Young branches can be used to make ropes, and old trunks can be used to make weapons. It's practically a natural weapon material. Yi Chanin selected a small, straight tree, about the thickness of an arm, with few knots, and swung her sickle down. The blade struck the wood with a dull thud, sounding more like she was cutting rubber than a tree. The audience immediately guessed that she was making a bow. A dozen minutes later, the first rough draft of the bow was finally in her hands. She then selected 2 more suitable tree trunks, as well as a dozen or so straight, not free branches about the thickness of a thumb, to make arrow shafts. After cutting down the windsilk trees, she didn't stop. She also gathered vines at the edge of the jungle. Vines are incredibly useful, as they can be used to make ropes, baskets, bindings, and traps. When she came across medicinal plants like the 3-star fern, she picked them, wrapped them in large leaves, and stuffed them into her vine basket. 2 hours later, 3 piles of supplies had accumulated around her: wind-blown timber, rot tan, and herb bundles. But then, she did something no one expected. She left everything behind, taking only a sickle and 2 spare vines, and headed lightly towards the north coast. Her goal was coconut trees. Reaching the foot of the tree, Yi Chanin looked up at the canopy, swaying in the wind and rain. Over 20 meters high, the trunk was slippery, and in this stormy weather, no one would choose to climb it. But she had already begun binding her feet with vines. Once she was wrapped, she clung tightly to the tree trunk and climbed up step by step. Rainwater flowed down the bark like oil, and each grip required all her strength. The vines rubbed against the bark, making a teeth-grinding sound. The live stream gradually quieted down. 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. The wind grew stronger, and the coconut tree swayed violently, like a fishing rod bent by gale. Yi Chanin's body swayed along with it, as if she might be flung away at any moment. Just as she was about to reach the first coconut, her foot slipped, and she was instantly thrown off the tree trunk. In the nick of time, Yi Chanin swung her sickle with a sudden thud. With a thud, the tip of the blade pierced deep into the tree trunk. She gripped the hilt with one hand, her entire body dangling more than 20 meters in the air, swinging violently like a pendulum in the howling wind. Lightning tore through the sky, thunder roared, and torrential rain lashed her frail body. Everyone in the live stream held their breath. Even the trolls fell silent. At a time like this, any mockery seemed ridiculous. Yi Chanin hung in midair, her arm muscles taut, veins bulging clearly. Yet her eyes remained calm, her body subtly adjusting to the swaying of the wind. Another gust of wind swept in, and she suddenly used the force to swing, tracing an arc in the air. The next second, she grabbed the tree trunk with lightning speed with her other hand and clamped it down with her legs like vices. With a struggle, she flipped over and climbed back up. She was back on the tree trunk. The live stream chat seemed to come alive again, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, Yi Chanin did not come down. Chapter 27. She took a few breaths, looked up at the coconuts so close to her, and then continued climbing. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Going for it again? Is your life more important or the coconut? Sister Yi, do you have OCD? Awesome. I'm really impressed. Finally, Yi Chanin climbed to the treetop. In the howling wind, the entire coconut tree swayed violently like a runaway beast. She gripped the trunk tightly with her legs, leaned forward, and swung her sickle. Snap! 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 1, 2, 3. Like a tireless machine, she chopped down every coconut she could reach. More than 20 green coconuts crashed onto the beach with a dull thud. The number of viewers in the live stream reached a new high, and the barrage of comments was incredibly fast. More than 20. Is Sister Wild going to shave the trees bald? Is this a wilderness survival or a hoarding simulator? From now on, let's call it the hoarding rat. After cutting down the last one, Yi Chanin began to retreat. She took each step very steadily, but her arms were already trembling slightly, a sign that her strength was about to run out. Upon landing, she immediately squatted on the beach, panting heavily, rain and sweat streaming down her face. The online comments finally stopped mocking her and started showing concern. Go back and rest. Perfect score for this. Where are the people who called her selfish before? But Yi Chanin didn't stop. She divided the more than 20 coconuts into 2 bunches, tied them tightly with vines, and then began to drag them back. A dozen or so coconuts were tied together, incredibly heavy. She had to stop and catch her breath after dragging the first bunch for about 10 meters. Once she caught her breath, she would continue, put it down, turn around, and go back to drag the second bunch. And so, she went back and forth in the torrential rain, moving step by step, like a tiny ant carrying prey far exceeding her own size. The live stream gradually fell silent. Those who had been making jokes, mocking, or just watching the spectacle were all speechless. In a wind and rain, A slender figure dragged 2 huge bunches of coconuts, each step heavy, each breath clearly audible. The tone of the comments section completely changed. I feel so sorry for her. This isn't an internet celebrity. This is a warrior. Wilderness survival isn't a variety show. It's real risking her life. I used to criticize her. I was wrong. Some people advised her to move them one by one. But soon others understood that she was afraid she wouldn't be able to finish moving them before dark, and that the tide would wash them away. The journey from the coconut tree to the bottom of the cliff, which normally takes half an hour, took Yichanin more than an hour. By the time she had carried all the coconuts, wind-blown wood, and vines down the cliff, she was almost completely exhausted. But she couldn't stop yet. She used ropes to hoist bundles of supplies onto the cave platform, then climbed down and dragged them into the cave. By the time the last item was inside, it was already dark. Yichanin slumped down by the campfire, changed out of her soaking wet underwear, the mosaic seamlessly connecting the fabric, and put on dried clothes. Her fingers trembled from the effort, and it took her several tries to button them up. She picked up the coconut shell and drank a few sips of cool water dripping from the corner of her mouth, but she was too lazy to wipe it away. The campfire crackled, illuminating the cave. The 2 fangs were still roasting by the fire, their surfaces already scorched a dark brown, but she no longer had the strength to deal with them. She leaned back against the rock wall. The firelight cast flickering shadows on her face. No makeup, no filters, only the weariness etched by wind, rain, and sea salt. Her lips were pale and cracked, and she curled up slightly, like a wounded animal hiding in its cave. Outside the cave, the wind and rain raged and thunder rumbled. Inside, the campfire was warm, but she was all alone. Her eyes were half closed, and her chest rose and fell gently, proving that she was still awake and alive. The live stream was so quiet it was like the server was down. Someone typed in a low voice, "Sister Yi is so lonely. She's working so hard in a place like this all by herself. Who has helped her? Don't say anything. I'm breaking down. Sister Yi, get some rest. We'll be back tomorrow." Soon, Yichanin's head tilted slightly to one side, and her breathing gradually became steady. She had fallen asleep. In the eye of the storm, in a cliffside cave that might be surrounded by crabs, giants, and unknown dangers, on this battlefield that belonged only to her, she finally fell asleep. The number of online viewers didn't decrease, but increased. Millions of people watched her quietly, without making jokes or pushing the boundaries, only occasionally sending a good night, Sister Yi message, like a silent guardian. The thunder outside the cave gradually faded into the distance, and the wind and rain seemed to have subsided somewhat. An hour later, Yichanin slowly opened her eyes. The sky outside was completely dark, and the rain hadn't stopped, but it was much lighter than in the afternoon. She stretched her shoulders, checking her physical condition. The benefits from the fire-patterned conch shell that morning had worn off by noon. Moving coconuts and wood afterwards relied entirely on her primal physical strength. No wonder she was exhausted to the point of collapse. Furthermore, she discovered that the susceptibility to the same type of food seemed to decrease with each subsequent serving. The first time she ate fire-patterned conch, it kept her up for about 18 hours, but the second time she ate it today, it lasted less than 6 hours. Resistance accumulation. Yichanin understood. The body would gradually adapt to the same type of ability, and the effect would naturally diminish. Relying on one type of food to maintain peak performance was simply impossible. We need to change things up. Chapter 28. Yichanin sat up, pulled the 2 fangs that had been burning for half a day out of the fire, and poured them with cold water from a coconut shell. With a sizzle, white smoke rose as the dark brown surface cooled rapidly. She gently scraped it with her sickle, and powder fell off, revealing the pure, white fangs beneath. After scraping off one layer, she threw the fangs back into the fire to continue calcining. Viewers in the live stream were amazed, commenting that Sister Ye's technique was becoming increasingly skilled. Calcining 2 bones for a whole day showed incredible patience. Yichanin cut open another coconut, and after drinking the coconut juice, she did not throw away the coconut shell, but carefully washed it and put it aside to dry. Actually, her main purpose in risking her life to pick more than 20 coconuts today wasn't to drink the coconut water, but rather to collect the coconut shells. On a deserted island, containers that can hold things are extremely important. It's indispensable for holding water, making soup, and storing herbs. Wicker baskets leak, and leaves don't keep well. Only this natural hardshell is truly practical. Afterward, Yi Chanin began processing the materials she had collected that day. The new vines were slowly dried around the fire, in preparation for making a batch of stronger hemp rope. The 3 wooden bow blanks were also placed near the fire to remove moisture. Once the wood was completely dry, it would be lighter and more resilient, allowing the bow to be fully effective. She moved slowly, carefully turning each vine and adjusting the angle of each piece of wood. The firelight reflected on her face, making her look focused and serene. Viewers in the live stream, who initially preferred excitement, were unknowingly captivated. Soon, it was time for the daily national fortune settlement. Before the global top 10 list even appeared, Yi Chanin had already proactively opened the upload interface. The live chat instantly buzzed with excitement. Everyone assumed she was going to upload photos of the 5 big items she'd acquired that day, since she'd been heavily criticized yesterday and needed to redeem herself today. But the next second, everyone was stunned. Yi Chanin picked out a few shellfish and shrimp from the basket, divided them into portions, and clicked Upload directly. Contestant number 4 from the Dragon Kingdom, Yi Chanin, submitted 3 rippling shells, 2 spotted conch shells. Triggered return mechanism, 100x return. Players points +5. The live stream chat exploded. Where were the fire-patterned conch? The giant sea clam? The giant oyster? None of the 5 big items were shown. What was she trying to do? At this moment, the top 10 list of the National Fortune public screen popped up. The beautiful nation's Elisa submitted 3 kilograms of level 2 high energy ore, triggering a 1,000-fold return. The nation received 3,000 kilograms of level 2 ore, and its points skyrocketed by 2,001, returning it to first place in total score. Players from a Northern Bear Nation and the Sunset Nation also secured a large number of points using high energy ore. Chats from various countries were buzzing with congratulations, and soon someone posted Yi Chanin's upload information in bold red text on the public screen. Dragon Kingdom number 4 Yi Chanin, Ripple Shell X3, Spotted Conch X2, points +5. The chat exploded with laughter. The fact that America scored 2,100 points and China 5 points became the laughingstock. Korea and China joined in with sarcastic remarks, making China look utterly pathetic. The Chinese audience members were so engrossed in their work that their faces turned red. Before they could recover, Yi Chanin had already uploaded her second video. Contestant number 4 from the Dragon Kingdom, Yi Chanin, submitted 3 stone-pattern clams, 2 tiger-striped snails. Triggered return mechanism, 10-fold return. Players points +1. The comments section completely spiraled out of control. Everyone was telling her to stop, begging her not to embarrass herself anymore. She wasn't delivering any of the 5 large shipments, but instead was spamming the chat with these tiny shells and snails. Nobody understood her actions. On the National Fortune public screen, the red text was bolded and highlighted again. Even viewers from the United States and the United Kingdom sensed something was wrong, but the mocking comments still filled the screen. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room, the insults grew increasingly intense. Another group of unfamiliar IDs started stirring up trouble, accusing her of accepting benefits from other countries and even telling her to get out of the National Games arena. This time, the technicians did not immediately ban the accounts, but instead quickly tracked and screened them, recording all the information of each hater ID. The live stream was in complete chaos. Insults, curses, and personal attacks were everywhere. Just then, Yi Chanin completed her 3rd upload. Refund mechanism triggered. None. The comments section paused for a second. The red text appeared for the 3rd time on the National Fortune public screen. Viewers from other countries were at a loss for words to mock her, and could only continue to flood the screen with comments, saying that she was there to be funny, and even the system couldn't stand it. They wondered where China had found such a clown. Chapter 29. In a Dragon Kingdom's live stream room, anger had long since turned into despair and numbness. It's over, completely over. Sister Yi has gone mad, and so have we. Whatever. After the 4th upload, a system notification sounded. Triggered return mechanism, 1,000x return. Players points +50. The red text appeared for the 4th time on the National Fortune display screen. The mockery from other countries subsided somewhat, but some still stubbornly insisted. So what if it's 1,000 times? We're still small fry. Let's see you deliver something big. The Chinese audience finally realized something was wrong. Wait, is Yijia testing the return mechanism? So what if it happens a lot? It seems like there's something to it. Fifth upload, small fish and shrimp, 100x return, plus 8 points. The sixth upload, still featuring small fish and shrimp, triggered a 100,000-fold return, awarding 500 points. With a loud bang, the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room exploded. 10,000 times. And all these broken seashells. Holy crap, I got 500 points. So what if the item is small? A high multiplier means a huge profit. This time, other countries didn't immediately post Yi Chanin's information on the public screen, creating an inexplicably awkward atmosphere. On the contrary, it was the Chinese audience who took the initiative to rush forward. Dragon Kingdom number 4 Yi Chanin. Sixth upload, triggering a 100,000x return. Points plus 500. Keep it up, Yijia. The foreign audience remained silent for a few seconds before a few scattered, defiant comments appeared on the screen, but their momentum had clearly weakened. Seventh upload, 1,000-fold return, plus 40 points. Eighth upload, 100x return, plus 6 points. Ninth upload, no refund. 10th upload, 1,000x return, plus 45 points. Each time, viewers in China immediately posted the information on the national fortune chat screen. The mockery from other countries grew increasingly dry, eventually leaving only frustration. Will this ever end? Isn't this just disgusting? I feel uncomfortable whenever I see the Dragon Kingdom number 4. The Chinese audience was absolutely thrilled. What? Now you know it's disgusting. Too late. You guys posted Wild Sister's information first. Support Sister Yi. Keep spreading this. Spread it until they're exhausted. 11th upload, 1 coconut, 100x return, plus 30 points. The live stream chat erupted in laughter, and those who had been criticizing Yi Chanin fell silent instantly, as if they were reorganizing their thoughts. The 12th, the 13th, the 14th. Yi Chanin uploaded video again and again, and Chinese viewers flooded the chat with comments. Viewers from other countries went from mocking her to becoming numb, and then to utterly despondent. Finally, the 20th upload. Yi Chanin's fingers landed on the large conch shell that was kept separately. Its shell pattern was deeper than that of ordinary fire-patterned conch shells, and it faintly shimmered with a golden luster. Mutant fire-patterned conch shell X1. A rare mutation was detected, with an energy concentration 1,200% higher than that of ordinary seafood. Refund mechanism triggered. Calculating. Calculation complete. Triggered. Million-fold return. Randomly obtainable within the Dragon Kingdom. 1 million mutant fire-pattern conch shells. Contestant Yi Chanin has earned plus 1,200 National Games points. Current total points, 1,905. Current ranking, 76. The live stream was silent for a full 5 seconds. The next moment, the barrage of comments exploded like a tsunami, and the video froze. 1 million times. Mutant fire-pattern conch. 1 million times stronger. We've struck it rich. This is a real windfall. So this is the ultimate move that Wild Sister was holding back. On the National Fortune public screen, viewers from the Dragon Kingdom immediately posted the words in bold and highlighted red. Dragon Kingdom number 4 Yi Chanin. 20th upload. 1 mutant fire pattern conch, triggering a million-fold return. The nation receives 1 million mutant conches. Player points plus 1,200. Overall ranking rises to 76th. The whole world fell silent. The viewers who had previously mocked China, the beautiful country, the northern bear country, the sunset country, the kimchi country, and the peacock country, were now like they had been choked, unable to utter a single comment. The viewers in China did not immediately retaliate, but simply typed silently in their own live stream rooms. I'm so sorry. I misunderstood, Sister Yi. I apologize. We owe Sister Yi an apology. Finally, I see a Chinese player break into the top 100 again. I'm so moved. In the expert group studio, Coach Shun took off his glasses, quietly wiped the lenses, then cleared his throat, his voice trembling but still resolute. I'll say it again. Contestant number 4, Mizurita, never does anything meaningless. All her actions today were testing the hidden patterns of a national fortune return mechanism. The results prove that she has wisdom, patience, and a strong grasp of the big picture. Congratulations to Yi Chanin, and congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom. Professor Zhang remained silent for a long time before finally managing to utter only, "I give up." Yi Chanin, living in the cliffside cave, was completely unaware of the nationwide media frenzy that was sweeping across the country. She looked at the 1,200 points and 76th place on the panel and raised an eyebrow slightly. This result far exceeded her expectations. Based on her previous observations, the return multiplier for similar seafood items uploaded varied, and there might not be any at all. She originally estimated that the final return would be at most between 10,000 and 100,000 times. Unexpectedly, it directly triggered a critical hit 1,000,000 times greater. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. However, Yichani knew very well that no matter how precious the mutated fire pattern conch was, it was just food, not a core strategic resource. 1,200 points may seem like a lot, but compared to the 2,100 points for that level 2 high-energy ore from the United States, the gap is still significant. What truly determines the fate of a nation is high-energy minerals. She'll find out what's going on with the ore residue on the crab in that jungle sooner or later. But now, Chapter 30. Yichanin took out a large oyster from the pile of supplies. It had been roasted long ago and kept warm by the fire. The oyster shells had already opened slightly, revealing the thick, glistening oyster meat inside. She pried them open with a sickle, sprinkled on some homemade coarse salt, and took a big bite. The sweet and savory juice bursts in your mouth instantly. "Sister Yi, dinner's ready. These oysters are so big and so tender." Sister Ye's eating looks so delicious that my instant noodles suddenly don't taste good anymore. I was just about to say that she was hoarding things when I suddenly remembered that she had just gotten 1,000,000 seashells for the whole country. "Sister Yi, eat more. You deserve it." Outside the cave, the wind and rain gradually subsided. Inside the cave, the campfire burned warmly. Yi Chanin slowly ate the grilled oysters, occasionally picking up a coconut shell to drink a sip of cool boiled water. The firelight reflected on her face, and her fatigue faded, leaving only a peaceful contentment. Unbeknownst to her, in just 1 hour, she had gone from being a scumbag condemned by the entire internet to a national hero in the eyes of the Chinese people. Unbeknownst to her, the Wild Wilderness account, which had lost nearly 10 million followers, was experiencing a frenzied rebound in its follower count, with tens of thousands of followers every second. All she knew was that the oysters smelled really good. While eating, Yi Chanin stared at the National Fortune Settlement panel that only she could see. The top 100 is constantly being updated, with the United States, the United Kingdom, and the United States remaining firmly in the top 3, while the rankings of the rest change like a revolving lantern. Suddenly, she stopped chewing. The 71st, 72nd, and 73rd places were updated simultaneously once again. 71st place, contestant number 5 from Australia submitted Large Sea Urchin X3, triggering a 1,000-fold return, points plus 680. Rank 72. Maple Leaf Country contestant number 3 submitted Large Sea Urchin X3, triggering a 1,000-fold return, points plus 680. 73rd place. Contestant number 2 from Australia submitted 3 Large Sea Urchins, triggering a 100x return, points plus 210. It's the same supplies again, and the rankings are the same again. Yichanin naruit Hedayis. This is by no means a coincidence. These 3 individuals have likely formed an alliance and, like her, operate in the beach area. Large sea urchins only appear in shallow, rocky reef areas, sharing the same ecosystem as lobsters and conches. She didn't know exactly how big the island was or how long its coastline was. But if she continues her exploration along the coast, she will likely encounter these 3 people sooner or later. Whether we'll clash, cooperate, or avoid each other at all costs, no one can say for sure. She hadn't personally experienced how brutal the struggle for survival had been in previous national dynasties, but she was well aware of the weight of the words global competition. For the sake of national interests, alliances, betrayals, battles, and backstabbing were all possible. She silently noted down the names of the 3 countries and the athletes' numbers. After finishing the last bite of oyster meat, Yi Chanin let out a satisfied sigh. Warm energy spread from my stomach to every part of my body. The supernatural power granted by this giant oyster was even stronger than that of the previous fire pattern conch. Minor muscle damage was rapidly repaired, and fatigue dissipated like the receding tide. Just then, The notification sound from the dedicated system rang again. Light. Detected that the host has once again accumulated temporary ability boosts through consuming superpowered food, reaching the long-term threshold. Host's basic overall physical abilities have been permanently and slightly increased. Reward. You can choose one basic skill attribute and upgrade it to level 1. The optional activities include swimming, water skills, cold resistance, poison resistance, handicrafts, outdoor cooking, rock climbing, basic senses, vision, hearing, smell, strength, agility, and endurance. Yichanin's eyes lit up. This system is usually quiet, but every time it issues a reward, the sound is exceptionally pleasant. She didn't make a choice immediately, but carefully examined the instructions. When she saw Vision Level 1, her gaze stopped. Level 1 Vision significantly improves visual range and night vision. Visual clarity in low light is increased by 300%, and dynamic visual capture ability is significantly enhanced, allowing the identification of subtle textures, distant outlines, and details in dark areas. Note, passive skill no cost. Visible at night. Yi Chanin confirmed the upgrade almost without hesitation. Upgrade confirmed. Vision Level 1. A gentle warmth slowly flowed into my eyes, like fine hot spring water, neither scalding nor painful, only indescribably comfortable. A few seconds later, the heat dissipated. Yi Chanin opened her eyes, and the world had changed. Inside the cave, the campfire was still burning, but she saw more than just flames. The tiny ash particles splashing from the firewood, their trails drifting in the air, were as clear as slow motion. She turned to look at the cave entrance. It was still a dark, rainy night outside. In the past, she could only see a thick blackness, occasionally making out outlines by the flashes of lightning. But now, she can see every single raindrop. The dense rain streaks were clearly visible in the darkness. The angle of inclination, the speed of the fall, and the splashes of water hitting the rocks. None of it escaped her notice. Looking further into the distance, the beach and surging waves below were no longer just blurry shadows. The rise and fall of the waves, the marks left by the sea washing over the sand, and even the outlines of barnacles on the rocks were all laid bare before her eyes. This is what Level 1 vision is. Yi Chanin had seen many grand occasions, but she was still stunned by the change in those eyes. In this wild land, night vision means she can observe the crab without lightning, move in the dark without lighting a fire, and detect danger and lock on a prey earlier than her enemies. This is a life-saving technique. Chapter 31. Yi Chanin suppressed her excitement and began to adjust to these brand new eyes. Time passed slowly, and at 10 p.m., those familiar, massive black shadows reappeared on time in the waves once again. Yi Chanin immediately extinguished the campfire, removed all light sources, and retreated to the deepest part of the cave, leaving only half of her head exposed, staring at the beach below. Giant crabs, carrying enormous pincers, crawled out of the surging waves, waded across the slippery sand, and slowly made their way into the jungle. This time, she saw it all clearly. Some had smooth shells, while others were covered in scars. Some had enormous pincers, while others were incomplete, some even with several broken legs still crawling. Her gaze stretched all the way to the north coast, where the coconut trees she had visited yesterday, the U-shaped shallow waters, and even the distant cliffs were all clearly visible. But these crabs didn't reflect any high-energy mineral light. Unlike the crabs that were just remnants last night, the first batch to land tonight were all clean. Yi Chanin held her breath and continued to observe. She wanted to verify whether those mineral residues were accidental or inevitable. She only let out a slow breath and closed her eyes to rest when the last giant crab disappeared at the edge of the jungle. But she remained on edge. She knew she could die at any moment here, and the slightest sound would send her grabbing a weapon in an instant. If nothing unexpected happens, Cancer will return in 8 hours. During this lull, she could have used the time to sneak out at night and set traps, but she doesn't plan to do anything tonight. First, we need to observe her for several more nights to confirm that those 8 hours were truly safe. Second, what she needs is not physical recovery, but mental and emotional rest. In a live stream, viewers who stayed up all night only saw her turn off the engine and curl up motionless in the dark, and they all guessed whether she had fallen asleep. Some people noticed that she had been staring outside for a long time, and even suspected that her eyes were reflecting light like a cat's in the dark, which immediately sent chills down the spines of the viewers. 8 hours later, Yi Chanin opened her eyes precisely on time. Not because she was disturbed, but because her biological clock naturally woke her up. It was still pitch black outside the cave. The storm hadn't stopped, and the wind was still howling. But she knew that Cancer should be back. Sure enough, a faint rustling sound came from the direction of the beach, and the first batch of giant crabs emerged from the edge of the jungle. Yi Chanin immediately adjusted her posture, locking her eyes on those enormous figures, carefully distinguishing them one by one. Her pupils contracted slightly. A faint reflection flashed at the joint of the third giant crab's long legs. It's exactly the same as the one from last night. Although there are far fewer of them, it's definitely a high energy or residue. The fourth one didn't have any, nor did the fifth or sixth. But the seventh one did, and not just in one place, with tiny crystal fragments embedded in the crevices of its shell. She continued counting, and a total of 15 crabs returned, 6 of which had obvious mineral residue on their bodies. This proportion is not low. More importantly, she clearly remembered that 24 giant crabs entered this jungle area last night. 9 are missing. Ye Chanin's gazed deep in it. Had they not emerged from the jungle, but returned to the sea from elsewhere, or remained there forever? What did the crabs experience in the jungle? What do they hunt? Were those ores stumbled upon by chance, or were they something they needed themselves? All questions point to that deep, dark, and unknown primeval jungle. Viewers in the live stream noticed that she kept staring outside after waking up. Some guessed that she was using the sound to determine the location of Cancer, while others felt that her eyes were unusually bright today, as if she could see through the darkness. Inside the cave, Yi Chanin withdrew her gaze, stretched her stiff neck, and rekindled the fire. The 9 missing crabs felt like a thorn in her heart. But dawn was breaking, and a new day would bring new explorations. She took a deep breath of the slightly warm air inside the cave and slowly exhaled. No rush, take your time. The campfire was relit, and its orange-red flames dispelled the lingering chill of the cave. Yi Chanin sat cross-legged by the fire, first dealing with the 2 giant beast tusks that had been repeatedly forged. She scraped away the newly formed dark brown brittle layer on the surface with a sickle, and powder fell off, subtly altering the outline of the fangs. After scraping it off, she threw the fangs back into the fire to continue burning. Next, she picked up the dried rattan and began to process it more meticulously. The sickle gently peels away the outer layer of hard skin along the surface of the vine, revealing the white and supple fiber bundles inside. Her movements were slow, yet remarkably steady. Too deep a cut would sever the fibers, too shallow, and they wouldn't peel properly. It all depended on patience and a feel for the material. The viewers who got up early in the live stream watched her peel and scraped the food piece by piece for more than an hour. Some people exclaimed that Sister Ye's workmanship was so meticulous that even peeling rattan was like making a work of art. Some people say that this is what craftsmanship is all about, and watching her work is inexplicably stress-relieving. Chapter 32. By the time dawn broke completely, Yi Chanin had only processed 1/3 of the vines. She stopped and carefully placed the stripped bundles of fibers aside to dry. By the campfire, the large conch shell, which had been roasting for a long time, was fully cooked, its aroma incredibly enticing. She quickly washed herself with the rainwater she had saved, rubbed her teeth with coarse salt, and then began to eat breakfast. Tear the snail meat apart, dip it in a little salt, and serve with fresh coconut juice. The magical power from yesterday's large oyster hasn't completely dissipated, but we can't stop replenishing our food supply. More importantly, only by continuously consuming supernatural foods can she accumulate the growth threshold recognized by her exclusive system, thus gaining permanent enhancement. This is currently the only way she is certain to become stronger. After finishing her meal, she didn't continue peeling the vines. Instead, she picked up 3 dried wood stalks and began shaping them with a sickle. The bough's body is thicker in the middle and slightly thinner at both ends. This is the most basic and stable bough arm structure. She cut steadily, removing excess wood and leaving only the core part that truly bears the weight. The shaved bough arm was temporarily fixed into a crescent shape with rattan and placed near a fire to slowly bake, allowing the wood to adapt to the curved shape in advance, in preparation for stringing later. The live stream chat instantly became lively. As the bow and arrow prototype appeared, Viewers marveled that Yi Chanin could even make ancient bows and arrows. Some commented that although the tool was primitive, it would be sufficient to hit prey in the wilderness. Some even eyed the two giant beast fangs, speculating whether she would turn them into melee weapons. With a bow for range combat and fangs for melee, Yi Chanin was clearly arming herself step by step. Among the expert panel, Instructor Chen also offered his comments. He believed that being able to make ancient-style bows and arrows in the wilderness without modern firearms was already extremely remarkable. More importantly, in previous national survival competitions, almost no one thought of making bows and arrows. Most contestants only knew how to use existing tools, at most carving a wooden spear. Yi Chanin, however, was thinking of a complete weapon system. Spears for melee combat and mobility, bows and arrows for ranged hunting and self-defense, and giant beast fangs that would likely become her trump card for close-quarters combat. Coach Chun concluded by saying the same thing. Trust Huang Tae. She never does anything meaningless. While the comment section joked that he was just bragging every day, they couldn't deny the truth in his words. Afterwards, Yi Chanin moved all the empty coconut shells outside the cave and placed them in a location where they wouldn't be blown away by the wind to collect rainwater. Then, she began to take off her coat, trousers, and shoes, leaving only a close-fitting sports vest and shorts. The audience immediately realized that with the rain stopped and daylight breaking, she was most likely going back into the water. Yi Chanin stretched her body and limbs, then put on her equipment. She tucked the sickle into her waistband, slung the vine basket over her shoulder, wrapped the vine rope around her shoulder, and finally grabbed the 3-meter-long spear. She crawled out of the cave, climbed the cliff, and walked down to the beach. A new day of exploration had begun. Food remains the top priority. Although there are still 2 large seashells left in the cave, they can only last for 2 days at most, so she must continue to stock up, especially larger ones that can provide supernatural abilities. After the tide receded, the beach was teeming with small shellfish and crabs. Just like yesterday, the wicker basket was filled in less than half an hour, ensuring a temporary supply of food. However, the only truly valuable large-size supernatural food she found today was 2 fire-pattern conch shells. Their production was unpredictable, entirely dependent on luck, so Yi Chanin was naturally not satisfied. She arrived at the U-shaped shallow area and stood on the shore observing for a long time. The water was calm, with no shark dorsal fins or unusual currents. Over the past few days, she has carefully examined the area each time she passes by, and has basically confirmed that the epaulette shark was just passing by and does not reside there permanently. But danger can never be completely eliminated. Opportunity is often accompanied by risk. Without taking risks, there's no gain. Moreover, she now has a new trump card, level 1 eyesight. Before entering the water, she tested her physical condition. She took a deep breath, submerged, and started timing. Last time, her limit was only about 4 minutes. This time, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed, and she remained steady. It wasn't until nearly 8 minutes later that she surfaced to breathe. Yi Chanin wiped the water from her face, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes. Her overall physical fitness had increased from 180 to 300, and with the temporary boost from the superpowered food, her breath-holding ability had almost doubled. 8 minutes may not be the limit, but it's enough for her to accomplish a lot underwater. What pleases her even more is the improved underwater vision brought about by level 1 vision. In the past, the seawater was murky and blinding when she went into the water, and the mud and sand made it almost impossible to see anything. Now, however, she can see the outline of the reefs more than 10 meters away, distinguish the direction of schools of fish, and even find crab legs hidden in the crevices of the rocks. This is practically a godsend for underwater hunting. However, Yi Chanin did not venture too deep rashly. Instead, she planned her route first, keeping each dive under 6 minutes to allow for sufficient safety margin. At the same time, she remained vigilant about her surroundings, watching out for any potential dangers, especially those with stripes. Chapter 33. In a live stream, viewers watched Yi Chanin dive down again and again, only to remain hidden for long periods, their palms sweating with anticipation. Sister Yi went down again. How long has it been? It's been almost 3 or 4 minutes, right? Is she not going to be unable to come up? As soon as the comments started to panic, someone forced a joke, saying that they would be responsible for calling the police, rescuing, and notifying the family. Just then, the water surface burst open with a splash, and Yi Chanin suddenly surfaced. She gripped a 3-meter-long spear tightly in both hands, with a large fish struggling desperately attached to the tip. The fish was entirely blackish-gray, with silvery white markings along its lateral line, shimmering in the sunlight. It looked to weigh at least 10 pounds. The live stream chat exploded instantly, filled with comments like, "Holy crap, what a huge fish," and "Wild Sister is awesome." Yi Chanin swam to the shore, tossed the grouper onto the sand, and skillfully tied it up by threading a vine through its gills. Then, without lingering, she turned and went back into the sea. An hour later, the beach was piled high with the spoils: a giant grouper weighing over 10 pounds, 2 lobsters as thick as an arm, a sea crab with a shell width of over 30 centimeters, and 8 purplish-black sea urchins. The audience went absolutely wild, flooding the screen with comments like "seafood buffet" and "wilderness seafood supermarket." Some even compared her to other contestants, saying that while others were still sheltering from the rain and digging for wild vegetables, Yi Chanin had already started stocking up on seafood. But Yi Chanin didn't go back into the water. It wasn't that she couldn't catch them. With her current abilities, she could manage for several more hours. But besides handing over the national fortune, she couldn't possibly eat all of these things herself. There are no refrigerators in the wilderness, and fresh seafood will spoil in 2 days. Rather than catching too much and wasting it, it's better to let it remain in the sea and collect it when we want to eat it. She tied all the harvest together with vines and piled it temporarily under the coconut tree, then turned and walked towards the U-shaped rock wall. The tension in the live stream room, which had just eased, spiked again. "Didn't we wrap up? Is Sister Yi going to climb a cliff again? That's a bay with giant crabs over there. Last time, the giant crabs crawled out of a wrecked ship." Yi Chanin couldn't see the dissuasion messages in the live chat. She found a climbing point and began to ascend. The rock face was slippery after the rain, but her movements remained steady and precise. Her fingers gripped the crevices in the rock, and her toes stepped on the protrusions like a nimble ibex. She quickly climbed to the top of the cliff. But this time, instead of climbing over the slope or looking for the possible giant beast skulls behind the rocks, she lay down directly in a hidden recess. Only half of her head and eyes were visible, her gaze fixed on the mysterious bay. The rain had stopped some time earlier, the clouds parted, and a beam of golden light slanted down, shining directly on her. Her wet hair clung to her cheeks and shoulders, raindrops sliding down the lines of her back muscles. Her tank top and shorts, soaked by seawater, outlined a powerful silhouette. After 3 seconds of silence in the live stream, the screen was filled with people shouting to take screenshots and change their wallpapers. But Yi Chanin wasn't there to film a blockbuster. She was observing. With her level 1 vision, she took in every detail of the entire bay. The bay is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with steep slopes covered in dense, primeval jungle. However, the jungle edges are well preserved, showing no signs of large-scale trampling or destruction, indicating that giant crabs and deep-sea giants did not land here. At the end of the bay, the huge, wrecked ship was stuck between the rocks. The wooden hull was long since rotten. The tilting deck was covered with barnacles and seaweed, and the broken mast was just a black wooden stake. Several large holes were torn in the hull, revealing darkness inside. There were no signs of prolonged crab activity nearby. The crab from last time had likely only taken temporary shelter inside the ship for the night. But a corner deep inside the wrecked ship caught Yi Chanin's attention. There was an extremely faint reflection there, normally invisible, but now the sunlight was at the perfect angle, allowing her to spot it. The light spot looked like glass, or metal, or even a high-energy ore. Yi Chanin squinted, trying to see clearly, but the distance was too far and the reflection too weak, so she couldn't confirm it. She didn't impulsively go down, but lay there motionless for over an hour. Only when the sunlight shifted and the glare disappeared from her sight did she slowly get up. After taking one last look at the bay, Yi Chanin climbed down the cliff along the same path. Today's observations were sufficient. There was no need to be reckless. If danger truly lurked within the wrecked ship, she might not have escaped unscathed. She returned to the coconut tree, tied the 2 baskets of small seafood and 2 large strings of goods together with vines, hoisted them on her shoulder, and walked step by step toward her sheltered cave. Sunlight shone on her, casting a long shadow. The live stream chat shifted from jubilation to reflection. Sister Wild has achieved tremendous success, yet she's still observing, contemplating, and preparing for tomorrow. Some people flooded the screen saying, this is what true survivors are like. Never satisfied, always moving forward. Others were already prepared to settle their accounts tonight. Whatever Yi Chanin uploaded, they would eat. The Wilderness Army, forever. Chapter 34. Inside the cave, the campfire remained warm. Yi Chanin categorized today's catch, placing the large seafood on one side and the small seafood on the other, and putting away all the materials that needed further processing. Then she sat back down by the fire, picked up the vines that hadn't been processed yet, and continued peeling them piece by piece. The sky outside gradually darkened. The new day was not yet over, because the night, too, had its own rules. As the firelight flickered, Yi Chanin picked up the 2 giant beast fangs that had been repeatedly forged, cooled, and scraped countless times. Now, they were completely different from what they had been. One was made into a short sword, about 60 centimeters long, with a flat blade that tapers inward on both sides and a sharp, cone-shaped tip. Although the surface was still rough, it already exuded a chilling, killing intent. The other was more like an oversized dagger, about 35 centimeters long, slightly curved, with shallow grooves carved into grip, fitting perfectly in the palm of the hand. The live chat exploded with comments, all exclaiming how brutal the bone sword was and how ridiculously cool the dagger was. Some said Wild Sister finally had a decent weapon, while others reminded her that her bow was almost finished too. It was practically the Wilderness Trio. Coach Chun stared at the screen, his voice unusually excited. He stated frankly that this was the potential of the fangs of the mythical beasts of the Great Wilderness. After heat treatment, Yi Chanin was forging them into true weapons of destruction. Even with the primitive techniques, the hardness and toughness of the materials themselves far surpassed ordinary metals. Once formed, they would become her greatest asset in the desolate lands. This time, Professor Zhang unusually didn't refute. He stared at the dagger for a long time before finally managing to stammer. The craftsmanship is indeed impressive. The live chat erupted in laughter, with many joking that Professor Zhang had finally been tamed by the wild woman. But Yi Chanin knew in her heart that it was still a long way from being fully formed. According to her estimate, it would take at least 3 more days. The fangs were too hard. The unburnt, natural-colored parts actually hardened with heating and cooling. Only the dark brown, burnt-through surface could be scraped. The most difficult part is sharpening the blade. The edge must be straight, sharp, and at a uniform angle. If it's overheated, it will become brittle. If it's underheated, it won't scrape properly. Every cut must be made with care. The slightest deviation will cause the entire blade line to deviate. She placed the 2 fangs back on the edge of the fire to continue heating, then picked up the 3 bows that had already taken shape. 2 large and 1 small, all bound in a crescent shape with vines, were placed by the fire to slowly bake. After 2 days of heat treatment, the wood had memorized the curvature and was ready to be fitted with bowstrings. The bowstring made from the giant beast tendons was almost finished. Yi Chanin picked up the tendon that had been soaked, pounded, stretched, and baked, and gently pulled it. It was extremely resilient and had a strong rebound, even better than she had expected. As for the arrows, she had already carved 18 from branches of windsilkwood, each as straight as possible, with a groove carved at one end for easy stringing and a sharpened tip at the other. Only the final feathers were missing. Without feathers, the arrows would drift aimlessly, making accuracy difficult to guarantee. She needed to find suitable bird feathers at the edge of the jungle, but she hadn't decided when to go. Although the place was relatively safe, it was by no means without danger. She remembered clearly the prey that the crab had dragged out of there last time. After processing the weapons, Yi Chanin continued working on the stripped bundles of plant fibers. These fibers needed to be air-dried overnight before they could be further processed into ropes the next day. Next, she began to prepare the giant grouper. She gutted it with a sickle, removed the internal organs, and then cut it in half along the spine. She skewered one half with a stick and roasted it over the fire, while wrapping the other half in clean leaves and storing it in a cool, shady spot in the cave to eat the next day. The viewers in the live stream were getting anxious. Some exclaimed whether she could finish half a fish weighing 3 or 4 pounds, while others felt that since she expends so much energy every day, it was only natural for her to eat more. Some viewers even speculated that she might have something planned for the evening settlement. As darkness fell completely, A fierce wind rose again outside the cave, and torrential rain poured down. The storm seemed relentless, growing more intense and prolonged each day. Yi Chanin finished processing all the vines, obtaining a large, neat bundle of plant fibers. After drying overnight, it could be processed into sturdy ropes the next day. By this time, the grouper on the fire was sizzling with oil, its skin golden brown, and the flesh cracked open, revealing its delicate, snow-white texture. She sprinkled some coarse salt on it and turned it over to roast for a few more moments, allowing the salt to slowly seep in. Then, she started eating. A bite of fish, a sip of coconut juice. The fish was tender and juicy, with a smoky aroma from the charcoal grilling. The seasoning was simple, yet it brought out the original flavor even more. More importantly, after swallowing the fish, a warm energy slowly spread through her body, stronger than any seafood she had ever eaten before. Yi Chanin's eyes lit up slightly. The power enhancement of this grouper far exceeded that of the past. The large oyster was already very strong, but this fish was at least twice as strong. Unfortunately, the exclusive system didn't pop up an upgrade notification again. It seems I need to accumulate more experience or eat a rarer breed before I can trigger the next growth. But she wasn't in a hurry. This area of the sea was her seafood supermarket. If she took her time, she could eventually stock up. The viewers in the live chat were incredibly envious watching her devour the fish. Some said they could almost smell the aroma through the screen, while others clamored to bring cumin. When Yi Chanin had eaten half a fish down to the skeleton, the audience was once again amazed by her appetite. Yi Chanin wiped her mouth with satisfaction. The energy boost from the supernatural food was indeed comforting, but she knew in her heart that the truly pressing problem remained unresolved. High energy, or Chapter 35. Submitting seafood daily does guarantee a steady increase in national fortune points. However, compared to countries that have already discovered mineral veins, Yi Chanin's growth rate is far too slow. The gap between the countries of Pretty Country, Northern Bear Country, and Sunset Country is widening. They can easily exchange a kilogram of high energy or for hundreds or thousands of points, while she might not even be worth as much as a single stone in someone else's hand after painstakingly catching a bunch of seafood. If this continues, Dragon Kingdom will have a hard time even staying in the top 100, let alone breaking into the top 3. A level 3 cold wave is no joke. Yi Chanin gazed out at the stormy night outside the cave, and the image of the wrecked ship in the bay during the day resurfaced in her mind. The faint reflection deep within the ship's cabin remained unbearable for her. If it really was high energy and considering the giant crabs that had returned from the jungle with or residue on them, something must be hidden deep within the jungle. Whether it was a mineral vein or something else, she had to investigate. But not now. She needs her weapons developed, her physical abilities improved, and her intelligence gathered. She has never been a reckless person, neither in her past life nor now. She glanced at the fangs being tempered in the fire, then at the bow that was taking shape. Almost there, just a few more days. The daily national fortunes settlement time has arrived, and the global top 10 are updated on time. Elisa from the beautiful country submitted 12 kilograms of level 2 high energy, or triggering a 1,000-fold return. The country received 12,000 kilograms of level 2 ore, and its points skyrocketed by 8,400, bringing its total points to 14,100, leaving the rest far behind. Natasha from a Northern Bear Kingdom submitted a Tier 2 ore and a Tier 1 Snowfield Bear, earning 3,200 points, bringing her total to 8,150. Victoria from the Sunset Kingdom submitted 1.5 kilograms of Tier 1 high energy, ore, bringing her total to 4,850. The chat was instantly flooded with praise from various countries. Beautiful Country is invincible. Northern Bear Country is not weak. Sunset Country is steadily developing. Then, mockery directed at the Dragon Country followed. The Korean nation mocked the Chinese nation, asking if they would continue to hand over seafood. The Chinese nation sarcastically remarked that without high-energy minerals, the Chinese nation might not survive this all-female season. The Chinese nation was even more direct, asking if seafood could be used for warmth, to power furnaces, or to withstand cold waves. In the live stream room of the Dragon Kingdom, the viewers were so frustrated they fell silent. What was even more heartbreaking was that these words weren't entirely false. Many people have already received notices that heating will be reduced starting next month, with only 6 hours of heating per day. High-energy mineral reserves are running low, and priority must be given to hospitals and schools. With the second-level cold wave approaching, no one dares to imagine how the elderly and children will cope. To make matters worse, Qin Hongxiu's live stream was completely dark. The system indicated that she had fallen into the blind spot of the live stream after being chased by a player from another country, and her vital signs were weak and her location was unknown. Wang Chunmei huddled in the tree hollow, shivering. She had no supplies and hadn't found anything. She didn't know how to hunt or fish. She only knew how to dig for wild vegetables and pick mushrooms, but now she couldn't even find those. Both players submitted 0 entries today. The atmosphere in China has completely plummeted. After a long while, someone in the live chat asked, "Where's Sister Yi? Hasn't she handed it in yet? She caught so much today, even if it's just seafood, it's still resources." More and more people started flooding the screen with messages like, "Go, Sister Wild, we'll support you no matter what you teach. Ignore the mockery and just stay calm." This was the first time the people of the Dragon Kingdom had so unanimously placed their hopes on one person. It wasn't because they believed Yi Chanin could immediately obtain the high energy ore, but because she was now their only hope. Inside the cave, Yi Chanin was unaware of what was happening outside. She simply calmly opened the National Fortune Settlement interface and began uploading supplies. The first portion consisted of 5 portions of Xiao Bei and Xiao Xia, triggering a 100x return and adding 6 points. No one in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream room complained. Everyone understood she was testing the waters again. The second, the third, the fourth, she uploaded them slowly and steadily, and the audience watched quietly, occasionally letting out a "Go, Sister Wild." But on the National Fortune public chat, other countries started frantically taking screenshots and mocking. The little seashell gained 5 points, the little whelk gained 3 points, and the little crab gained 8 points. The mockery was overwhelming. Some laughed that the Dragon Kingdom was still passing around seashells. Some said that no matter how many times they did it, they wouldn't be able to collect a single high-energy ore, and some even burned paper money for the Dragon Kingdom in advance. The Chinese audience gritted their teeth, unable to refute the argument, and could only stare intently at the screen as the woman continued uploading. The 5th portion, the 6th portion, the 7th portion, all the way to the 13th portion, Yi Chanin's hand suddenly stopped. Then, she selected 4 large sea urchins, 2 large lobsters, 1 large conch shell, and 1 large clam, and uploaded them all at once. A system notification immediately popped up. The system detected that the host has submitted 8 high-quality seafood combination packs, which contain a variety of rare and special ingredients. The return mechanism is being calculated. Calculation complete, triggering a 1,000,000-fold return, randomly obtained within the Dragon Kingdom. For 1,000,000 large sea urchins, 2,000,000 large lobsters, 1,000,000 fire-pattern conch shells, and 1,000,000 large clams. Contestant Yi Chanin received 4,500 additional points in the national games. Current total points, 6,405. Current ranking, 56. Chapter 36. The Dragon Kingdom's livestream room was silent for a full 5 seconds. The next moment, the barrage of comments exploded like a volcano, and the screen froze for 3 seconds. 1,000,000 times. Another 1,000,000 times. Pass all 8 items together to trigger a 1,000,000-fold return. For 1,000,000 sea urchins, 2,000,000 lobsters, 1,000,000 conches, 1,000,000 shellfish. Wild Sister went all in and won. Goddess of the Wilderness. On the National Fortune public screen, that message was repeatedly displayed in the largest font size. Dragon Kingdom number 4 Yi Chanin uploaded 8 kinds of high-quality seafood at once, triggering a 1,000,000-fold return. The country received a total of 8,000,000 seafood. Contestant points plus 4,500. Overall ranking rises to 56th. The foreign comments that were mocking him earlier suddenly fell silent. After a long while, someone finally spoke up sourly, saying that no matter how much food there was, it was useless. High energy ore was the key, and that the United States could crush China with just 1 batch of second-level ore. The Chinese audience wasn't going to let this slide this time, and immediately retaliated. "Keep being sour. Today you hand over seafood. Tomorrow you'll hand over, or just you wait and see." Inside the cave, Yi Chanin looked at the number 66 on the panel and simply nodded slightly. It's not bad, but it's far from enough. 4,500 points seems like a lot, but the US already has 8,400 points. One bet on or can be worth 2 or 3 all-in bets for them. She left herself half a grouper, a large crab, and 4 sea urchins. Grouper has the highest energy content, so we should save it for later. The crab and sea urchin are new things I haven't tried before, so it'll be a good time to test their taste and effects. Her gaze then fell on the top 100 list. The 71st, 72nd, and 73rd places are still those 3 familiar names. Australia number 5, Canada number 3, and Australia number 2 all uploaded large sea urchins. Only the return multiplier was different. It's the same supplies again, and they're so close together. Yichanin's eyes darkened slightly. She had found sea urchins in the shallow waters earlier that day, which meant that the 3 people were most likely active on the beach and in the shallows, possibly closer than she had imagined. She continued to look through the records of other players, trying to deduce the alliance, the mine, and the dangerous individuals from the uploaded materials. This is a habit she carried over from her past life as a Special Forces soldier. Piecing together complete intelligence from the smallest clues. Outside the cave, a torrential downpour raged, while inside, the firelight illuminated her serene profile. The 2 fanged weapons were still being forged in the fire. The 3 bows were slowly taking shape, and the 18 arrows were only missing their fletchings. It will be soon. Once everything is ready, she should go and explore that wrecked ship in that deep jungle. As night deepened, Yichanin calculated the time and buried the campfire before Cancer landed, leaving only a few embers hidden in the ashes. Tonight, there's only Cancer, no deep sea giant. She lay prone at the cave entrance, watching the enormous black shadows emerge from the waves and disappear one by one at the edge of the jungle. Only when the last one had entered the dense forest did she brush away the ashes and rekindle the fire. The campfire was lit again. She leaned against the rock wall and closed her eyes to rest, but her ears remained alert. The grouper's energy was still flowing through her body, allowing her to recover faster than during normal sleep. She also clearly felt that her strength, speed, agility, and reaction time were rapidly improving, almost reaching her peak condition from her previous life. If this continues, surpassing them is only a matter of time. Several hours later, a terrifying roar suddenly erupted from the depths of the jungle. Roar! Yichanin opened her eyes instantly, sprang up, and extinguished the campfire in the first place. The cave was plunged into darkness. One roar after another echoed. The ground trembled slightly, and dust fell from the rock walls. She held her breath and heard the sound of thunder and rain mixed with the rapid running sounds approaching from the direction of the jungle. Yichanin's pupils contracted. It will be at least 2 hours before Cancer returns to the deep sea. The timing is wrong. Just then, a loud bang was heard outside the cave entrance, and a huge black shadow fell from above. Then 2 more sounds followed. The 3 giant crabs fell straight off the cliff. Yichanin didn't peek out rashly, but just from the sound, she knew that the height was at least tens of meters. Even if the carapace was hard, it would still be seriously injured. Then, more sounds of falling, climbing, and chaotic footsteps came from all around. The giant crabs rushed out of the jungle like madmen, fleeing into the sea without a care. Countless giant crabs crashed onto the beach from both sides of the cliff, so densely packed they looked like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Then a heavy, slow footstep came from deep within the jungle. Thump, thump, thump. Every step felt like stepping on the heart of the earth. That's not a Cancer. That thing is much heavier than a Cancer. Yichanin finally cautiously peeked out of the cave and looked in the direction from which the sound came. The next second, her pupils suddenly shrank to pinpoints. 3 enormous, outrageously large creatures slowly emerged from the edge of the jungle, each step leaving a deep crater in their wake. That's a dinosaur. The 3-headed upright walking behemoth had hind limbs as thick as pillars, short forelimbs covered in muscles, and a huge head almost as long as its body, with a gaping maw full of dagger-like teeth. They are several times larger than giant deep-sea crabs. Cancers are like basketballs in an adult's hands when they are in front of them. Chapter 37. That was no ordinary wild beast, but a Tyrannosaurus rex, or rather, some kind of prehistoric predator that looked very much like a Tyrannosaurus rex. One of them lowered its head and bit down on the giant crab that was still desperately climbing upwards. With a crack, the giant pincers, which were strong enough to break a person's waist, were chewed up like potato chips, and fragments of shell mixed with bodily fluids fell from between the giant beast's teeth. The other two were also eating, crunching away one after another. The live stream chat exploded. All the viewers who had stayed up all night went crazy. The terrifying giant crabs from just moments ago were nothing more than snacks in their presence. In the expert team studio, Director Chun rushed out in his pajamas, his hair still sticking up, but he immediately steadied his voice and reminded the audience that this was very likely a prehistoric creature variant from the Great Wilderness world. As for why it appeared on Burial Bone Island, they were still urgently investigating. But the comment section was anything but calm. Some said that first there was a deep-sea giant, now it's a dinosaur, and tomorrow it might be Godzilla. Others were so anxious that Yi Chanin should hide and stop watching. Yi Chanin remained motionless, her body pressed against the rock face, her breathing suppressed to a minimum. The darkness and torrential rain provided her with the best cover. As long as she didn't make a sound, it would be difficult for the three giant beasts to detect a human on a cliff dozens of meters high. She watched silently as the carnage unfolded on the coastline. One crab after another was swallowed whole, utterly defenseless. Within 10 minutes, the remaining crabs were either eaten or had escaped back into the deep sea. The three colossal beasts roared at the sea, their roar shaking the air, before turning and stepping into the dark jungle. Only when the heavy footsteps completely disappeared did Yi Chanin slowly exhale. She looked down at the beach, and, as the tide receded, a huge crab claw was stuck in the sand, as if it had broken off earlier. But when the next wave came and went, the crab claw was gone. Whether it was swept away by the sea or dragged away by something, no one knows. Yi Chanin observed for another half hour, and all that remained on the coastline was the wind, rain, and thunder, as if everything that had just happened was just a nightmare. She returned to the cave and rekindled the fire. The firelight dried her soaked clothes and hair. Her face showed no fear, only contemplation. Even a Tyrannosaurus Rex had appeared. What else was hidden on this island? A new day begins. In the days that follow, Yi Chanin's life becomes routine. She wakes up, washes, grills grouper, eats, and continues working on her fangs, twisting vines, and checking the shape of her bow. During the day, she would collect shellfish along the beach and then venture into the U-shaped shallow waters to hunt for larger, supernatural food sources. Afterward, she would climb the rock face and observe the wrecked ship in the bay from afar. That faint reflection was there every day, but she never dared to approach it rashly. On her way back, she casually chopped some thin branches of the wind-blown wood at the edge of the jungle. She cooked dinner back in her cave that night, awaiting the daily settlement of the kingdom's fortune. The only change was that after that night, Cancer's nocturnal activities noticeably decreased, as if it too had become afraid of the jungle's overlord. 3 nights later, the national fortune settlement began again. Yi Chanin continued to use probability theory to go all in, and this time she was lucky, triggering a million-fold return, and her personal score directly rose back to 67th place. However, when she looked at the national fortune public screen, she discovered that several countries, led by Japan, had recently been imitating her upload method, trying to gamble on high returns with a large amount of small resources. All of them failed, some even triggering negative returns and having their points deducted. These countries were furious and started attacking each other on the public chat. Japan accused China of cheating on its 4th player, South Korea demanded a thorough investigation, and China claimed she undermined fairness. Finally, Japan even proposed issuing a global manhunt. Whenever Dragon Kingdom number 4 is encountered on the Great Wilderness map, players from all countries will collectively kill him. The moment the kill order was issued, the Dragon Kingdom's live stream chat exploded. Viewers angrily berated them for being shameless, accusing them of being stupid and blaming Yi Chanin, and even dredging up old grievances from the previous Almonds tournament. The two sides argued in the public chat all night long, only gradually calming down at dawn. Inside the cave, Yi Chanin stared blankly at the global kill order. Only the campfire reflected in her eyes, its flickering light seeming to dance even brighter. On the 4th day at noon, Yi Chanin did not go out. She sat in the center of the cave, with 2 giant beast tusks in front of her that had been repeatedly forged, cooled, and scraped. Today is the day to sharpen the blade. Without a whetstone, she could only use the most primitive method. Holding a dagger in her left hand and a short sword in her right, she rubbed the blades together at a fixed angle and with consistent force. The piercing hissing sound echoed through the cave. Sweat dripped from her forehead onto the rocks. Maintaining the same posture for so long caused her arms to tremble slightly, yet her movements remained steady and without the slightest deviation. The live stream was unusually quiet as viewers stared at the scene. Some said the sound was shrill yet strangely pleasant. Others marveled at her arm strength, and still others knew that sharpening the blade was crucial. Even a slight deviation could ruin the entire weapon. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Finally, with a whoosh, the last cut was made. Chapter 38. Yi Chanin put down the dagger and short sword, and slowly stood up. Her legs were numb from squatting for so long. She stretched her joints, picked up the coconut shell that held the rainwater, took a big gulp but didn't swallow. The next second, she put water in her mouth and sprayed it onto the short sword with a puff. The water mist landed on the sword, and the water droplets slid down the blade. In the light of the campfire, the entire short sword gleamed with a cold, eerie light. The live stream was silent for 3 seconds, then exploded. The chat was flooded with comments. The art is complete. A divine sword has descended. That cold light gave me goosebumps. Some even named the weapon Wild Wilderness, Mother and Child Swords. Yi Chanin gripped the sword in her right hand and the dagger in her left, assuming a starting stance. She swung it slowly, as if getting used to the weight and feel, while the viewers in the live chat joked that she was dancing again. But the next moment, her movements changed abruptly. She spun around, the short sword drawing an arc, its tip twirling in the air. Then she stepped forward, reversed her grip on the dagger, and slashed down diagonally with the short sword. With a whoosh, a cold light fell on the cave wall, sending stone chips flying. A long, straight scratch, 2 millimeters deep, was cleaved into the hard rock. The comments section erupted again. What kind of divine swordsmanship is this? Does sister you know martial arts? The one who said she was dancing. Come out and show yourself. Yi Chanin looked at the sword marks and nodded in satisfaction. The hardness, sharpness, and feel were all sufficient. She carefully set down the 2 weapons, picked up the 3 pre-shaped bow blanks, and used a sickle to cut the securing vines. The 3 bow blanks immediately spring back, forming a more graceful arc, as if the wood had memorized the curved shape, making them perfect for stringing. Yi Chanin retrieved a bowstring made from the tendons of a giant beast and used a complex knotting technique to secure one end to the top of the largest bow blank. Then she took a deep breath, braced her knees against the bow, and pressed down with both hands, causing the bow to bend little by little. Once the other end reached the bowstring, she quickly tied a knot to secure it. Releasing her grip, a complete bow was formed. The live chat exclaimed, "The bow is finished too." 3 amazing creations in one day. But soon, some wondered, why only make one when there are 3 bow blanks? Yi Chanin didn't explain. She picked up the smaller bow blank, placed it back to back with the finished bow, and then used newly twisted rattan rope to tightly bind the 2 ends together. 2 C-shaped bows, one large and one small, joined in opposite directions, and a peculiar bow was born. She held the bow in her left hand and used the arrow stick in her right hand to hook the bowstring and slowly apply force. As the main bow was drawn, the secondary bow also bent, and the reverse tension made drawing the bow more difficult but also more powerful. The bowstring was drawn taut, and Yi Chanin released it, aiming at the empty space outside the cave. With a muffled hum, the arrow flew through the air in an instant. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. What kind of bow is this? A double C-shaped bow back to back. It seems like its power is only a bit loud, right? At this moment, Coach Chin's voice rang out with rare excitement. He explained that Yi Chanin's creation was likely a prototype of a compound bow. The secondary bow was connected back to back with the main bow. When drawn, the secondary bow stored extra elastic energy, which was then added to the main bow upon release, giving the arrow a much higher initial velocity and kinetic energy than a regular bow. This design is recorded in the history of ancient weaponry, but very few examples exist, and the craftsmanship is extremely difficult. The fact that Yi Chanin was able to create such a structure under primitive conditions demonstrates a survival wisdom that surpasses even my comprehension. The comment section was immediately impressed. Although I didn't quite understand, it's awesome. Wild Sister never does anything meaningless. Now that we have a shaft, all that's missing is the arrowhead and fletching. Yi Chanin put down her bow, her gaze falling on the pile of neatly whittled arrow shafts in the corner. 18 arrows, each straight and with a knocking groove carved into them. The arrowheads weren't difficult. With a dagger and a short sword, she could simply process the animal bones she had collected. As for the feathers, she looked up at the edge of the dark jungle outside the cave. Birdsong was coming from there, and, judging from the sound, they were quite large. Yi Chanin stood up, picked up the short sword she had just made, and weighed it in her hand. It was time to get some feathers. And while she was at it, she'd find a real prey to test the bow's power. Over the fire, the large crabs sizzled, their shells gradually turning an enticing orange red. She cut open 3 large sea urchins, their golden roe so plump it almost overflowed. While waiting for the food to cook, she didn't idle around. Yi Chanin picked up the wind silk wood and began making a scabbard, measuring it against the length of the short sword. It was called a scabbard, but it was actually very simple. 2 wooden strips clamped the blade, the outside was tightly wrapped with vine rope, and 2 rope loops were made for easy carrying at an angle. The dagger sheath was even simpler. 2 small pieces of wood clamped the blade, wrapped together, and hung at the waist. The comments section erupted with jokes. The sheath may be ugly, but it's practical. Shouldn't the all-purpose scythe be retired? Everyone stand up and salute the scythe. Yi Chanin prepared 2 sets of makeshift gear, sheathed the short sword in her back sheath, and hung the dagger at her waist. She tested the feel of drawing it. It was smooth and easy. By this time, the large crabs and sea urchins were also cooked. Dinner is served. Chapter 39. The crab meat was sweet and firm, and the sea urchin roe melted in the mouth, carrying a faint salty aroma of the sea. Yi Chanin took a couple of bites, and that familiar warm energy spread from her stomach to her limbs and bones, making her feel comfortable all over. Just then, the system notification sounded. She had once again reached the growth threshold by consuming supernatural food, permanently and slightly increasing her basic physical strength to 500-1000, and gaining 1 opportunity to upgrade her basic skills. There are many optional items, including swimming, cold resistance, rock climbing, and vision, all of which are already at level 1. There are also water skills, poison resistance, handicrafts, outdoor cooking, basic senses, hearing, smell, strength, agility, and endurance. Yi Chanin's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked the system if her level 1 skill could be upgraded further. The system replied that it could, but upgrading from level 1 to level 2 required 2 upgrade points, and she only had 1 left. She originally wanted to continue improving her eyesight, since night vision was so useful, but she didn't have enough upgrade points, so she had to give up. After scanning the list, her gaze finally stopped on anti-poison. Level 1 poison resistance greatly enhances resistance to poisons, grants immunity to common biological toxins, and provides exceptional resistance to most Tier 1 poisons. Moreover, it is a passive skill that requires no consumption. In the primeval jungle, what's truly terrifying isn't just wild beasts, but also the venomous insects, snakes, mosquitoes, poisonous fog, and highly poisonous plants lurking in the shadows. Any pain, numbness, hallucinations, or blurred vision can be fatal. Yi Chanin had planned to upgrade her poison resistance sooner or later. This was just an earlier step. Without hesitation, she confirmed it. A warm current flowed slowly through her body, quickly dissipating without any noticeable change. But she knew this ability could be life-saving in a critical moment. After glancing at the panel, Yi Chanin took a sip of water and began checking her equipment. She slung her short sword over her shoulder, tucked her dagger into her waistband, slung the vine basket over her arm, wrapped the vine rope around her shoulder, and then climbed out of the cave and up the cliff. The live stream chat immediately erupted in excitement. Viewers assumed she was going to the bay to investigate the wrecked ship and flooded the chat with comments saying that Wild Sister had finally come out of seclusion, fully equipped as if she was about to wreak havoc. But Yi Chanin didn't head towards the bay. She walked along the coastline, stopped at the edge of the jungle, and fixed her gaze on several huge, withered trees deep in the rainforest. Several enormous bird nests were perched in the treetops. She had noticed a few days ago that there were birds in those nests, and they were quite large. The feathers she needed were right there. The viewers in the live stream were stunned, only then realizing that she was going into the jungle. Some were worried that there might be Tyrannosaurus Rex inside, while others wondered why she didn't go to the bay. The chat instantly became tense. Yi Chanin took a deep breath gripped her short sword, and stepped into the rainforest. It was only about 100 meters from the coast, but every step in that short distance was fraught with danger. The rain reduced her visibility, but it didn't affect her much. With her level 1 visual acuity, nothing escaped her eyes: the streaks of rain, the trembling of grass, or the details in the shadows. A bright green spider clung to a leaf, almost blending into it. It was completely invisible to the average person. A bite could cause excruciating pain or even paralysis. Those who heard the spider's call should avoid it. Not far away, a grayish-brown venomous snake was coiled on a withered branch, camouflaged to resemble tree bark. She circled around it from 3 meters away without disturbing it. The viewers in the live stream were horrified, exclaiming in disbelief at how she had discovered it. An ordinary person would likely have been infected after only a few steps. But not everything is sensible. Suddenly, a black snake lashed out from a tree branch, lunging straight for Yi Chanin's face. In a flash, she slightly shifted her body and swung her short sword in the process. With a whoosh, the black snake was severed in two, its head flying 2 meters away, while its body continued to writhe on the ground. The sword blade, however, was so clean that it was almost entirely unstained by blood. The barrage of comments exploded instantly, with everyone praising how cool it was to slay the snake with one sword, saying the reaction was inhuman. Some even joked that the snake was just there to check in, but ended up losing its life. Yi Chanin continued forward. She sliced through the thorns blocking her path with a single sword stroke, and crushed the crawling poisonous insects with a single stomp. The further she went, the stronger the stench of rotting flesh became in the air. She slowed her pace, her gaze sweeping ahead. In a clearing in the woods, the carcass of a giant crab lay on its back, most of its legs broken, its abdomen ripped open, its internal organs long since emptied, leaving only a rotting shell. Many viewers in the live stream felt nauseous, while others speculated that it might have been the work of a Tyrannosaurus rex, urging her to leave quickly in case the culprit was still nearby. Yi Chanin didn't leave immediately. Her gaze fell around the giant crab's corpse, where several large, long, grayish-brown feathers lay scattered on the ground, the very thing she was looking for. It seems this giant crab carcass has been visited by birds quite a bit. Yi Chanin endured the stench and quickly picked up the few feathers, stuffing them into the vine basket. Chapter 40. The giant bird continued its journey. 30 meters away, a huge, withered tree stood in the rain, its trunk bare, but its branches numerous, with 5 enormous bird nests hanging from its crown. In each of the 3 nests, a giant bird perched, with grayish-brown feathers, a sharp, curved beak, and wary eyes. It stared intently at Yi Chanin, the uninvited guest. The live chat instantly tensed up. Some exclaimed whether it was a bird or an eagle, while others warned her to be careful, as the giant bird had already spotted her. Yi Chanin slowed her pace and whispered reassuringly, "Don't panic. I'm just here to collect feathers." She stared at the 3 giant birds as she slowly approached the withered tree, trying not to appear aggressive. The ground was wet and slippery with bird droppings soaked by the rain, but she took each step steadily. There were many fallen feathers under the tree, and Yekanian picked them up one by one into the vine basket while keeping an eye on the movement above. The giant bird occasionally made a cuckoo warning sound, but it never swooped down. Soon, the vine basket was filled with feathers. If there were a second basket, she could even continue collecting. Yi Chanin wasn't greedy. She began to slowly retreat, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, until she was out of the area covered by the withered tree. The 3 giant birds remained perched in the tree, not giving chase. She had just breathed a sigh of relief and was about to turn and leave when a sharp bird cry suddenly rang out overhead. An even larger bird swooped down from the sky, its target Yi Chanin. At the same time, the 3 giant birds in the tree seemed to receive a signal, spreading their wings and swooping down on her. The live stream chat exploded. Everyone was yelling for her to run, but Yi Chanin didn't run. She knew very well that she couldn't escape at that distance. She held the dagger with her left hand, held the short sword horizontally in front of her chest with her right hand, squatted down, lowered her center of gravity, and prepared to take the first wave of attack head-on. Just then, a dark figure suddenly darted out from the bushes on the left. Yi Chanin almost instinctively fell backward and rolled away. The next second, a huge black wolf pounced out of the bushes. But it wasn't attacking Yi Chanin. It was attacking the giant bird that swooped down. The giant bird had no time to change direction and was bitten on the wing by the black wolf. The two giant beasts rolled violently into a ball. The three giant birds behind immediately changed their target and all pounced on the black wolf. Sharp beaks, razor-sharp claws, feathers flying wildly, and ear-piercing cries. Four giant birds and a black wolf instantly began to fight in the forest clearing. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. Some said that black wolf originally came for Yi Chanin, but was hit by the giant bird. Others realized that with that backward roll, anyone else would have been pounced on. Yi Chanin's eyes darkened. Without the slightest hesitation, and without staying to watch, she turned and ran. She could fight either the black wolf or the giant bird individually, but against both of them combined, she had no chance of winning. Since they were fighting each other, let them fight to their heart's content. Her speed exploded to its limit in an instant. Raindrops were smashed aside by her body. Thorns were cut by her short sword, and every step she took was perfectly planted. At this moment, she was like a cheetah, frantically traversing the rainforest. The comment section was filled with people marveling at how fast she ran, seeing only the screen rapidly receding. Some said even Usain Bolt would have to call her mom, while others guessed that the superpowered food she had consumed earlier hadn't been wasted. Yi Chanin herself could feel that this speed even surpassed her peak performance in her previous life. Her overall physical fitness was only level 1, yet it was already so astonishing. She was very much looking forward to seeing what her body would become when the values reached even higher levels. The roars of the giant bird and the black wolf behind her grew fainter and fainter, the battle still raging. She covered the 100-meter distance in just over 10 seconds. After bursting out of the jungle, the cold rain hitting her face felt strangely comforting. She didn't stop, continuing her mad dash towards the cliff until she climbed it, slid into a cave, and finally leaned against the rock wall, panting heavily. The live stream was filled with cheers of relief. Everyone said it was terrifying. If the black wolf had pounced, the consequences would have been unimaginable, and Yi Chanin's reaction and speed were simply outrageous. After catching its breath, Yi Chan looked down at the vine basket. It was full of feathers. Although some had been knocked off by branches while running, there were still enough to make tail feathers for dozens of arrows. A slight smile played at the corners of her lips. It was worth it. The rain was still falling outside, and a few faint hissing sounds echoed from the depths of the jungle before fading into silence. Yi Chanin glanced in that direction before looking away. She leaned against the rock wall, her chest rising and falling slightly, rain dripping from her hair, her undergarments already soaked through. She got up and took some dried clothes from the campfire to change. She remained calm and unhurried throughout the entire process, showing no sign of panic on her face, as if she were not the one who had just been surrounded and chased by the black wolf and the giant bird. After changing her clothes, Yi Chanin first opened a coconut and drank the sweet coconut juice in large gulps. She regained her fluids and her mood completely calmed down. After finishing her drink, she began to organize her harvest. All the feathers were strung together with vines and hung near the fire to dry slowly. These were crucial materials for arrow tails and had to be completely dry before they could be used. Then she dragged a bundle of things out from the corner of the cave. Animal bones. Chapter 41. Inside the National Command Center, the camera focused on the pile of bones beside Yi Chanin. They were of various shapes and sizes, including leg bones, ribs, and even vertebrae of unknown origin, all of which she had casually collected while exploring the edge of the jungle. The live chat immediately buzzed with activity. Some were curious about what she was collecting bones for, while others guessed she was making tools or weapons. Soon, Yi Chanin provided the answer. She picked out a leg bone of suitable thickness from the pile of bones and drew the fang dagger from her waist. The dagger was astonishingly sharp, slicing bone as easily as hardwood, cutting it in half with one stroke, trimming the edge with another, and beginning to shape it with a third. The blade twirled deftly in her hand, rubbing against the bone with a soft, rustling sound. Before long, a flat, pointed, two-winged cone appeared in her palm. The screen instantly flooded with comments. Arrow. Wild sister is making an arrow. No wonder she was picking up bones all along. She had this planned all along. I knew she never did anything useless. Yi Chanin didn't stop. After finishing the first one, she picked up the second and the third. She alternated between making biplane and triangular shapes, and each bone arrowhead was similar in size with sharp edges. Before long, a small pile of finished products had formed around the campfire. In the studio, Director Chun explained that this was an ancient type of animal bone arrowhead. Although not as hard as metal, it was extremely cost-effective in primitive environments, enough to pierce the fur of ordinary wild animals. The two-winged shape could widen the wound, while the triangular shape was more suitable for hunting prey with hard hides. The real lethality came mainly from the arrow's speed and kinetic energy. The comment section was filled with both mockery of Coach Chun for boasting again and an undeniable truth to his point. After all, Yi Chanin's ability to create a complete set of long-range weapons in such a setting was far beyond the average person. Half the bones were still unprocessed, but the big head cod on the campfire was already sizzling and dripping with oil, its skin golden brown and the flesh splitting open. 3 large oysters nearby were also cooked, their shells slightly open, revealing plump, meaty flesh. Yi Chanin stopped eating and began to eat. She tore off a piece of fish, dipped it in coarse salt, and the fish was tender and soft in her mouth. The oysters were sweet and juicy, with a hint of charcoal smokiness. The live stream chat immediately turned into a food broadcast, with some people shouting for chili peppers, while others joked that this was a burial ground for bones, and anyone daring to come could only do so in their dreams. Yi Chanin also noticed that her appetite had increased significantly. Previously, half a grouper would fill her up, but now a whole big head cod and 3 oysters only made her feel about 70% full. If she didn't have to set aside some food for the national treasury, she could eat even more. But what she truly craves is the energy boost from supernatural food and the upgrade of her exclusive system. Given enough time, she could easily use the seafood from this coast to boost her attributes to an astonishing level. But there just wasn't enough time. Last night, she received an emergency 1-minute call, which is made every 10 days. It was from the Dragon Kingdom's National Fortune Command Center. A solemn-looking staff officer spoke briefly. The Level 2 cold wave continues to encroach, putting enormous pressure on the heating supply of furnaces across the country. High energy or reserves are running low, and many areas can only provide heating for 4 to 6 hours a day. To make matters worse, contestant number 1, Qin Hongxiu, is seriously injured and out of contact. Although she still has vital signs, she has not submitted any resources for several days. Contestant number 3, Wang Chunmei, is not capable enough to obtain the high energy ore. Now, Yi Chanin has become the only person who might be able to obtain the high energy ore. The staff officer concluded by saying that command hoped she would acquire resources for the country as quickly as possible, while ensuring her safety. This was not an order, but a request. He told her to take care. After the call ended, Yi Chanin stared at the extinguished communication panel, remaining silent for a long time. The pressure was there, of course, but even more so, a long-lost sense of mission. Having been a Special Forces soldier in her previous life, she knew all too well the weight of the words "the country needs us." Moreover, she must ensure that the Dragon Kingdom enters the top 3. This is her agreement with her exclusive system. Only when the nation's fortune is strong enough can it challenge the rules of the current plane, giving her a chance to return to her original planet, Earth. Therefore, whether for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom or for her own sake, she must compete for the high energy ore. The shimmering or residue on the giant crabs deep within the jungle of Burial Island and the mysterious bright spots inside the wrecked ship are all targets she must investigate. But the prerequisite is that you go in alive and come out alive. So these past few days, she's been focusing on improving herself. Weapons, equipment, attributes. She can't afford to neglect any of them, and the attribute upgrade system's unique features are her biggest trump card. She had already consumed quite a bit of supernatural food, which should have met the upgrade requirements by now, but the system remained unresponsive. Perhaps the effects diminished after consuming too much of the same type of food, or perhaps the quality was insufficient. Ordinary fire pattern conch was ultimately no match for the mutated lobster, much less for that grouper. She needs higher quality, supernatural ingredients. Just as Yi Chanin finished eating the last bite of cod, the familiar notification sound suddenly rang out. Bite! Yi Chanin paused, her eyes lighting up instantly. Detected that the host has once again accumulated temporary ability boosts through consuming superpowered food, reaching the long-term threshold. Host's basic overall physical fitness permanently and slightly increased, approximately plus 230 units of standard value. Current overall physical fitness, 730/1000, level 1. Reward. You can choose one basic skill attribute and upgrade it to level 1. Optional skills, swimming level 1, water ability, cold resistance level 1, poison resistance level 1, crafts, outdoor cooking, rock climbing level 1, basic sensory abilities, vision level 1, hearing, sense of smell, strength, agility, endurance. It's finally here. Chapter 42. Yi Chanin pressed the excitement button, quickly scanned the system options, and finally stopped on an item she had previously ignored. Perception level 1 greatly enhances the ability to perceive the dynamic states of various organisms in the surrounding environment, with a core range of 50 meters. Note, passive skill, no cost. She pondered for a few seconds and immediately understood that this ability didn't rely on sight, but rather on sensing the movements of creatures around her. In the jungle, sight is obstructed by trees, and sound is masked by wind and rain. Having perception is like having an extra pair of hidden eyes. Yi Chanin decisively confirmed the upgrade. After the system notification ended, she stood there stunned for 10 seconds, but nothing changed around her. The next moment, it felt like her mind had exploded. An indescribable signal suddenly spread out, like radar or sonar, instantly capturing all moving creatures nearby. Above, and to the right of the cliff outside the cave, something was slowly sliding down the rock face, a snake. On the beach below the cliff, several crabs were slithering sideways. On the leaves overhead, an insect's 6 legs moved alternately, its tracks so clear they seemed almost right before your eyes. Within a 50-meter radius, every moving creature formed a dynamic, 3-dimensional image in her mind. But as soon as they stopped, the signals would immediately disappear. Yi Chanin took a deep breath. This ability was too powerful. It was something no human should possess. In the dangerous primeval jungle, being able to sense the movements of creatures in advance allowed one to avoid most lurking threats. She sat in the cave for about 10 minutes, adjusting to the environment. Whenever a creature entered the area, her senses would automatically detect it. Once it left, the signal would disappear. Although the system claimed there was no overhead, this influx of information was still mentally taxing, and she could only gradually get used to it. Suppressing her excitement, she continued making arrows. Soon, the daily national fortune settlement time arrived. Yi Chanin used her old method, small probes, uploading in batches, and then going all in at the end. My luck wasn't great today. The last batch of goods only triggered the 10,000x return. My points increased by 1,100, bringing my total to 8,505, and my ranking dropped to 86th. In recent days, more and more countries have begun producing high-energy minerals, and many competitors who were originally outside the top 100 have broken into the top 100 with just one mineral. The top 3 remain stable. The United States is first, the United Kingdom is second, and the United States is third. On the national fortune chat screen, congratulations and taunts kept flooding in. Some praised America as invincible, while others said that China had regressed again, unable to withstand the cold wave without high-energy ore. The number of comments in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream has decreased significantly. It's not that no one is watching, but rather that people aren't in the mood to post. Some of the sarcastic remarks have indeed struck a chord with reality. Many viewers said their homes already had heating rationed, only 2 hours each in the morning and evening, leaving them to tough it out the rest of the time. Some felt sorry for Yi Chanin, while others couldn't help but feel anxious. Yi Chanin was unaware of all this, but she knew she had to speed things up. As night fell, the cancer crab arrived on time. The viewers in the live stream had long since become numb, no longer screaming in fear as they had at the beginning. Yi Chanin continued to extinguish the fire, hide, and observe as usual. This time, however, with the enhancement of level 1 perception, everything was different. The movement trajectory of each giant crab was clearly presented in her mind. The angle at which the crab's legs landed and the direction of the tilt of its shell were all clearly visible. This feeling is like having a full view of the map. After entering the jungle, Cancer did not sleep, but continued to make arrows. She trimmed the dried feathers to the appropriate size, attached them to the ends of the arrow shafts, and secured them with thin vine ropes. She also attached bone arrowheads one by one. In the latter half of the night, she ran out of materials and made a total of 30 arrows. Just then, the giant crabs returned from the jungle. She sensed their movements again. There were fewer of them than when she went in, and some of them still had oar-like markings on their bodies. Yi Chanin silently made a mental note of it, and only closed her eyes to rest after the cancer had retreated back into the sea. Tomorrow, she should go and see that wrecked ship. The campfire gradually died down, plunging the cave into darkness. The rain continued to fall outside, but Yi Chanin's breathing had become steady. Before falling asleep, the last things that flashed through her mind were the faint reflections in the wrecked boat and the silhouette of a three-headed Tyrannosaurus Rex disappearing into the depths of the jungle. As dawn approached, the wind and rain outside the cave finally stopped. Yi Chanin was fast asleep against the rock wall. The campfire had burned out, leaving only a few dim red embers. Sunlight slanted into the cave entrance, falling on her face. The livestream room was unusually lively today, packed with people before dawn. Isn't Yi Jia awake yet? Shoo, keep your voice down, don't wake her up. Can she hear you sending comments upstairs? I don't care, I just want to keep it down. Yi Jia's looks are absolutely stunning. She looks like an angel when she's asleep. Chapter 43. The studio was bustling with activity as the expert team explored the dense forests of the bay. Director Chun, Professor Zhang, and several newly arrived experts discussed the bay for over an hour. Some people believe the bay is too dangerous and advise caution. Others think the allure of high-energy minerals is too great, and even if there are no minerals in the wrecked ship, the marine resources in that area are astonishing. Someone asked if there might be giant crabs hiding in the wrecked ship. Instructor Chun adjusted his glasses and judged that the ship was probably just a temporary habitat for giant crabs, whose real activity area was still the jungle. There were probably no permanent giant crabs on the ship. At most, they would pass by occasionally. Professor Zhang nodded, though he didn't usually agree, but still added, "What if there is?" Coach Chin simply said that it would depend on Huang Tai's on-the-spot judgment. He trusted her. The live chat immediately joked that Professor Zhang had been tamed by Huang Tai and had become her protector. The sunlight grew brighter. Yi Chanin's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly opened her eyes, greeted by the long-awaited, dazzling sunlight. She paused for a moment, squinting slightly to adjust to the light, then stretched and moved her limbs. The livestream chat instantly buzzed with excitement. The viewers knew she was likely up to something big today. After getting up, Yi Chanin went about her usual routine. Drinking water, starting a fire, boiling water, washing up, and then grilling a fish and 2 conchas for breakfast. After finishing her meal, she began to organize her equipment. A short sword made from the tusks of a giant beast was sheathed in a vine sheath on her back. A dagger hung at her waist, a compound bow was fixed to her back, and a wicker quiver contained 30 arrows. 5 of the arrowheads were coated with a dark green poison powder, made from ground paralyzing vine leaves mixed with water, which could cause localized stiffness in the victim for several hours. She marked the arrows by wrapping them with red vine for easy identification. Finally, she tied a rope around her waist, held a spear in her hand, but didn't bring her all-purpose scythe. The comments section exploded, with everyone crying foul for the scythe, saying it had been with Wild Sister for so long, and now it could only guard the house. Yi Chanin emerged from the cave and climbed the cliff. Instead of collecting seashells on the beach, as usual, picking coconuts, or fishing in the U-shaped shallow water, she went directly to the U-shaped rock face and began to climb. The live stream chat exploded. Everyone guessed that her target today was that bay and the stranded, wrecked ship in the distance. Tension and anticipation surged simultaneously, and the chat was flooded with messages urging her to be careful. Upon reaching the top of the rock face, Yi Chanin didn't rush down. Instead, she lay prone on the ground, concealing herself to observe. The weather had improved, providing excellent visibility, and the entire bay was clearly spread out before her. Azure waters, golden beaches, and that wrecked ship wedged between the rocks all seemed lifeless. Reflections on the ship still lingered, flashing occasionally. No trace of the giant crab was visible nearby. But Yi Chanin didn't just stare at the wrecked ship. Her attention was drawn to the dense forest clinging to the mountainsides on both sides of the bay. Occasionally, a shadow would flash by, too small and too fast to make out clearly what it was. After observing for a full hour and confirming that there were no obvious abnormalities, she slowly descended the rocky slope. The slippery rock surface felt like flat ground beneath her feet, and soon she stepped onto the bay's sandy beach. The audience was so nervous their palms were sweating, but they were quickly stunned by what they saw. The shallow water was crystal clear, with schools of fish swimming in dense schools, shrimp and crabs scurrying among the rocks, and even large lobsters waving their antennae. Yi Chanin was slightly taken aback. Within her perception range, the biological activity in this bay was astonishing, and its resources were more than 10 times richer than those in the U-shaped shallow water area. The comment section was filled with people calling it a treasure trove of a bay, urging her to simply settle down there. But Yi Chanin quickly withdrew her gaze. Her target was clear, the wrecked boat 800 meters away. However, before getting closer, she needed to figure out what was hidden in the dense forest on either side. It was too quiet here, unnaturally quiet. She activated her senses, probing the dense forest as she moved along the coastline. In the first 20 meters, she only found a few small insects. After another 30 meters, there was still no sign of snakes or rats. After walking 50 meters, Yi Chanin stopped, her brows furrowing slightly. It wasn't that there was no life here, but rather that the density of living things was terrifyingly low. Apart from a few insects, she could barely sense any living creatures of any significant size. This was completely different from the jungles of the North Coast. There, snakes, insects, and rodents roamed everywhere, but this forest was like a dead place. The layers of tree canopy blocked out the sunlight, and the depths of the dense forest were dark and cold, making even the viewers in the live stream feel uneasy. Yi Chanin did not hesitate. She drew the bow from her back, knocked an ordinary arrow, aimed at the depths of the dense forest, and shot it out with a whoosh. Chapter 44. The arrow sank into the darkness, yet the forest remained utterly silent. No birds took flight, no wild beasts fled. It was as still as if the arrow had been swallowed by a swamp. The screen immediately filled with comments, with viewers baffled as to why Yi Chanin suddenly shot an arrow. Some guessed she was testing the waters, while others felt the forest was eerily quiet. Yi Chanin frowned, knocked another arrow, and slowly walked into the depths of the forest. The online comments immediately panicked, with many advising her not to go in, while others guessed that she was scouting ahead before the wrecked ship. 50 meters deeper, the tree canopy overhead almost completely blocked out the light, leaving only scattered patches of sunlight. The forest was as dark as dusk, the air damp and cold, and filled with an indescribable fishy smell. It wasn't the stench of rotting flesh, but a strange, fishy smell. Even more unusual, there's almost no biological activity within her sensory range, only a few small insects. This forest was too clean, unnaturally clean. Yi Chanin continued forward, walking another 10 meters or so, when she came across the skeleton of a small animal, its bones scattered all over the ground, and several other similar remains nearby. The fishy smell in the air grew stronger. Just then, her sense suddenly picked up on a movement. Something was crawling rapidly, long and thin like a snake. Yi Chanin gripped her bow and arrow tightly and gave chase in that direction. The creature seemed to sense her and immediately sped away. A dozen breaths later, she sensed 5 or 6 more identical movements, all fleeing in the same direction. The viewers couldn't see what she was chasing, but they could feel the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Yi Chanin quickened her pace, almost running, until a scene ahead made her stop abruptly. There lay the carcass of a giant crab, its massive size with several legs broken off, its abdomen ripped open, its internal organs ripped out, leaving only some rotting flesh hanging on its shell, emitting a strong stench. This putrid stench was different from the previous strange, fishy smell, indicating that the giant crab had been dead for at least 10 days. The live chat exploded with comments, everyone asking how such a large crab could die here, and what had emptied its stomach. Yi Chanin examined the corpses and quickly spotted a faint reflection at the joints of the crab's legs. It was remnants of high-energy ore. Her pupils contracted, confirming that these giant crabs had indeed come into contact with mineral veins in the jungle. She suppressed the tremor and continued chasing in the direction the unidentified creatures had fled. The further she went, the stronger the stench became, and the more slippery the ground became, as if something had repeatedly crawled over it. After chasing for about 50 meters, the view suddenly opened up. We had reached the inner edge of the dense forest. Beyond that lay a rocky mountain. Below the mountain, A 3-meter-high black cave entrance appeared, its bottom unseen. Outside the cave entrance, at least a dozen giant crab carcasses lay scattered. Some had collapsed shells, indicating they had been dead for a long time. Others looked relatively fresh, but their abdomens had been emptied, and their internal organs were missing. What chilled Yichanin even more was that she sensed 7 or 8 snake-like creatures wriggling inside a relatively new giant crab corpse, gnawing on the remaining rotten flesh. She held her breath and tried to keep her distance. In the dim light, she finally made out what those things looked like. They had long, thin bodies like snakes, but triangular heads with huge mouths that almost stretched to the back of their heads, filled with sharp teeth. They had no normal eyes, only 2 vestigial black dots, making them look like aliens from a horror movie. That strange, fishy smell was emanating from them. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the creatures simultaneously stopped eating and turned their heads toward Yichanin. Although they had no eyes, she clearly felt that they saw her. The next second, 7 or 8 alien creatures burst out of the giant crab's body, rushing into the dark cave at astonishing speed and disappearing in the blink of an eye. The live chat went completely out of control, with everyone yelling for her to run. Yichanin didn't leave immediately. Instead, she gripped her bow tightly, took a few slow steps forward, and unleashed her full sensory perception. 3 or 4 meters deep inside the cave, countless creatures were moving about. Dozens, even hundreds, of them gathered motionless in the cave, like they were lying in ambush for their prey. Yichanin felt a chill run down her spine. If she didn't have any senses and rashly entered the cave, the consequences would be unimaginable. She didn't approach any closer, but her gaze returned to the giant crab carcass on the ground. The joints of several of the crab's legs still reflected the light of high-energy ore. This indicated that the ore vein was likely inside that cave. Yichanin stared at the dark entrance for a few seconds, as if trying to pierce the darkness and see the secrets within. Then she decisively turned around and retreated from the eerie forest even faster than she had come. The viewers in the live chat finally breathed a sigh of relief. But soon someone noticed the reflection on the crab's corpse and suspected that it was high-energy mineral. The viewers immediately flipped through the video screenshots, zooming in and analyzing them frame by frame. Under high-definition images, the reflective points at the crab's leg joints were clearly visible, exhibiting the characteristic luster of high-energy minerals. The livestream chat instantly erupted in excitement, and the expert team convened an emergency meeting. Suppressing his excitement, Instructor Chin stated that preliminary analysis confirmed the presence of high energy or residue on the crab corpses. If his assessment was correct, the cave was highly likely to contain a high energy ore vein. The audience went wild, shouting that China was finally going to have high energy ore. But soon some people calmed down, reminding everyone that this was only very likely, and even if there really was a vein, they might not be able to get their hands on it. Instructor Chin spoke again, his tone grave. He reminded everyone that if there truly was a mineral vein, it would be extremely difficult for Miss Arita to acquire it. Why the giant crab died, what those serpentine creatures were, and whether there were any greater dangers within the cave, all of these questions needed to be answered. Without sufficient information, he advised her not to rush into the cave. The live stream fell silent instantly. The mine might be right in front of them, but the aliens, the giant crab corpses, and the black hole made every step feel like a death trap. Chapter 45. Yichanin withdrew from the dense forest and stood on the shore, remaining motionless for a full 10 minutes. Her sense remained locked on the edge of the dense forest, and only after confirming that nothing was chasing after her did she turn to look at the other side of the bay. The stranded, wrecked ship still shimmered slightly in the sunlight. Yichanin took a deep breath, gripped her spear tightly, and slowly walked along the coastline. She had already memorized the secrets of the dense forest, but her real target today was that ship. She walked slowly, but each step was steady, the dense forest on her right always within her perception range. The alien creatures did not appear. The forest remained deathly silent. When they were about 200 meters away from the wrecked ship, Yichanin stopped and observed the situation for several minutes. Suddenly, she took off her composite bow and drew an ordinary arrow. She knocked an arrow, drew the bowstring, and pointed the arrow tip diagonally toward the wrecked boat. The live stream chat instantly tensed up. Some people doubted that she could hit the target at that distance, while others realized that she was scouting ahead. The next second, the arrow flew from the bow, arcing through the air before precisely embedding itself in the wrecked ship's hull. With a muffled thud, the arrow shaft pierced the rotten wooden board, its fletching trembling slightly. The live chat exploded with comments. She hit the target with an arrow from over 200 meters away, and everyone was stunned by her archery skills. Yi Chanin showed no sign of relaxation. She stared at the wrecked ship, her right hand already resting on the hilt of her short sword behind her back. A minute passed, and the wrecked ship remained deathly silent. There were no crabs, no aliens, and no unusual movements. She then put away her bow and arrows, switched to a short sword, and continued to approach. Upon getting closer, Yi Chanin realized that the ship was much larger than it had appeared from a distance. It is an ancient wooden ship, about 60 or 70 meters long and about 20 meters wide, about 4 stories high, leaning and stuck on a huge reef. 1/3 of the hull was severely damaged, repeatedly battered by seawater. The remaining structure indicates that it was once an expeditionary vessel. The ship has a ram at the bow, cannon holes on the hull, several old-fashioned cannons rusted to scrap metal scattered on the deck, and rows of, or holes on the hull. This is no ordinary merchant ship. It's more like a warship or a pirate ship. The live stream chat was buzzing with discussion. Some said it was an ancient pirate ship. Others guessed it had been shipwrecked, and still others remarked that the name Burial Island was indeed extraordinary. Yi Chanin circled the boat to observe it. The hull was very smooth from the erosion of seawater and wind and rain, and it was covered with barnacles and seaweed, making it almost impossible to climb. The only place you could get in was a huge hole in the bottom of the ship, with the wooden planks at the edges curled outwards, as if something had smashed it open from the inside. She bent down and crawled into the bottom of the cabin. The interior was a mess, with broken planks, debris, and thick silt piled up everywhere. Light streamed down from the hole above, forming several beams of light. Yi Chanin quickly found something in the crack of the wooden board. She picked it out with her short sword and saw that it was a piece of clothing. The clothes were faded and tattered from being soaked in seawater, but the blurred logo on them was still recognized by the audience. Those are the clothes worn by the athletes from the Peacock Kingdom. The screen immediately filled with comments. The clothes were there, but the person was nowhere to be seen. The outcome was predictable. Yi Chanin tossed aside her clothes expressionlessly and looked up at the upper floor. The staircase has collapsed, leaving only a few broken handrails. The hole overhead is about 4 meters above the ground, with several protruding wooden planks along the edge, making it look unstable. Judging from its external height, the ship has at least 3 decks. She's currently on the ground floor and wants to go up to the second deck, but there's almost no readily available route. The viewers in the live stream started to worry. How would they get up there without stairs? And what if those rotten wooden planks broke? The consequences would be unpredictable. Professor Zhang's voice rang out at the opportune moment, confidently analyzing that Yi Chanin would most likely seek a climbing route from the outside of the ship. Since there were no reliable support points inside, jumping 4 meters barehanded to grab the rotten wood was too risky. The external cracks and rivets would be more suitable for leverage. Before she could finish speaking, Yi Chanin in the scene had already sheathed the short sword back on her back, taken a few steps back, and taken a deep breath. Then, take a running start. She stepped onto the sloping side of the boat and used the slope and friction to propel herself upwards. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. At the moment she reached the highest point, she pushed off with both feet. Her body bounced and turned in midair, her arms outstretched like a swallow, and she precisely grabbed the protruding piece of wood at the edge of the hole. The wooden planks creaked and groaned, yet they somehow managed to hold her up. Yi Chanin hung in midair, swaying back and forth twice to gather strength, then suddenly swung forward, released her hands, and did a beautiful somersault in the air. It took off, spun around, and landed steadily on the second deck. The live stream room was completely silent. Professor Zhang's mouth was half open, and the rest of his words were stuck in his throat. Chapter 46, Ancient Carnivorous Insects. 3 seconds later, the chat exploded. Sky, what kind of godlike move is that? Even gymnasts have to call her mom. You leap up to the second floor like a carp. Wild sister, are you even human? Professor Zhang. I haven't finished speaking yet. The audience was stunned by Yi Chanin's actions, and they all joked that Professor Zhang had been humiliated on the spot. She drew her short sword as soon as she landed, and crouched slightly to enter a fighting stance. But as she looked ahead, her pupils contracted sharply. Several wooden cells lined both sides of the narrow passage, filled with human skeletons. Some were huddled in corners, some were slumped over wooden bars, and one skeleton was suspended from the wall by its hands, bound by iron chains. Scattered on the ground were also mutilated bones, limbs severed, as if torn apart by some monster with brute force before death. A dark trail of blood stretched from the depths of the passage to the stairwell, as if someone had been severely wounded and forcibly dragged away. Several old swords lay nearby, long since rusted. The livestream viewers gasped, some exclaiming it was hell on earth, finally understanding the meaning behind the name Burial Island. Yi Chanin gripped her short sword tightly and followed the bloodstains up to the next level. The scene before her was even more horrific than below. Skeletons, severed limbs, and tattered clothing littered the ground, with some of the remains even still bearing traces of flesh and blood, and a stench of blood filled the air. At the end of the bloodstains lay a pile of relatively new bone fragments and pieces of clothing. Yi Chanin crouched down to examine them, and, judging from the different styles of clothing, at least 4 or 5 contestants from different countries had died here. The live stream fell completely silent. Coach Chun said in a deep voice, "This is the cruel reality of survival in a nation's destiny. Not everyone can survive. These athletes may have died from cancer, or they may have encountered even more terrifying monsters." The comments section erupted with condolences for the deceased. Yi Chanin searched the area around the remains, but found no supplies, clearly indicating that the place had already been looted. She didn't linger and continued towards the stairs leading to the outer deck. Pushing open the half-closed hatch, a stench-filled giant crab carcass came into view. It was enormous, missing one of its giant claws, with a large hole ripped out of its abdomen, its internal organs completely gone. Its manner of death was exactly the same as that of the giant crabs in the dense forest. Yi Chanin gripped her short sword tightly and slowly approached. Just then, her senses suddenly detected movement inside her abdomen. There was something there. The next second, a dark shadow suddenly darted out from the hole, rushing straight for her face with astonishing speed. But Yi Chanin reacted even faster, dodging to the side, while simultaneously slashing horizontally with her short sword. With a piercing scream, the dark figure was severed in 2 mid-air, landing with a thud on the deck. The severed head still struggled, its massive jaws, filled with sharp teeth, opening and closing repeatedly with a chilling, cracking sound. That was the alien creature that had appeared in the dense forest. The live stream exploded instantly, as viewers realized it had been hiding inside the giant crab's belly, and an ordinary person would probably have already been caught in its trap. As the camera zoomed in, it was revealed to have a thin, snake-like body, a triangular head, and a huge mouth that split open to the back of its head. It had no real eyes, only 2 small, vestigial black dots, and its appearance was bizarre and disgusting. The expert team urgently consulted relevant materials, and Professor Lee finally recognized it as an ancient carnivorous worm that had long been extinct. They lived in dark and damp environments, fed on the flesh and blood of other organisms, and were a typical social species. Professor Chen pressed for details about what living in groups meant. Professor Lee explained with difficulty that they were like ants, with thousands or even tens of thousands of them gathering in a single nest. The live stream went silent instantly. Yi Chanin stared expressionlessly at the still writhing insect corpse, then raised her foot and crushed the insect's head with a smack, sending disgusting fluids flying everywhere. The audience paused for half a second, then flooded the screen with comments. Yi Chanin flicked the juice off her short sword and turned her gaze toward the captain's cabin at the far end of the deck. The door had vanished, leaving the room pitch black. The previously flashing reflective point was now hidden there. The live stream chat erupted in excitement once more, with everyone speculating whether it was the high energy or... Yi Chanin strode into the captain's cabin. The room was a mess, with overturned furniture and broken navigation instruments scattered everywhere, but the only reflection came from the lens of an old-fashioned telescope on the broken table. The live stream chat erupted in groans, everyone thinking the high energy or was completely out of the question. Yi Chanin glanced at the rusty telescope, but didn't reach for it. Instead, she continued scanning the entire room. Soon, she noticed a wooden box, about half a meter square, in the corner. Although the box was decayed, the remaining metal corner protectors and exquisite carvings were enough to prove that it was once quite valuable. The live stream chat erupted again, with some guessing there was gold hidden inside, while others were only concerned with whether they could exchange it for points. Yi Chanin stepped forward and used the tip of her sword to pry open the already rusted iron lock. Click! The lock is broken. She used the tip of her sword to pry open the box lid. A dark red light, not dazzling but unusually bright, shone from a box. 3 fist-sized pieces of ore lay quietly at the bottom of the box. High energy ore. Chapter 47. The live stream was silent for a full 3 seconds. Then the chat exploded like a volcano. High energy ore. It really is high energy ore. 3 pieces. 3 fist-sized pieces. The Dragon Kingdom finally has high energy ore. The screen was filled with cheers, so many that they were almost invisible. In the expert group studio, Coach Shun took off his glasses and discreetly wiped the corner of his eye. When he spoke again, his voice trembled slightly, but remained steady, announcing that Dragon Country's number 4 contestant, Yi Chanin Huang Te, had finally obtained the first batch of high energy ore, a historic breakthrough in this national survival challenge. The live stream chat exploded with comments like, "Wild Sister is awesome, long live the Dragon Kingdom," and finally, Yi Chanin picked up a piece of ore. It was icy cold to the touch, yet seemed to contain a surging energy within. A dark red glow flowed across its surface, like a dormant flame. It was a level 1 fire attribute high energy, or the data showed that it released 10,000 times the energy of ordinary coal. She took out a dagger and carefully sliced off 2 small pieces, each only the size of fingernail. Then she rubbed them vigorously in her hand. Laugh! The 2 pieces of ore instantly ignited with pale red flames, and the surrounding temperature rose rapidly, with heat waves spreading out for 6 or 7 meters. She let the flames burn for 3 minutes, but the ore was hardly consumed. Yi Chanin extinguished the flames and put the ore away after it cooled. Such energy density was truly terrifying. 3 fist-sized pieces of ore, used sparingly, would be enough to sustain a medium-sized city in the Dragon Kingdom for a long time. If a high multiplier return was triggered, its value would be even more immeasurable. She took out all 3 pieces of ore and was about to close the box when her gaze suddenly stopped at the bottom of the box. There was a piece of parchment pasted there, so worn it was almost melting into the wood. Though blurry, the lines and markings were still discernible. The live stream chat exploded again. Map. Treasure map. Experts, take screenshots quickly. Image processing, get to work. Yi Chanin brushed off the dust, but didn't examine it immediately. Instead, she left the captain's cabin and went to the deck. The severed carnivorous worm's corpse was still there. She bent down, picked up a piece of its tail, and returned to the captain's cabin. The live chat was filled with questions. Why is Wild Sister picking up bugs? Is she going to roast them and eat them? Is she going to hand them over to the system? Just as everyone was making fun of her, Yi Chanin put 1 foot on the box, revealing her long, slender, fair legs. The atmosphere in the live stream instantly changed. She was about to throw up, and now she's drooling. Is this appropriate? Wait, what is she doing? Yi Chanin stared at the map at the bottom of the box for a long time, then squeezed the half-eaten, flesh-eating worm in her hand. Dark red blood spurted out, and she dipped her finger in the blood and began to trace the map stroke by stroke on her thigh. The live stream audience was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed, "She's drawing a map, using her legs as a canvas. This is amazing. Perverts, watch your drool." Soon, 1 leg was covered with lines and markings. Yi Chanin switched to the other leg and continued. The 2 thighs had now become 2 precious maps. Inside the expert group, Coach Chun stared at the screen, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Everyone, this leg, this map. Why does it look so familiar? Professor Zhang suddenly stood up, pointing excitedly at the screen. It's Burial Island. This is the coastline. This is the U-shaped shallow water area. This is the bay. And here, that's the wrecked ship where Sister Yi is. The live stream chat exploded instantly. It really is Burial Island. What does it mean by drawing circles on the cave? Is there some high energy or there? There are several circles on the other map too. Instructor Chan took a deep breath. If the map is real, there are at least 7 or 8 high energy ore deposits on Burial Bone Island. What Miss Wang Te got today is not just 3 pieces of ore, but also a treasure map of immeasurable value. The live chat went wild. 7 or 8 mining sites. China is going to be rich. I'd call Yi Jie's legs a national treasure of China. National treasure level thighs. After finishing the last stroke, Yi Chanin threw away the flesh-eating worm that had been squeezed dry of blood. She looked down at the dense, blood-red lines on her legs, like ancient totems or keys to a treasure trove. She then carefully put away the 3 high-energy ores, slung her bow and arrows over her shoulder, gripped her short sword, took one last look at the captain's cabin, and turned to leave. She jumped down the second floor along the same route, climbed out of the hole in the hull, and stood on the beach again. Sunlight fell on her, illuminating her 2 thighs covered with maps. Yi Chanin glanced back at the silent, dilapidated ship, then strode back the way she came. The comments gradually quieted down, leaving only a few scattered remarks. 3 high-energy ores, a treasure map. This trip was worth it. How did she calculate every step so accurately? Don't ask. It's just a cult of wild gods. Mortals can't understand it. The results will be settled tonight. Let's wait and see the show. Her footsteps faded into the distance on the beach. Her shadow stretched long in the sunlight. Those 2 thighs, marked with blood-red patterns, stood out starkly in the sunlight and seemed all the more precious. Chapter 48, A Successful Harvest. Yi Chanin carried a long spear, with a fat fish and an enormous lobster skewered on its tip, and strolled leisurely along the bay's beach. Sunlight fell on her, and the damp sand beneath her feet felt soft and yielding. She glanced back at the eerie forest, then climbed the U-shaped rock face up the slope. Reaching the top, she didn't rush to leave, but instead found a secluded spot to lie down and observe the bay and the forest for over an hour. Some viewers in the live stream wondered what she was still watching, while others guessed she was checking for safety. After all, there were carnivorous insects in that forest, and a moment of carelessness could lead to trouble. Only after confirming that there were no unusual movements did Yi Chanin get up and head towards the sheltered cave. Halfway through her journey, she suddenly turned into the jungle. The live chat immediately tensed up, with viewers speculating whether she was about to embark on another adventure. She had just acquired high energy ore and a map that day. Logically, she should have gone back to plan ahead. Yi Chanin couldn't see these attempts to dissuade her. She gripped her short sword tightly and activated her senses. The movements of all living things within 50 meters became clearly visible. She avoided the positions of insects, snakes, and small rodents, and quickly arrived in front of the huge withered tree. This was the very spot where she had collected feathers last time. The 5 enormous bird nests in the tree were still there, but they were empty. Not a single giant bird was to be seen. The ground was littered with feathers, blackened bloodstains, broken branches, claw marks, and tooth marks. Judging from the traces of the scene, Black Wolf seemed to have the upper hand, but no one knew the final outcome. The livestream viewers speculated that Black Wolf might have killed the giant bird, or that both sides might have suffered heavy losses. Yi Chanin didn't care about any of that. The giant bird's absence suited her perfectly. She immediately buried herself in picking up feathers. There were even more feathers on the ground than before, and soon her basket was full. The audience couldn't help but joke that she was planning to make arrows for the rest of her life. After collecting the feathers, Yi Chanin wasn't finished. She drew her short sword and began hacking at the surrounding vines. The short sword was incredibly sharp. The vines were sliced through like tofu in her hands, quickly piling up into several large bundles. The viewers in the live stream started speculating again about what she was going to do with all those vines. Some said she never did anything meaningless, so she was probably planning something big. Yi Chanin tied up the vines, dragged her spoils, and returned to her sheltered cave, satisfied. Back in the cave, she first split open a coconut and gulped down the cool coconut juice. Then, she used her dagger to meticulously trace the map from her leg onto the stone wall. The firelight illuminated the blood-red lines, spreading out like an ancient totem. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Some exclaimed that she was actually replicating a map, while others were busy taking screenshots to use as wallpapers. After finishing the map, Yi Chanin washed the bloodstains off her legs, changed into clean clothes, and began preparing dinner. Grilled fish and lobster were placed over the fire, their aroma slowly spreading. While waiting, she didn't rest, picking up freshly cut vines and peeling them. The audience watched in amazement, marveling at how this woman never stopped working. After finishing our grilled fish and lobster, it was time for the daily national fortune assessment. The top 3 globally remained unchanged. America in first place, North Korea in second, and the United States in third. The public chat was, as usual, filled with compliments for the powerful nations and veiled mockery of China. Some mocked China for still hovering around 80th place, saying that without high-energy minerals, it couldn't withstand the cold wave. Others made sarcastic remarks, saying that China was relying on willpower to keep warm. The China livestream room, however, was unusually quiet. No one went out to argue. Seeing this, the foreign spectators became even more smug, mocking the Dragon Kingdom for its lack of progress and not daring to utter a word. Just then, the familiar process began. Yi Chanin opened the settlement interface and first used the small seafood as a slingshot to test the waters. The first submission, the second, the third. The Dragon Kingdom viewers held their breath, waiting for the final, crucial submission. The mockery on the National Fortune chat screen didn't stop. Some said that even if the Dragon Kingdom had a millionfold return every day, they still wouldn't have high energy or... The next moment, a striking red message was posted in the largest font on the public screen. Dragon Kingdom contestant number 4, Yi Chanin, submitted 2 kilograms of level 1 high energy or triggering a 100,000x return. The nation has received 200,000 kilograms of level 1 high energy, or contestant points plus 15,000. Current total points, 23,505. Global ranking rises to 42. The national ranking chat went silent for a full half-minute, with no comments. Then the Peacock Kingdom, the Kimchi Kingdom, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and a group of smaller countries erupted in chaos, flooding the chat with accusations of cheating, shamelessness, and a ban, demanding a thorough investigation and the cancellation of the Dragon Kingdom's results. Chapter 49. The Frenzy of Picking Coconuts and Exploring the Dense Forest. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room, viewers who had been holding back for more than 10 days finally erupted. Cheating? Which eye of yours saw cheating? Why accuse Sister Yi of cheating when she risked her life to get the ore? Have you forgotten how you cheated China in the last Almonds Championship? The contestant from the Peacock Kingdom died in a wrecked ship. The contestant from the Sakura Kingdom is probably already fed to the giant crabs, and the Koreans have minds, so they should just take them out. The live stream was flooded with comments, and the technical staff had to urgently expand the capacity to prevent it from crashing. Yi Chanin's ranking kept jumping up from 42nd to 41st to 40th before finally settling at 42nd. But her joy didn't last long. In the first 100 miles, the beautiful country had 7 people, the Northern Bear Country 5, the Sunset Country 4, while the Dragon Country had only her. The national survival score was based on the total points of all competitors. Qin Hongxiu was seriously injured and out of contact, and Wang Chunmei's results were almost 0. No matter how strong she was, it would be difficult for her to overpower those numerous and powerful nations. Yi Chanin stared at the newly carved map on the stone wall, her gaze falling on the circled caves and the dense markings of carnivorous insects, and her hands moved even faster as she wove the vines. As night fell, the tides brought a large number of giant crabs ashore on time. But this time, it wasn't just crabs. 3 deep-sea giants also emerged from the sea, their heavy footsteps shaking the earth. The live stream chat instantly tensed up. The deep-sea giant is here again. Sister Wild, put out the fire and get out of the way. Yi Chanin had already extinguished the campfire and huddled in the deepest part of the cave, only half her head showing. She glanced at the carvings on the rock wall. It was exactly the 15th day. Whether it was a 15-day cycle or appeared randomly, she couldn't be sure for the time being. When a Cancer and the deep-sea giant returned from the jungle, she counted them carefully and found only 2 remained. Had the missing one died in the jungle, or had it returned from somewhere else? She didn't know, but she silently noted this anomaly. After daybreak, the weather cleared up. Yi Chanin drank water, washed up, ate breakfast, and then, fully equipped, climbed the cliff and headed towards Big Sea Bay. When she reached the U-shaped shallow water area, she suddenly stopped and observed it from the shore for a long time. Then she untied the vine rope and threw it out, as if measuring the length of the gap, and then used a spear to probe the water depth. The audience was completely confused. Is Sister Yi taking measurements? Is she planning some kind of big project? Anyway, she certainly wouldn't do anything useless. After completing the test, Yi Chanin put away the vines and continued forward, arriving at the coconut tree area. She tied the vines to her feet, skillfully climbed the first coconut tree, and used her short sword to cut down all the coconuts on the tree. They cut down the trees, then the second and third, and did the same. The live stream chat exploded. All 3 trees cut down? That's over 50 trees. Is Sister Yi stocking up on New Year's goods? If she can't finish them, she can hand them over. Maybe she'll get $1 million refund. Yi Chanin counted them, and there were indeed more than 50. She opened a bottle to replenish her water, and then gathered the remaining coconuts below the rock wall, dividing them into several piles. The audience, like the expert panel, looked on with confusion, but she offered no explanation. Soon, she climbed back up the rock face, scaled the top, descended to the bay, and headed towards the dense forest. The atmosphere in the live stream immediately became tense. Go into that forest again? There are carnivorous worms in there. Is Sister Yi really going to go into that cave? That cave looks suspicious. It might be a worm nest. Yi Chanin gripped her short sword tightly and unleashed her full senses. The journey was similar to yesterday. Apart from a few small insects, there were no large creatures moving within a 50-meter radius. Instead of rushing directly into the cave, she first explored the area outside. Along the way, she found some animal skeletons, quite large, seemingly wild beasts that had climbed over the lower hills behind, but they had all been dead for a long time. After confirming the surrounding situation, she slowly approached the cave. When she was about 50 meters away, she sensed movement. 5 carnivorous worms were gathered together, seemingly gnawing on something. Ye Chanin tiptuet kolosiv. 40 meters, 35 meters, 30 meters. Just then, the 5 carnivorous worms stopped abruptly, their heads turning towards her simultaneously, before charging forward madly. Without hesitation, she turned and ran, instantly reaching maximum speed. 20 meters, 30 meters, 35 meters. After creating distance, she suddenly changed direction. The insects chased her for a while, then stopped as if they had lost their target, spinning around aimlessly. Yi Chanin turned back and approached again. At 30 meters, the carnivorous worm reacted again. She stopped to observe, and then made a bold test, standing still and even exposing half of her body. The carnivorous worms continued to scurry about. She deliberately stepped on a branch, snapping it with a crack, but there was no response. She shouted again, but still no reaction. Yi Chanin's eyes brightened slightly. The conclusion was clear. This thing couldn't see or hear, and relied solely on its sense of smell to hunt. It could smell her scent within 30 meters, but beyond that, it was completely blind. The viewers in the live stream suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Sister Ye's test was amazing. As long as you keep your distance, you can move around freely, right? To verify her judgment, Yi Chanin began an unprecedented insect-walking performance. Chapter 50 Carnivorous Insect Nest. Leaf cicadas' sound precisely controlled the distance. Just over 30 meters away, it was right at the edge of the carnivorous insect's olfactory range. The carnivorous insects, upon smelling Yi Chanin's scent, immediately gave chase. She ran a few steps to create distance, and the insects, losing their target, simply circled in place. When she drew closer, the scent reappeared, and they pounced again. This went on for several rounds, and the commotion inside the cave grew louder, disturbing even more carnivorous worms. 5 became 10, 10 became 20, and more than 20 carnivorous worms scurried around the forest like a pack of dogs that had been walked to their wits' end. After more than an hour, the carnivorous worms were finally exhausted and crawled back into their burrows, refusing to come out again. The livestream chat was in stitches. I've seen people walk dogs and cats, but this is the first time I've seen someone walk an insect. Carnivorous insect. I've never suffered such an injustice in my life. Sister Yi is truly skilled and daring. In the expert group, Professor Lee, a zoologist, slapped his thigh and said that although carnivorous insects are ferocious, their eyesight and hearing are severely deteriorated, and they can only hunt by smell. As long as the distance is known, they're no different from blind people. Having made his assessment, Yi Chanin became bolder and approached the cave again. 35 meters. In her perception, the scene deep inside the cave sent chills down her spine. Within a 10-meter radius, there were countless carnivorous worms, some lying down, some wriggling, and some tangled together. Their numbers were simply uncountable. But instead of staring at the swarm of insects, she looked deeper into the distance. A faint, dark red light shimmered there. High energy, or... Yi Chanin's lips curled up slightly. She had found her target. Instead of pressing forward, she retreated 50 meters away, firmly locking the cave's location within her perception range, and began to observe the surrounding environment. The ground was damp, towering trees with dense canopies. Soon, she chose a large tree about 40 meters from the cave. The trunk was thick, the branches numerous, and there was a horizontal branch 35 meters up, offering an excellent view. Yi Chanin sheathed her short sword, quickly climbed the tree, sat on a horizontal branch, and looked down at the cave entrance. The live stream chat immediately buzzed with excitement. Sister Yi has climbed a tree. Is she going to wait for the insects to run into the tree stump? This angle is amazing. An hour later, several carnivorous insects crawled out of their burrow and scurried deeper into the forest. They passed under the trees, less than 10 meters from Yi Chanin, yet they didn't notice her at all. Yi Chanin remained motionless, quietly watching them leave. She stayed in the tree for a full hour, confirming the activity patterns and range of the carnivorous worms, as well as the location of the dark red glow deep in the cave, before slowly climbing down and leaving the dense forest. The screen suddenly lit up. The dazzling sunlight, the clear seawater, and the golden sand reappeared before my eyes. The viewers in the live stream breathed a collective sigh of relief. Finally out. That forest was so depressing. Sunny beaches are so much more comfortable. Yi Chanin stood by the sea and looked back at the dark, dense forest. She was determined to obtain the high-energy minerals in the cave. But she still needs to prepare before she can take action. For example, those 50-odd coconuts and those vines. Yi Chanin walked to the beach and sat down to rest on a shady rock. Sunlight shone on the sea, making the waves sparkle. In the distance, the water was crystal clear, with schools of fish swimming around and seabirds circling overhead, yet none daring to approach this deathly place. She closed her eyes and leaned against the reef to relieve her exhaustion. Although there was no direct combat in the dense forest, maintaining perception for a long time was quite mentally taxing. Half an hour later, Yi Chanin opened her eyes, picked up a 3-meter-long spear, and walked towards the shallow water area. There were so many fish here, it was like a fish farm. With one spear thrust, she caught a fat fish. With another. Before long, she even speared up 3 large lobsters. The live stream audience exclaimed in amazement. That spearfishing technique is amazing. There are just too many fish, I could do that too. You should swim through waters with sharks first. Carrying her harvest, Yi Chanin climbed over the U-shaped cliff, picked up 3 coconuts, and strode back to her sheltered cave. The audience was a little surprised. Are you going back already? It's still early. They're probably tired. They've been through so much in the dense forest. It's good for them to rest early. Back in the cave, Yi Chanin skillfully started a fire and grilled fish and lobster. While waiting for the food to cook, she continued to process the vines, pulling out the fibers one by one, twisting most of them into ropes, and weaving the rest in simple lassos, which she then attached to empty coconut shells for easy carrying. The live stream chat started speculating again. Why is Sister Yi wearing a coconut shell? It's definitely not for decoration. Coach Chun said that Miss Huang Tay never does anything meaningless. Soon, the fish was grilled until it sizzled and dripped with oil, and the lobster shells were charred red, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Yi Chanin started eating, taking bites of fish, bites of lobster, and occasionally sipping coconut juice, thoroughly enjoying her meal. The live stream then promptly transitioned into food time. Sister Ye's appetite has noticeably increased recently. She burns so much energy every day. How can she not eat more to keep going? The key is that she's not fat at all. Her physique is so enviable. Chapter 51. While eating, Yi Chanin looked at the map replicated on the rock wall. Burial Island was much larger than she had imagined. South Beach, where she was, and the large C-shaped bay were just a small patch in the lower right corner of the map. The entire island was wider in the south and narrower in the north, like a crooked tooth. What bothered her even more was that a vast continent lay right next to Burial Island. The map only showed the outline, and the markings were already blurred and illegible. Yi Chanin guessed that there might be contestants from other countries over there as well. The 3 people on the National Fortune Points leaderboard who consistently submitted seafood every day were very likely on a coastline somewhere on Burial Bone Island. The map marks 3 landing points. South Beach has the longest coastline, and is where she is currently active. West Beach is the rocky mountain beyond the bay to the west, where the coastline is straight and slightly shorter than South Beach. The uppermost part, closest to the mainland, is North Beach, which is less than half the size of South Beach. The rest of the area consists entirely of steep cliffs plunging into the sea, making it impossible to land. The map also marks 7 high-energy ore deposits. The one on the South Beach is the cave in the dense forest of the bay that hides carnivorous worms. There's also one on the West Beach, and the remaining 5 are all deep in the primeval jungle, ridiculously far apart. Yi Chanin judged that if the 3 people were on Burial Bone Island, they were most likely on West Beach or North Beach, especially West Beach. North Beach was too small and had limited resources to support 3 people who would regularly and stably hand over their money. Once she crosses that rocky mountain, she can reach West Beach, access new mining sites, and possibly run into the 3 men. As for North Beach, unless she has a boat, she'll have to traverse endless jungle, so she can disregard it for now. She withdrew her gaze, her mind focused on only one goal, to take over the mine in front of her. Although there were many of those carnivorous worms, she might be able to deal with them if she found a way. Daily National Fortune Settlement time has arrived. The top 3 remain unchanged. Beautiful Country in first place, Northern Bear Country in second place, and Sunset Country in third place. Yi Chanin, as usual, scouted in small batches and uploaded the results in stages, finally submitting a large fat fish and a large lobster. There were no high-energy ore today, and mockery from other countries immediately filled the public chat. Is the Dragon Kingdom out of mines today? Those 2 pieces yesterday were definitely just luck. No matter how much seafood you have, you can't use it as a heater. The Dragon Kingdom livestream room remained calm. The viewers were already used to the rhythm and were just waiting for Yi Chanin's next move. This time, Yi Chanin's ranking dropped to 47th. The intensity of the individual competition was even more exaggerated than she had imagined. At night, the giant crab appeared as usual, but the deep-sea giant was nowhere to be seen. Yi Chanin carved another vertical line on the rock wall, silently memorizing it. The next day, the weather was fine. After drinking water, washing up, and eating breakfast, Yi Chanin poured out green powder from a sealed, dry coconut shell. This is a fine powder made from the dried roots and leaves of the lost in the forest plant, one of 21 plant samples she collected. It can mask odors and also repel mosquitoes and insects. She mixed the powder with water to form a paste and began applying it to her arms, shoulders, neck, cheeks, and legs. The green veins were mottled and not covering her entire body. Rather, it resembled a jungle camouflage. The livestream chat instantly erupted in excitement, with viewers flooding the screen with comments comparing her to a jungle warrior. Coach Chin also recognized the trick, explaining that it was a classic example of individual camouflage designed to disrupt the human form and make it easier to blend into the environment. After applying camouflage, Yi Chanin, fully armed, climbed the cliff, her target the dense forest of the bay. The dense forest remained dark and damp. She proceeded cautiously, testing the effectiveness of the elusive grass along the way. 20 meters, 15 meters. The carnivorous insects showed no noticeable reaction. The insects only began to stir when she got within 15 meters. Yi Chanin knew that this plant was better at masking odors than she had expected, compressing the carnivorous insect's olfactory range by more than half. She climbed the big tree 40 meters away from the cave again, sat on a horizontal branch 35 meters high, and looked down at the cave entrance. Then, she untied a loop of thin rattan rope that she had prepared beforehand. She had specially twisted it the night before. It was thin yet strong, and about 50 meters long. She tied one end of the vine rope securely to the fletching of the arrow. The arrow was also specially made, with a bone tip and barbs, making it difficult to remove once it entered a crevice in the rock. The live stream audience was filled with confusion, not understanding why she would tie a rope to the arrow. Yi Chanin offered no explanation. She knocked an arrow, drew her bow, and aimed at the rock wall above the cave entrance 40 meters away. The next second, the arrow shot through the air, carrying a thin vine rope, and accurately struck the rock wall. Take it. The arrow was deeply embedded in the rock crevice, with only a small section of a shaft and fletching visible. The livestream chat was instantly filled with question marks. Everyone saw that she hit the target, but no one understood why she didn't shoot the insects, but instead aimed directly above the hole. Chapter 52. Yi Chanin did not move. She hid in the shadows and observed for a long time, discovering that the carnivorous worms in the cave were completely unresponsive to the attack. Several worms were even wriggling near the cave entrance, less than 2 meters from the arrow, yet they were completely unaware of anything amiss. Yi Chanin's lips curled slightly as she tugged at the thin rope in her hand. The arrow remained firmly wedged in the crevice, unmoving. She then taut the rope and secured the other end to a tree trunk. A thin rope with a slope runs from the top of the tree all the way to the cave entrance, like a simple aerial cableway. After finishing these tasks, Yi Chanin climbed down the tree, left the dense forest, climbed over the U-shaped rock wall, and sat down to rest in the shade below. She casually picked up a coconut, opened it, and drank heartily. The viewers in the live stream were completely confused. That's it. Just grab a rope and leave. What exactly does Sister Yi want to do? The live chat was abuzz with speculation. Some said she was going to slide into the hole. Others said she was hanging there to observe, and still others thought she was just leaving a marker. Coach Chun hesitated, only saying that this might be preparation for the next step, and the specific purpose would depend on what happened next. After finishing her coconut juice, Yi Chanin leaned against the rocks and closed her eyes to rest. Sunlight fell on her camouflage-painted face, making her appear quiet and composed. Half an hour later, she opened her eyes, looked at the sky, and got up to walk into the jungle again. The live chat exploded with comments. Everyone was confused. There were so many coconuts on the beach, why didn't she move them back to the campsite, but instead went back into the dense forest? Was she tired of seafood and wanted change? Yi Chanin couldn't see these discussions. She activated her perception and carefully moved through the forest, her goal clear, to find the animal bones scattered on the ground. She hadn't gone far when she discovered several thick leg bones from some wild beast. The bones were hard and had a milky white sheen. She tapped them with her short sword. The sound was crisp. This is good material. While not as powerful as those 2 giant beast fangs, it was sufficient as a weapon. Her 3-meter-long spear had only ever had a sharpened wooden shaft. It was long overdue for a real spearhead. Yi Chanin stuffed the bones into the vine basket and continued forward, finding a few more ribs and a scapula. Someone in the live stream joked, "Is Sister Yi going to make bone broth?" Just as she was about to leave the jungle, her sensory perception suddenly detected a moving figure. It was about 50 meters away and was slowly approaching her. Yi Chan's nerves tightened, and she immediately hid behind a big tree, holding her breath. 30 meters. 25 meters. The thing finally revealed itself. It was a wild boar. But it was no ordinary wild boar. It was only half the size of a normal wild boar, but it had a stripe of silvery white hair on its back that ran from the top of its head to the base of its tail, gleaming eerily in the dim forest. Its tusks were not long, but they were thick and sharp like 2 short knives. The live stream chat immediately erupted in excitement. What breed is this? And it's died. Silver-haired wild boar? In the studio, Professor Lee stared at the screen, his voice excited, saying that this was very likely a mutated species of jungle boar. Mutated beasts are far more powerful than their kind, and the supernatural energy they contain is also much stronger. Before she could finish speaking, Yi Chanin had already made her move. She drew her bow and pulled the string taut. It was a poisoned arrow she had prepared beforehand, the arrowhead coated with a paralyzing toxin. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the air and struck the silver-haired boar precisely in the neck. The boar let out a scream and rolled on the ground. As soon as the comment section erupted in cheers, Yi Chanin frowned. After struggling for a few moments, the wild boar managed to get back up. The paralyzing toxin hadn't worked as expected. In fact, it seemed to have been weakened. It shook its head, its scarlet eyes fixed on the direction where Yi Chanin was hiding, then pawed the ground with its 4 hooves and charged forward. Without hesitation, Yi Chanin fired her second arrow, which struck the back. The wild boar's speed did not decrease. The 3rd arrow, the 4th arrow, the 5th arrow. Every arrow hit its mark, yet despite being riddled with arrows, it continued its frenzied charge forward, seemingly oblivious to pain. The live stream chat exploded. What kind of monster is this? He's still alive after being hit by so many arrows. Run, wild sister. But there's no escaping it now. The silver-haired boar charged at her, its tusks thrusting straight at her. In the nick of time, Yi Chanin dropped her longbow, drew her short sword from her back with her right hand, and instead of retreating, advanced. She crouched low to the side, following the wild boar's charge, and plunged her sword into its left eye. The sword was halfway submerged, but the wild boar's momentum was too great, and its tusks still slammed into her. Bang! Yi Chanin was thrown into the air and crashed heavily 3 meters away, feeling a tearing pain in her abdomen. She didn't have time to check her injuries. With her left hand, she drew the dagger from her waist, flipped herself up, and pounced on the wild boar that was still circling in place. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. She straddled the wild boar tightly, frantically stabbing at its neck, abdomen, and heart with her dagger. The boar screamed and writhed in agony, but she held onto the silver-haired creature, refusing to let go. 4 cuts, 5 cuts, 6 cuts. Finally, the wild boar's struggles grew weaker and weaker. 7 cuts, 8 cuts, 9 cuts. It stopped moving. Chapter 53. Yi Chanin, panting heavily, rolled off the wild boar and lay on her back on the ground. Blood was everywhere, indistinguishable whether it was from the wild boar or hers. A sharp pain shot through her abdomen. She looked down and saw a 10-centimeter-long wound where the flesh was torn open and blood was gushing out. Thankfully, no internal organs were damaged. If those fangs had been 2 inches off, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The live stream chat exploded instantly, filled with screams and exclamations. Some couldn't bear to watch, some worried she wouldn't be able to hold on, and others urgently told everyone to shut up so as not to disturb her while she treated her wounds. In the expert team's studio, senior surgical expert academician Wang urgently switched to the scene. He examined the wound and determined that Yi Chanin hadn't likely suffered damage to any major organs, but she had lost a significant amount of blood and needed immediate hemostasis. In a wilderness, the greatest danger is open wound infection. Once it worsens, the mortality rate is extremely high. Yi Chanin lay there for a while before slowly sitting up, supporting herself on the ground. She looked at the silver-haired wild boar, which had 7 or 8 arrows stuck in its body, a short sword still embedded in its eye socket, and bloody holes in its neck and abdomen. The only thought that popped into her mind was, this isn't a wild boar, it's more like a tank. The livestream viewers were also marveling at how incredibly tough the creature was, with silver mane on its back. It didn't look like an ordinary wild animal at all. Some felt she had suffered a huge loss, not only getting injured but also wasting a lot of arrows. Yi Chanin didn't linger. She knew that the smell of blood would attract more predators. She gritted her teeth and stood up, first drawing her short sword and sheathing it behind her back, then binding the wild boar's 4 hooves with vines and dragging it step by step out of the jungle. With each step, her abdominal wound felt like it was being torn open, but she never stopped. The audience was horrified and urged her to go back and heal her wounds. But Yi Chanin had only one thought in her mind. She couldn't let this wild boar that had almost killed her go to waste. As dusk fell, she finally dragged the silver-haired boar back to her sheltered cave. Once inside, she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath for 5 minutes before she could recover. She then began to treat the wound. She first rinsed the wound with boiled and cooled water. The icy sting made her shiver, but she still cleaned away the foul blood little by little. Then, she poured out a brown powder from the coconut shell. That was a medicinal powder made from the dried and ground roots of the dragon's bloodgrass, one of the plant samples she had previously identified, and it had a strong hemostatic and anti-inflammatory effect. As soon as the powder was sprinkled on, Yi Chanin gasped. The pain was worse than alcohol, like a branding iron burning her flesh. But she endured it, her face barely changing. Only the veins on her forehead bulged and sweat streamed down her cheeks. In the studio, academician Wang suddenly stood up and recognized it as dragon's bloodgrass. He excitedly stated that this herb could not only quickly stop bleeding, but also reduce inflammation, and as long as there was no secondary infection, Yi Chanin's injury could be cured. The viewers then remembered that those were plant samples she had collected in the jungle. Soon, Yi Chanin also felt the changes in her wound. After the intense pain subsided, the wound began to feel warm and numb. The pain lessened, and the bleeding completely stopped. She breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, after confirming the medicinal properties of the 21 plants, she made sure to look for herbs with medicinal value every time she went into the jungle. Hemostatic, anti-inflammatory, anesthetic, she collected as many as she could find. In a place like this, these things were life itself. After treating the wound, she tried not to aggravate her abdomen, used a dagger to cut off a wild boar's hind leg, removed the skin and hair, skewered it on a stick, and slowly roasted it over a fire. While the meat was being grilled, she began to take stock of the supplies in the cave. As for food, with this silver-haired wild boar, plus 2 fat fish, 3 large lobsters, several large sea snails, and a basket of small seafood, there's enough to eat for now. The only water source is 4 coconut shells filled with rainwater, and there are more than 100 coconuts on the beach, but fresh water remains the biggest problem. If the weather stays sunny, the coconut water can quench thirst, but it cannot be used for cooking, washing, or cleaning wounds. There's still a small amount of salt left in the coconut shells. If used sparingly, it should last a week. There's still a good amount of vine fiber, but the finished vine ropes are being used up quickly and need replenishing. The short sword, dagger, and compound bow are all intact. 7 or 8 arrows have been used, and the ones that can be recycled still need repair. The 3-meter spear also needs an upgrade. The animal bones I just collected are perfect for it. We used up a lot of herbs this time, and we need to replenish them as soon as possible. After clarifying each point, Yi Chanin had a better understanding of the situation. By then, the wild boar leg was roasted. She tore off a piece and put it in her mouth. The meat was firm and chewy. Most importantly, the familiar warm energy was more intense than any other supernatural food she had ever eaten before. Yi Chanin's eyes lit up. Although the wild boar nearly killed her, the amount of supernatural energy it provided far exceeded her expectations. If only I could eat a few more. The thought had barely formed in her mind when she shook her head and dismissed it. One of them almost sent her away. Let's focus on staying alive first. Chapter 54. Outside the cave, night fell. Yi Chanin leaned against the rock wall, watching the campfire flicker. The wound in her abdomen was still throbbing, but it had eased considerably compared to before. She looked at the carvings on the rock face. It was the 18th day. 18 days had passed since she jumped from the small boat onto the island, and her national fortune ranking was still not high. High energy, or she silently vowed to herself. That cave teeming with flesh-eating worms had to be taken. As for the injuries on her body, they were nothing new to her, given her experience of countless perils. She closed her eyes and slowly drifted off to sleep. The firelight reflected on her peaceful face, and even the comments in the live stream became unusually gentle. Sleep well, Sister Yi. Have your wound heal quickly. Tomorrow is another day. Outside the cave, waves gently lapped at the beach, and moonlight illuminated the cave entrance, as well as the map on the rock wall. The 100-odd coconuts lay quietly on the beach, awaiting the day they would be used. Yi Chanin was awakened by the notification sound of the daily national fortune settlement. When she opened her eyes, the campfire was almost burned out, with only a few dark red embers remaining. Outside the cave, it was still pitch black, with the faint sound of waves crashing in the distance. The live stream chat was already in a state of panic. Sister Yi is awake. The settlement is almost finished. Hurry up and upload. Yi Chanin sat up and subconsciously touched the wound on her waist, then paused slightly. A tingling sensation came from the wound, as if something was gently wriggling inside. She looked down and saw that the edges of the once gruesome wound had begun to heal, and tender new flesh was growing. So fast. She moved her waist and abdomen, and the pain almost disappeared. There was also a surge of powerful energy within her body, which was the supernatural power brought by the whole silver-haired wild boar leg, more concentrated than any seafood she had eaten before. She glanced at the remaining half of the wild boar carcass on the ground. This thing is a real treasure. Just then, a system notification sounded. Detected that the host has once again accumulated temporary ability boosts by consuming supernatural food, reaching the long threshold. The host's basic overall physical abilities are permanently and significantly enhanced. Current overall physical fitness, 2,803,000, level 2. Reward. You can choose one basic skill attribute and upgrade it to level 1. In addition to swimming, water skills, handicrafts, outdoor cooking, rock climbing, senses, hearing, smell, strength, agility, and endurance, a new option has been added to the list of available activities. Healing level 1. Greatly enhances wound healing ability, with better results when used in conjunction with medication, and slightly increases stamina recovery speed. Passive skill, no cost. Yi Chanin hesitated almost without hesitation. In places like this, the most important thing is not strength or speed, but survival. The ability to heal wounds is the greatest guarantee. Upgrade confirmed. Healing level 1. The next second, a surge of heat erupted from deep within his body, instantly engulfing his entire being. Her muscles, bones, blood, and skin seemed to be reawakened. She could feel an improvement in strength, speed, reaction time, and endurance. Her vision was clearer, her sensory range expanded, and even her hearing became more acute. The most noticeable change is in the wound on my waist. The tingling sensation suddenly intensified, like countless ants crawling on the wound, itchy yet cool. She could clearly feel that the wound was healing at an astonishing speed. At this rate, it will take at most 2 hours for this injury, which would normally take 10 to 15 days to heal, to fully recover. Yi Chanin stood up, stretched her limbs, and a smile of enjoyment appeared on her face. The livestream chat exploded instantly. Yi Jia stood up. Isn't she injured? Don't move her. Look at her expression. She seems quite comfortable. In the studio, academician Wang stared at the screen, his brow furrowed. Judging from his expression, it doesn't seem like he's in pain. But an open wound can't heal so quickly, and we can't rule out the possibility of delirium and hallucinations after infection and high fever. Before she could finish speaking, Yi Chanin had already opened the National Fortune Settlement interface. There are only 3 minutes left until closing time. Instead of testing the waters as usual, she went all in when time was running out. 3 sea fish, 3 large lobsters, 5 large conch shells, and 3 large sea crabs, all uploaded at once. A system notification will pop up immediately. A premium seafood combo pack, 14 packs, has been detected submitted by the host, containing a variety of high-energy seafood. Refund mechanism triggered. Calculating. Calculation complete. Triggered a million-fold return. Randomly obtained within the Dragon Kingdom. 3 million sea fish, 3 million large lobsters, 5 million large conches, and 3 million large sea crabs. Contestant Yi Chanin has earned plus 6,500 National Games points. Current total points, 30,005. Current ranking, 39. Yi Chanin was stunned for 2 seconds. This would be 1,000,000 times greater? She looked at her hands, then at the system interface. Her luck was truly unparalleled. The live stream was silent for a full 5 seconds, then it exploded. Oh my god, another 1,000,000 times. Serving 14 kinds of seafood together increases the value by 1,000,000 times. 3 million fish, 3 million lobsters, 5 million conches, 3 million crabs. Wild Sister, are you cheating? Even if he's cheating, it's for all of us. Wild Sister is awesome. Chapter 55. Such immense official power. The news was quickly pasted into the National Fortune public chat in the largest font size. Dragon Kingdom number 4 Yi Chanin uploaded 14 kinds of seafood at once, triggering a million-fold return. The country received a total of 14 million seafood items. Contestant points plus 6,500. Overall ranking rises to 39th. The national competition's public chat exploded instantly. Athletes and spectators from various countries shouted impossible while accusing China of cheating. Japan, South Korea, and China joined in, demanding that China's results be canceled and that Ariyoshi be banned. The viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream room were already used to this. They scoffed, saying, banning is fine, but try actually banning someone. A million-fold return was nothing new. They were used to it. But Yi Chanin's brows did not relax. She stared at 39 on the ranking panel, and then looked at 3 adjacent names in the top 100. Australia number 5, Canada number 3, and Australia number 2. The 3 of them continued to submit seafood every day with the same content and the same multiplier, and their points steadily increased. They were still there and showed no signs of stopping. Yi Chanin glanced at the other contestants from the Dragon Kingdom. Number 1, Qin Hongxiu, had no points and no ranking. Number 3, Wang Chunmei, was the same. Currently, she was the only one from the entire Dragon Kingdom to have earned points. She knew very well that she had to obtain more high energy or as soon as possible. Her gaze returned to the map on the stone wall. The circled cave and the dense swarms of carnivorous worms urged her to act quickly. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom's National Fortune Strategy Office, the atmosphere was tense. On a large screen, footage was playing of Yi Chanin processing vines in the cave. The staff officer reported, "Sir, contestant number 4, Yi Chanin, triggered the million-fold return again tonight, and her ranking has risen to 39th. Gu Jiangwo, sitting in the main seat, simply nodded. A survey report lay before him. Yi Chanin, 25 years old, was a former online streamer with a live stream ID Huang Te. She suddenly stopped streaming a year ago. She had simple social connections, no criminal record, and no special background. But the expert group's subsequent analysis left Gu Jiangwo speechless. Free climbing, ancient fire-making methods, seawater salt production, underwater hunting, animal bow and arrow making, composite bow construction, plant identification, and medicinal use. None of these are skills that ordinary people can easily master. How could a washed-up female anchor know so much? Gu Jiangwo took a drag of a cigarette, then put down the document and ordered in a deep voice, "Notify the strategy department to grant Comrade Yi Chanin Level 1 access to resources." The staff officer hesitated for a moment, then reminded him that Level 1 access was usually only granted to top-performing players. Gu Jiangwo interrupted him directly. She is now the only hope for the Dragon Kingdom. All information resources are open to her, and the second airdrop package a month from now will also be selected according to the highest standards. The advisor hesitated, saying that the Level 3 gift pack required 100,000 national fortune points. Gu Jiangwo stood up and countered. If Qin Hongxiu had given the Level 3 gift pack, which she obtained with those 100,000 points, to Yi Chanin, what would she be like now? Everyone in the meeting room fell silent. Soon, the studio cameras switched. A sprightly elderly man with gray hair appeared on screen, the stars on his epaulets particularly striking. The host solemnly introduced him as Yu Dai, a special envoy from the strategic department of the Dragon Kingdom. The live stream chat exploded immediately. Some mocked the arrogance of the strategic department officials, while others brought up past grievances, saying that in the previous all-male competition, the commanders had achieved 106th place, and this time they had given the top prize to Qin Hongxiu, resulting in the female war goddess disappearing without a trace. Many viewers angrily berated the strategy department for ruining Yi Jie's chances. Commissioner Yu, his face flushed, still tried to explain, saying that the strategy department allocates resources based on the players' situations, and that Dragon Kingdom's points were already tight. Before she could finish speaking, the barrage of criticism in the live chat intensified. Viewers questioned why Qin Hongxiu hadn't expressed nervousness when she received 100,000 points. Was it because Yi Chanin was just a popular online streamer that she was being treated differently? And now that she'd succeeded, was she trying to make amends? Commissioner Yu's face flushed red with embarrassment. He wanted to storm off, but remembering Gu Jiangwo's instructions, he could only grit his teeth and sit back down. Once the comments subsided, his tone softened considerably. He acknowledged past decision-making errors within the Strategic Affairs Department and stated that improvements had been made. He then solemnly announced that, in light of Yi Chanin's outstanding performance, the Strategic Affairs Department would, as instructed by Chief Minister Kuo Qiankua, provide her with the fullest support. All information resources, including the second airdrop package a month later, will be configured to the highest standards. After a few seconds of silence in the live stream, a viewer only replied with one sentence. Let's see their actual actions first. If they dare to betray Sister Yi, 1.4 billion people will curse them to death. Yi Chanin was unaware of the controversy surrounding her. She took one last look at the three closely spaced names, closed the National Fortune interface, and continued to use the cane. The wound was still slightly itchy, but it no longer affected her mobility. As she twisted the rope, she planned for tomorrow. The cave, the carnivorous worms, and the dark red light inside. It was all coming soon. The campfire reflected on her face, casting a dangerous glow. Chapter 56. As the morning sun shone into the cave, Yi Chanin had already completed her daily routine. She drank water, washed up, started a fire, and ate breakfast. The silver-haired wild boar had lost another leg. The golden brown, juicy roasted pork, paired with sweet coconut juice, was very satisfying, and that familiar warm energy flowed into her body once again. Although the effect was weaker than the first time, it was still noticeable. Repeated consumption would reduce the effect, but this wild boar was big enough to withstand the slow and gradual depletion. The viewers in the live stream weren't interested in watching her eat meat. Everyone was focused on the injury on her waist. Yesterday, the 10-centimeter-long gash was quite frightening, but today it was almost invisible. Some suspected the hemostatic drug was too miraculous, while others thought it was outrageous. Among the expert group, a senior surgical academician scratched his head, saying that such an open wound could not heal overnight, even with the most advanced drugs, unless she was not an ordinary person. The live chat exploded with comments. Some defended Yi Chanin, while others jokingly called her a goddess, not human. Some even began to speculate whether she possessed some kind of special ability. Yi Chanin was completely unaware of this. After finishing breakfast, she didn't go out immediately, but instead took out the animal bones she had collected yesterday and began to sharpen them with a dagger. The sharp dagger struck the animal bone as easily as cutting hardwood, leaving deep marks in just a few strokes. With shaving, cutting, grinding, and filing, a triangular spearhead was soon formed. She attached the spearhead to the top of the 3-meter-long spear, secured it tightly with vine rope, and swung it a few times, finding it very easy to handle. The live stream viewers exclaimed in amazement. Now the spear finally has a head. Then, Yi Chanin began to fully arm herself. She took with her a short sword, dagger, composite bow, 30 arrows, spear, large fishing net, and a dozen empty coconut shells. As for the silver-haired wild boar whose 2 legs had been removed, she swiftly chopped off the remaining 2 legs, leaving them in the cave as well. Then, she kicked the limbless body off the cliff, where it fell in a gruesome manner. She climbed down the beach, tied the wild boar's carcass together with vines, and dragged it along the coastline toward the U-shaped shallow water area. A long trail was left on the sand, which was quickly smoothed over by the waves. The audience was astonished, saying she was really vengeful. Yesterday, a wild boar injured her, and today, not only have she lost all 4 limbs, but she's also going to be dragged away for other uses. Upon arriving at the U-shaped shallow water area, Yi Chanin first placed the empty coconut shells next to the coconut pile under the coconut tree, and then carried the large fishing net to the edge of the U-shaped gap to observe the water flow and terrain. Without hesitation, she first secured one end of the fishing net to the rock on one side of the gap, then wrapped it several more times with vine rope. Next, she swung another long rope to the opposite bank and quickly ran over to tighten it. The fishing net in the water unfurled instantly, cutting the entire U-shaped gap in half. She tested the tension and stability, and after confirming there were no problems, she loosened the long rope, letting the entire net sink to the bottom. The livestream chat was filled with question marks. Some thought she was going to catch all the fish and shrimp in the shallow water, while others urged the expert team to analyze the situation. Coach Chun stared at the screen in silence for a moment, then could only bite the bullet and say, Ms. Aritono never does anything meaningless. There must be a deeper purpose behind this. Let's wait and see. The live chat immediately joked that Coach Chin didn't actually understand it either, but he couldn't say he didn't know. Just then, Yi Chanin moved again. She dragged the tattered, silver-haired wild boar into the shallow water, tied it with a vine rope, and then threw the carcass into the water. With a splash, the wild boar sank underwater, its dark red blood and tissue fluid spreading rapidly. Before long, a strong stench of blood filled most of the shallow water. Before the livestream viewers could react, Coach Chin's eyes widened suddenly, and he exclaimed excitedly, Yi Chanin is trying to lure large fish. He quickly explained that the strategy involves luring large predators into shallow waters with the scent of blood, then blocking their escape route with fishing nets, and finally hunting them down in the shallows. This is a highly difficult and risky large-scale hunt, but if successful, the harvest far exceeds that of ordinary fishing. The live chat exploded. Some thought of sharks, some exclaimed that she was going to hunt sharks, and they finally understood why the spear needed to be upgraded. Yi Chanin heard no gasps of surprise. She simply stood calmly by the shallow water and took out several specially made feathered arrows. Chapter 57. Each arrow was tied with a thin vine rope at the fletching, the other end firmly fixed to the rock. Yi Chanin carefully separated the arrows, then, holding the spear, went to the end of the fishing net where the rope was attached, crouched behind the rock to hide herself, and stared intently at the sea beyond the U-shaped opening. 10 minutes, half an hour, 2 hours passed. The live stream chat went from excited to anxious, with comments constantly flooding the screen. Why isn't Shark here yet? What is Sister Wild waiting for so long for? The sun was high overhead, and the seaside was scorching hot. Yi Chanin fetched 2 coconuts midway through her journey, replenishing her water supply while continuing to stare at the sea. Until she finished the last sip of coconut juice, her body suddenly tensed. Within a 55-meter core sensing range, something was rapidly approaching in the water. She instantly grabbed the long rope and stood up straight. The live stream chat immediately tensed up, with everyone asking if a shark was coming. 30 meters, 25 meters, 20 meters. A dorsal fin sliced through the water, heading straight for the shallows. It was an epaulette shark, over 2 meters long, with exceptionally clear black markings on its back. Yi Chanin lowered her body and remained motionless. The shark passed through the U-shaped gap and rushed straight to the wild boar carcass in the center of the shallow water, beginning to frantically tear and churn it, quickly stirring up the seawater into murky water. She slowly straightened the long rope in her hand, and the underwater fishing net rose up, silently sealing the gap. After securing the rope, she gripped the 3-meter-long spear and approached the shark, engrossed in its meal, step by step. The live stream chat stopped, and everyone held their breath. Just as the shark rolled over and surfaced again, Yi Chanin suddenly struck, her spear flying out like a cannonball and piercing the shark's body with pinpoint accuracy. Blood gushed out instantly, and the shark struggled in agony, its tail thrashing wildly across the water. Yi Chanin didn't pause. She grabbed her longbow and fired a series of arrows. With a few swift swishes, 7 or 8 arrows with attached ropes pierced the shark's body. The vines on the rocks held it tightly, but the shark's desperate counterattack was incredibly powerful, snapping several thin ropes in succession. Dragging its body full of arrows, it frantically charged towards the U-shaped gap, hoping to escape once it returned to the sea. The next second, it crashed headfirst into the already raised fishing net. The net tightened instantly, knotting and tangling violently as it rolled, becoming increasingly entangled, firmly trapping the shark. The live stream exploded, everyone spamming "Wild Sister is awesome." Yi Chanin grabbed her spear and rushed forward, thrusting repeatedly at the shark's vitals. After a moment, the shark finally stopped moving. Panting heavily, she immediately dragged the net and the fish ashore. The stench of blood in the water was overwhelming, and she could sense several more sharks approaching from further away. This shark, over 2 meters long, was incredibly heavy, but her physical strength was far greater than before, and she managed to drag it ashore. Almost simultaneously, 7 or 8 new sharks surged into the U-shaped shallow waters, some of them even larger than the one she had just hunted. They frantically tore at the wild boar carcass, sending chills down the spines of everyone watching the live stream. Yi Chanin stood on the shore, secretly relieved. A moment later, and she would have been the one surrounded in the water. The audience also broke out in a cold sweat, marveling at the perfect timing, truly a display of skill and daring. After the successful hunt, new questions arose. Why did Sister Wild go to so much trouble, using wild boar bait and fishing net traps, just to kill a shark? There are plenty of fish in the bay. There was absolutely no need to take such a risk. The expert panel and the live stream audience were locked in a heated debate, and even Coach Chun, who is usually adept at analysis, fell silent. He opened his mouth, but ultimately kept it closed, because he too couldn't understand Yi Chanin's true intentions. While everyone was speculating, Yi Chanin had already begun processing the spoils. She first retrieved the arrows, untied and arranged the fishing nets, then drew her dagger and made several straight cuts on the shark's belly. The blade sliced through the flesh, revealing a thick layer of fatty tissue beneath. She deftly peeled away the fat, her movements as fluid as a master butcher dissecting an ox, leaving the audience in awe of her professional skill, even in cleaning fish. Soon, she dragged out 2 large bundles of firewood from the edge of the jungle, which she usually kept as a reserve. Leaning against the rock wall, she lit 7 or 8 fires in one go, then filled empty coconut shells with seawater and added cut-off shark fat. A dozen or so coconut shells were simultaneously placed on the fire to cook. Yi Chanin busied herself adding firewood, stirring, and adjusting the heat, without stopping for a moment. The livestream audience was completely dumbfounded. No one understood whether she was actually cooking or had other plans. This process takes 3 to 4 hours. If a coconut shell burns through during cooking, she immediately replaces it with a new one. The shark fat slowly melts under the high temperature, eventually turning into a clear liquid, which she pours into new, empty coconut shells for storage. Chapter 58. After filling more than 20 coconut shells with fish oil, the containers were clearly not enough. Yi Chanin walked to the piles of coconuts, looked at the coconuts that had been stored on the ground for a long time, and opened 30 in one go, under the watchful eyes of countless people in the live broadcast room. She no longer valued the coconut juice. Some was poured away, and the rest was added to the pot to continue boiling shark fat. The live stream chat exploded, with everyone calling her a waste of resources. 30 coconuts just to make fish oil, an outrageously extravagant act. She collected a large amount of fish oil and put it into whole coconut shells. After dark, Yi Chanin moved more than 20 coconut shells filled with fish oil to a nearby secluded place and carefully covered the traces with leaves and dry branches. Then she returned to the shark that had been cut in half, took out her dagger, and cut off 3 large chunks of thick fish meat. Each piece was quite large, just enough to be skewered with her spear. After putting away her fishing net and arrows, she carried the fish meat toward her sheltered cave. The setting sun cast a long shadow over her, and the live stream chat was still flooded with comments. Some guessed she was boiling fish oil to burn, while others immediately thought of the carnivorous worms in the cave. The chat quieted down considerably, everyone waiting to see what she was up to tomorrow. As night fell, Yi Chanin returned to the cave, changed into dry clothes, and sat down by the campfire. A large piece of shark meat was placed on the fire, its fat sizzling and dripping, and the aroma quickly filled the entire cave. But instead of focusing solely on grilling the meat, she took a dagger and began processing the animal bones. In her hands, the bones were shaved into various strange shapes, some like locks, others like hooks, leaving the audience utterly bewildered. She picked up a small woven wicker basket filled with empty coconut shells, hung on the bone structure to test its weight-bearing capacity, and only moved on to the next piece after confirming it was stable. The online comments were completely bewildered, with many calling for Director Chun to explain. Coach Chun stared at the screen, his brow furrowed, opening his mouth but saying nothing. He couldn't understand it either. In the studio, Professor Lee and the other experts discussed it for a long time, but also reached no conclusion and could only continue to observe. Soon, the shark meat was cooked through, golden brown on both sides, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with rich oil dripping into the fire. Just smelling the aroma, one could sense the powerful supernatural energy contained within. Yi Chanin's stomach rumbled, and she immediately cut off a large piece and stuffed it into her mouth. The meat was firm and rich in fat, and a warm energy surged from her stomach throughout her body, even more intense than that of the silver-haired wild boar. As she ate, she silently calculated that the shark meat possessed a higher level of supernatural power, and that the first time she ate it, she would gain the most upgrade points. At this rate, she would soon be able to accumulate the next attribute point. Thinking of this, Yi Chanin also had more adventurous ideas, such as how high the supernatural abilities of those giant crabs that come ashore from the sea every night would be. Daily national fortune settlement time has arrived. The top 3 remain unchanged. Beautiful Country in first place, Northern Bear Country in second place, and Sunset Country in third place. As usual, Yi Chanin used small fish and shrimp to test the waters before going all in, but did not hand over shark meat or wild boar meat. These are all her strategic reserves, and she must keep them. This time, only the 10,000X return was triggered, resulting in a score increase of less than 2,000, and her ranking actually dropped by 5 places. This is because several other countries have handed over high-energy minerals, and everyone is rapidly catching up in points. Looking at the ranking of 44, Yi Chanin frowned slightly. At this rate, it would be almost impossible to lead the Dragon Kingdom into the top 3 unless they found a mineral vein. Her gaze fell on a map on the rock wall, focusing on the circled cave in the dense forest of Great Sea Bay. There are swarms of flesh-eating worms there. We must take them down tomorrow. That night, the giant crabs arrived as expected. Yi Chanin extinguished the campfire, secretly observing as the massive black shadows emerged from the waves and returned from the jungle several hours later. Several were missing. She carved another mark on the cave wall, then closed her eyes to rest. As dawn broke, Yi Chanin opened her eyes, feeling a surge of energy coursing through her body. Healing level 1, not only accelerated wound healing, but also significantly improved stamina recovery. Her condition was now at its peak. After drinking water, washing up, and eating, she fully armed herself, taking with her longbow, short sword, dagger, spear, rope, and quiver, leaving only her all-purpose sickle to guard the house. Then, she took out a coconut shell containing a scent-masking powder, mixed it with water, and applied it all over her body. The green camouflage uniform once again covered their skin. The livestream audience had already filled the screen, all knowing that something big was about to happen. The studio was also unusually crowded, with Director Chun, Professor Zhang, and Academician Wang all present, along with several unfamiliar faces. Most striking was the gleaming star on Commissioner Yu's shoulder. He sat upright, his eyes fixed intently on the screen. Chapter 59. Yi Chanin arrived at the bottom of a U-shaped rock wall. The remnants of yesterday's fire were still there, as were the coconuts, but the shark that had been cut into only a small part was gone. At the joint of the vine rope used to tie the fish, only a few bits of flesh remained, the edges covered in bite marks. She frowned and immediately ran towards the place where she had hidden the fish oil the night before. Fortunately, although the covering had been ransacked, the more than 20 coconut shells inside were intact, and not a drop of fish oil was missing. Yi Chanin breathed a sigh of relief and immediately began moving them. She carried all the fish oil to the foot of the rock wall, put it in a vine basket, divided it into several groups with vine ropes, climbed to the top of the rock wall, hoisted it up in batches, and then transported it all the way to the edge of the dense forest in the bay. Finally, she carefully moved the fish oil to the large tree she had scouted out beforehand. The whole process was time-consuming and laborious, and the most troublesome part was having to watch out for the carnivorous worms that occasionally crawled out of the burrow. Yi Chanin first opened several cans of fish oil and sprinkled them around the cave. Before long, swarms of carnivorous worms were drawn out by the smell, wriggling wildly at the fish oil. When they couldn't find anything, they slumped back into the cave, dizzy. She seized the opportunity to speed up, transporting a large quantity of fish oil to the foot of the tree and then hoisting it up using vines. Fortunately, these carnivorous insects, apart from having a keen sense of smell, were practically blind in every other way. After a busy morning, she finally got everything ready. The viewers in the live stream were excited. Some asked if she was moving, while others quickly realized that the fish oil wasn't for eating, but for cooking. Coach Chin finally understood and excitedly stood up to analyze. Yi Chanin had secured the vines between the tree and the cave in advance, hunted sharks to extract fish oil, and prepared animal bone devices and a large number of vines. Her purpose was only one, to burn down the carnivorous insect's nest. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Everyone then realized that her seemingly busy schedule these past few days had actually been part of setting up this scheme. At this moment, Yi Chanin was perched on a horizontal branch 35 meters high, her eyes fixed on the cave entrance 40 meters away. The vine rope that had been fixed in place beforehand stretched from beside her all the way to the rock wall above the cave. More than 20 coconut shells filled with shark oil hung neatly from the tree branches behind them. Small devices made of animal bones were also attached to each wicker basket. Everything was ready, just waiting for the right moment. The live stream fell silent. Hundreds of thousands of viewers held their breath. The experts in the studio also fell silent. Commissioner Yu clenched his fists, and Director Chin stared intently at the screen, motionless. The blazing sun pierced through the tree canopy, casting dappled shadows on Yi Chanin. Sweat streamed down her forehead, but she didn't even wipe it away, instead activating her Perception Level 1 to detect the movements of the carnivorous worms in the cave. It was the hottest time of day, and also the quietest time for the carnivorous worms. Inside the cave, almost all of the densely packed creatures had stopped moving. The time has come. Yi Chanin slowly reached behind her and took a coconut shell filled with shark oil. The live stream instantly tensed up, with the chat flooded with comments. "Sister Yi has moved. The show is about to begin." She attached a bone clasp to the vine sheath on the coconut shell. She had made this device last night. It was simple yet ingenious. As soon as she let go, the sheath would slide down the rope toward the hole and automatically detach at the end. The next second, she let go. The coconut shell slid down the taut vine with a whoosh, covering the 40 meters in the blink of an eye. With a snap, it hit the rock above the cave entrance, bounced, and fell precisely into the cave. The lid popped open, splattering fish oil everywhere. The once quiet carnivorous worms instantly erupted into chaos, their densely packed bodies writhing and thrashing about, emitting piercing hiss. Before they could react, the second coconut shell slid down and crashed into the swarm of insects. Fish oil splattered, and the carnivorous worms, as if stimulated, writhed wildly, their screams becoming even more piercing. The third, the fourth, the fifth, one coconut shell after another fell from the sky, and fish oil poured into the cave like rain. Instead of hiding, these carnivorous insects rushed towards the fish oil as if they had smelled a delicious meal, opening their mouths full of sharp teeth to devour it, not even sparing the coconut shell fragments. The sounds of crunching, screaming, and rubbing bodies blended together. The viewers in the live stream felt their scalps tingle. Some felt nauseous and wanted to vomit, while others excitedly shouted, "Eat up! The more you eat, the worse your fever will be later." The leafhoppers on the tree kept chirping and moving, as she put down more than 20 coconut shells containing fish oil. A few fell off early and landed on the ground, but it didn't matter. As long as the fish oil spilled, it could still be burned. By this time, the carnivorous worms at the cave entrance had piled up into a small mountain, frantically devouring the fish oil, completely unaware that true death had already arrived. Yichanin put down the last empty vine sheath and drew the specially made feathered arrow from behind her back. The arrowhead was carved from a small piece of high-energy ore, gleaming with a dark red glow. She took out another piece of high-energy ore and rubbed it vigorously against the arrow a few times. With a hiss, blue flames instantly ignited. Chapter 60. The flames produced by high-energy minerals are a deep blue color. The blue flame danced in Yi Chanin's hand, reflecting her calm, yet resolute face. The live stream chat exploded instantly, everyone staring at the ball of fire, exclaiming in surprise that she was using a high-energy ore as a lighter. Yi Chanin knocked an arrow, drew the bow, and aimed, her target being the frantically writhing mountain of carnivorous worms 40 meters away. Whoosh! The arrow, trailing a blue flame, pierced the dim forest and fell like a meteor into the swarm of insects. The next second, with a deafening roar, the fish oil ignited upon contact with the flame, and the entire cave entrance was instantly engulfed in blue flames. The piercing chirping of insects echoed through the forest as countless carnivorous worms writhed and struggled in the fire. Their bellies were filled with fish oil, so the fire wasn't on the outside, but burning from the inside out. A series of crackling sounds rang out, like a string of firecrackers. Some carnivorous worms, their bodies ablaze, desperately rushed out of the burrow. Just then, Yi Chanin fell from the tree, holding a short sword in her right hand and a dagger in her left, and steadily blocked the cave 3 meters away. The first carnivorous worm pounced, but she sidestepped and slashed horizontally, sending its head flying. Its burning body charged a few more steps before collapsing. The second, third, and fourth worms followed in quick succession, all of which she swiftly killed. Blue flames surged behind her, yet she never retreated. Her short sword slashed and thrust. Her dagger stabbed and sliced, each strike precise and deadly, giving the carnivorous worms no chance to get close. The live stream was incredibly exciting, with the chat filled with comments like, "Wild Sister is so cool, 1 sword, 1 kill, and God of War has possessed her." No one could have imagined that this female streamer, who was once considered washed up, could fight with such momentum. The battle lasted for a full 2 hours. The fire at the cave entrance gradually weakened, and fewer carnivorous worms emerged. Yi Chanin was splattered with worm blood, but she didn't even flinch. She casually picked up a coconut shell containing fish oil that had fallen to the ground and threw it back into the cave to fuel the fire. There are about 20 more carnivorous insects that escaped into the dense forest during the chaos. Yi Chanin didn't rush into the cave. Instead, she activated Perception Level 1 and turned to chase after it. The first one hid behind a tree, but she circled around and slashed it in half with her sword. The second one burrowed into the bushes and was pierced by a dagger. The third one climbed a tree, and she followed, sweeping it with her short sword. One after another, those carnivorous worms that thought they had escaped were all dragged out and killed by her. The comment section was full of praise for this cutting off the roots, and although it was ruthless, it was incredibly satisfying to watch. Half an hour later, all 20-odd escapees were captured. Only a few fled too far, beyond Yi Chanin's perception range, so she did not pursue them. When she returned to the cave, the fire had mostly died down, leaving only smoldering embers. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burnt flesh-eating worms. She sensed that a few insects were still hiding in the cave's openings, having narrowly escaped the fire. Yi Chanin didn't go in immediately, but waited at the cave entrance for another half an hour. Only after the embers had completely died out did she light her homemade torch, holding the fire in her left hand and her sword in her right, and slowly step into the cave. As soon as she entered the cave, a dark shadow suddenly darted out from the side wall, heading straight for her face. Yi Chanin didn't even turn her head. She slashed with her short sword, and with a snap, the carnivorous worm was cut in two in mid-air. The torch illuminated the cave, a natural cave with countless holes on the rock walls, resembling a honeycomb from a distance. With each step she took forward, carnivorous worms would emerge from the hole. Sometimes one, sometimes two or three, and sometimes even 4 or 5 would pounce at once. But with her sensory perception, she anticipated all attacks. She dodged, ducked, and spun, her short sword and dagger moving with fluid grace, felling the swarming insects one by one. The livestream audience was completely stunned. Some suspected she was cheating, while others called on Coach Chun to analyze the situation. Coach Chun remained silent for a long time before finally speaking with difficulty, saying that this was no longer ordinary kung fu, but a combat instinct approaching the limits of human potential. In just 10 meters, Yi Chanin killed at least 30 flesh-eating worms. She didn't bother to retrieve the items hidden in the cave in the stone wall. As long as they didn't show themselves, she didn't care, but if they dared to rush out, there was only one outcome. Finally, the last carnivorous worm swooped down from above. Yi Chanin didn't even raise her head. She thrust her short sword upwards, striking the insect's abdomen squarely. The insect struggled a few times while hanging on the sword, then quickly fell silent. She shook off the dead insect and stopped walking. As the torch shone forward, a dark red light came into view from the deepest part of the cave. That's the light from high-energy minerals. The live stream exploded with cheers. Having burned down the insect nest and wiped out the remaining insects, Yi Chanin had finally arrived. The flickering firelight illuminated her face, which was covered in insect blood. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Chapter 61 Bloodbath against the flesh-eating insect king. The cave wasn't very deep, but the further you went in, the colder it became. Yi Chanin held the torch, her steps light. The ground was littered with the remains of giant crabs, some reduced to bones, others reduced to withered shells covered in bite marks. Occasionally, human skeletons could be seen, their phosphorescence faint in the firelight, clearly the remnants of something torn apart and eaten. The livestream chat instantly tensed up. How many people died in this cave? Were those giant crabs eaten by carnivorous insects? Are the human skeletons from former contestants? Bone Burial Island, truly a place for burying bones. Continuing onward, the ground suddenly became slippery and damp, with a layer of viscous liquid plastered on the rocks, making a sizzling sound when stepped on. The stench in the air grew stronger, almost making one nauseous. Yi Chanin suddenly stopped, stuck the torch into the crevice of the rock, put away her short sword, took out her longbow, and drew the bow and knocked an arrow. Her movements were clean and swift, without making a sound. She sensed something moving 50 meters away, approaching her. 45 meters, 40 meters, the speed increasing. The thing was very long and large, several times larger than an ordinary carnivorous worm. 30 meters away, the firelight could no longer reach it, but with her enhanced eyesight, Yi Chanin could make out its outline. It was a giant carnivorous worm, as thick as a large bowl and at least 5 meters long. Most terrifyingly, it had 3 heads and 3 enormous mouths filled with sharp teeth, and it was crawling rapidly toward her. Without hesitation, Yi Chanin released the arrow. The arrow shot out with a whoosh, piercing the insect's body precisely. But the giant insect seemed to feel no pain, its speed undiminished. She retreated while firing, the second arrow piercing the throat of one of the heads. The insect king finally paused for a moment. Then the other 2 heads whirled around, snapped the arrow shaft in 2, and continued their pursuit. The 3rd arrow, the 4th arrow, the 5th arrow. Yi Chanin fired more than a dozen arrows in quick succession, and she quickly retreated to the cave entrance. With the help of the outside light, The livestream viewers finally saw the monster's appearance clearly, and the chat exploded. 3 heads. Flesh-eating worm king. Sister Yi, run. But it was too late. As soon as Ichanin stepped out of the cave, the 3-headed insect king pounced out, its 3 enormous mouths snapping down simultaneously. She fell to the ground and rolled to the side, barely dodging the attack. She then dropped her longbow, drew her short sword, and flipped herself to her feet. The head whose throat had been pierced reacted a fraction of a second too late, and the other 2 heads lunged at it from the left and right. Instead of retreating, Yi Chanin crouched down and passed between them, her short sword slashing fiercely at the neck of one of the heads. With a soft plop, blood gushed out. The head wasn't completely severed, but it drooped, rendered powerless. At the same time, the insect king's tail swept in, sending her flying with a thud, crashing heavily several meters away. Yi Chanin's body felt like it was falling apart, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The live stream chat erupted in exclamations. Sister Yi, get up. How are we supposed to fight this? She gritted her teeth and got up, while the insect king, now with only 2 heads, turned and hissed. The standoff lasted only 2 seconds before both moved simultaneously. The insect king lunged, its 2 heads blocking any escape route. Yi Chanin charged forward, but just as the giant jaws were about to close, she dodged to the side and slid through the gap. As she slid beneath the insect king, she thrust her short sword upwards, piercing directly through its jaws and the top of its head. The second head killed her instantly. Blood drenched her. But the insect king wasn't dead yet. Its last head roared madly, its massive body suddenly coiling around Yi Chanin, lifting her into the air. Her bones creaked as the giant maw snapped at her. In a split second, Yi Chanin exerted all her strength, frantically stabbing the insect's body that was binding her with her short sword. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Finally, a large gash was ripped open in the insect's body, and the binding force suddenly loosened. She fell to the ground, gripping her sword with both hands the instant she landed, and began frantically hacking at the last head. 1 strike, 2 strikes, without any technique, only ruthlessness, until the head was hacked to pieces, its shape unrecognizable. The insect king twitched a few times, then finally stopped moving completely. Yi Chanin staggered backward, sliding against a large tree and sitting on the ground, covered in blood and panting heavily. The live stream was silent for a full 10 seconds. Then the chat exploded. Yi Jia won. 3-headed insect, king, solo kill. What is this but a war god? From today onwards, Yi Jia is my only sister. She closed her eyes and leaned against the tree, forcing herself to regulate her breathing. The places where she had been slapped burned with pain, and she might have broken 1 or 2 ribs, but none of them were fatal. Her healing abilities had begun to take effect, and the wounds were sending a warm, tingling sensation through them. Half an hour later, Yi Chanin opened her eyes and got up to move her limbs. Although she was still in pain, it didn't affect her movement. She picked up a coconut shell containing fish oil that hadn't been put into the cave. There was still half a jar of fish oil left inside. She walked to the insect king's corpse, poured all the fish oil on it, and then used a high energy to create a flame and ignite it. With a boom, the blue flames instantly engulfed the insect king's corpse. Yi Chanin picked up the longbow and left the dense forest without looking back. Flames soared into the sky behind her. Emerging from the dense forest, she waded directly into the clear waters of the bay. The insect king's blood and slime covered her entire body, the stench indescribable. She sank into the water, repeatedly scrubbing her hair, face, neck, arms, and body until the stench completely disappeared. Afterwards, she went ashore, took off her underwear, and laid it out on the rocks to dry. Only underwear remained. Chapter 62. Sunlight shone on Yi Chanin, giving her honey-colored skin a healthy glow. Water droplets slid down her skin, and her wet hair draped over her shoulders, gently stirred by the sea breeze. The live stream chat immediately buzzed with excitement. Some people were concerned about her injuries, while others marveled at her figure and poise. The blazing sun and sea breeze quickly dried her clothes. Yi Chanin dressed, tied her hair up, picked up her weapon, and once again plunged into the dense forest. Outside the cave, the insect king's corpse was still burning, leaving only a pile of remains. Yi Chanin glanced at it, then, without lingering, relit her torch, and headed deeper into the cave. This time, there were no more obstacles. She walked for nearly 100 meters and finally reached the end. Ahead was another narrow crevice, only wide enough for one person to pass sideways, stretching darkly into the depths, from which gusts of cool wind blew. The crevice was too narrow and the risk too great, so Yi Chanin didn't venture deeper. Her attention was already drawn to the dark red light emanating from the rock face. The light wasn't just in one place. She counted carefully. There were at least 3 small veins. They weren't large, but they definitely existed. Pickaxes, chisels, and hammers were scattered on the ground, most of them rusted beyond recognition and crumbling at the slightest touch. Nearby were several human skeletons, their postures contorted, clearly indicating gruesome deaths. The stone walls were covered with the Insect King's slime and bite marks, and the exposed high-energy ores looked as if they had been eaten by something. Yi Chanin quickly realized that the Insect King had taken the ores as food. In the studio, Professor Lee excitedly slammed his fist on the table, convinced that the Insect King's mutation was due to its long-term consumption of high-energy minerals, and the 3 heads were the result. The live chat instantly flooded with comments, all joking that it was a 3-headed insect that grew from eating minerals. Yi Chanin picked out 2 relatively intact iron pickaxes from the discarded tools. The pickaxe heads were usable, but the wooden handles were rotten. She took the pickaxe heads out of the cave, cut 2 wooden sticks of suitable thickness nearby, sharpened them with a dagger, and assembled them. 2 simple mining pickaxes were quickly formed. After re-entering the cave, she began mining. The high-energy ore was buried beneath the rock strata, making its extraction no easy task. The rock wasn't particularly hard, but the ore was susceptible to sparks. Even a slight mishandling with a pickaxe could ignite it. Yi Chanin was prepared, having placed a coconut shell filled with seawater nearby to extinguish any fires. 1, 2, 3. The rock strata slowly loosened, and finally, with a crash, a fist-sized piece of dark red ore fell down. That was indeed a high-energy ore, emitting a faint red glow that bathed the surroundings in a warm red light. Yi Chanin picked it up and weighed it in her hand. It weighed about 2 kilograms. Despite its small size, it was quite heavy. She washed the ore in seawater, and the red light became even brighter. The live stream exploded, with everyone shouting, "The high-energy ore from the Dragon Kingdom has finally been mined by Yi Chanin." In the studio, Director Chun took off his glasses and wiped his eyes, his voice a little hoarse. He said that the great wilderness world is resource scarce, and finding high-energy ores is difficult, let alone mining them. Yi Chanin's possession of 2 still usable pickaxes is a huge advantage. This time, Professor Zhang also nodded in agreement, a rare occurrence for him. He said that even if contestants from many countries discovered a mineral vein, they lacked tools and had to dig by hand, which was extremely inefficient. Yi Chanin, however, had a pickaxe, making her at least 10 times faster than the others. Yi Chanin carefully put away the first piece of ore and continued mining. The second, third, and fourth pieces were dug out one after another. But she also discovered that although there was a lot of red light in the cave, the actual amount of ore was not as abundant as she had imagined. Perhaps no one had mined it before, or perhaps the Insect King had eaten too much. In any case, the reserves aren't optimistic, but they're certainly not small. If all of them are mined, we should be able to collect several tens of kilograms. She glanced at the sky and decided to stop here for the day. Yi Chanin hid the 2 mining picks in a secluded spot inside the cave, packed a few pieces of ore into a vine basket, and turned to leave. Outside the cave, the Insect King's corpse had been burned to black ash, leaving only a charred mark. Yi Chanin didn't linger and walked directly out of the dense forest. Some viewers in the live stream were puzzled, thinking that it wasn't dark yet and she should continue digging. Others guessed she was tired, hungry, or couldn't stand the smell in the cave. After all, fighting the Insect King and mining today had taken a toll on her energy. Before nightfall, Yi Chanin returned to her sheltered cave. She started a fire, placed shark meat on the stove, and the flickering flames illuminated her tired but serene face. She had considered living in the mine. The Insect King was dead, and the carnivorous worms had been burned to ashes, so theoretically it should be safe. But the smell was unbearable, and there were too many variables at night. If a giant crab crawled in, she would be trapped inside. It's still more reassuring to stay in your own cave. Beside the campfire, shark meat sizzled and dripped with oil. Yi Chanin tore off a piece and put it in her mouth. A warm current flowed into her body, and her fatigue gradually dissipated. Tomorrow, back to mining. She glanced at the map on the stone wall, then looked at the few dark red stones in the corner, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Chapter 63. As night fell, the national fortune chat remained lively. The beautiful nation, the Northern Bear Nation, and the Sunset Nation consistently held the top 3 positions, steadily submitting high energy or daily, their points steadily increasing, widening the gap between them and other nations. The atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream room was unusually complex. First came news of contestant number 3, Wang Chunmei. This rural woman had done something big again. She had used poisonous mushroom soup to incapacitate 2 mutated wild boars, and then excitedly uploaded the still-alive boars to the national broadcast. The result triggered a 100,000-fold return, with 200,000 mutated wild boars randomly released across the Dragon Kingdom. The live stream chat exploded. Viewers were both anxious and distraught, clamoring for her to slaughter the wild boars before handing them over next time. The National Strategic Command immediately issued the highest-level warning. Television, radio, and mobile phones simultaneously pushed out notifications, reminding the entire nation to stay home as much as possible and avoid going out. Armed forces were fully mobilized, and unauthorized hunting and killing were prohibited. Soon, chaos reigned everywhere. Wild boars appeared out of nowhere in city streets, rural fields, and mountain forests. Some were still unconscious, while others had already awakened and began rampaging. The command center had to use its once-every-10-day video call to urgently contact Wang Chunmei. On the screen, the woman's eyes were red with grievance as she said she thought handing over the nation's destiny was a good thing. The official, feeling helpless, gently reminded her that in the future, prey must be killed before being uploaded, as live animals can run away and harm people. Wang Chunmei wiped away her tears and nodded repeatedly, saying she would definitely remember it. While viewers in the live stream felt sorry for her, they couldn't help but remind her not to submit any more such work next time. But before everyone could recover from the wild boar incident, another message came crashing down like a bomb. Contestant number 1, Qin Hongxiu, makes a brief appearance. The scene lasts only a few minutes. She is covered in blood, her clothes are tattered, and she staggers through a wooded area, with 3 contestants from other countries in hot pursuit, their weapons gleaming coldly. She then rushed into the blind spot of the live stream, freezing the image. The Chinese live stream chat was silent for 3 seconds before erupting. Viewers recognized 2 Japanese players among the pursuers, and the angry shouts continued from day to night. The Japanese audience initially responded with sarcastic remarks, but were later driven to despair by the insults. The Dragon Kingdom Strategic Command also issued a formal protest and convened an emergency meeting, where the atmosphere was extremely tense. Meanwhile, inside the cliffside cave, Yi Chanin had just finished dinner. She wiped her mouth, opened the National Fortune Settlement at her face, and, as always, used the familiar testing the waters method, exploring in small batches before going all in at the end. Tonight, she submitted 8 kilograms of grade 1 high-energy ore. The system notified that contestant number 4 from the Dragon Kingdom, Yi Chanin, had submitted or triggering a 10,000-fold return. The country received 80,000 kilograms of ore, and the contestant's points increased by 6,000, bringing her total points to 36,005, ranking her 36th globally. The live stream chat erupted in cheers. Although it wasn't a million-fold return, 80,000 kilograms of ore was already incredibly exciting. More importantly, Yi Chanin could continue mining tomorrow, meaning the Dragon Kingdom finally had a stable source of minerals. Yi Chanin looked at the 36th place, ranking with a calm expression. She scrolled back and saw that several contestants from the United States had submitted their ore again today, and the top 3 had already pulled far ahead of the rest. Catching up with them would be difficult, but not entirely hopeless. Yi Chanin closed the interface, leaned against the rock wall, and closed her eyes to rest. Tomorrow, back to mining. The next morning, after breakfast, Yi Chanin set off fully armed. She didn't go to the mine immediately, but instead went to the shallow waters of the bay, changed into her undergarments, and then dived into the water. To gain more attribute upgrade points, she must consume more different types of supernatural foods. Consuming the same type repeatedly will reduce its effectiveness. And this bay is like her personal seafood supermarket. She caught a fat fish she'd never seen before, a large lobster unlike any she'd ever seen before, and picked up 3 new types of conch, planning to eat 4 meals a day to quickly accumulate enough points for the next upgrade. After getting ashore, Yi Chanin touched her waist and abdomen, then pinched her arms, as if checking if she had gained weight. The livestream chat immediately went viral. While others were still gnawing on tree bark, she was already worried about her figure. After preparing the food, Yi Chanin entered the dense forest. Her level 1 perception granted her a 55-meter warning range, allowing her to move with great ease. She arrived at the mine without incident. Mining begins. The pickaxe strikes the rock layer again and again, sending fragments of rock flying. Every time a piece of ore is unearthed, the live stream chat floods with excitement, hoping she'll break another record today. Yi Chanin would occasionally stop to rest, go out of the cave to check if the surroundings were safe, and then grill the fresh seafood she had caught to replenish her strength. At noon, she returned to the cave, raised her pickaxe, and aimed it at a rock layer with a strong red glow. The moment the pickaxe pierced the rock, a blinding red light suddenly burst forth beneath her feet. Yi Chanin's pupils contracted, and almost instinctively, she raised her left arm to protect her face, her body jerking to the side. The next second, a muffled boom came, and an overwhelming force suddenly exploded, blasting her away. Chapter 64. Yi Chanin's body slammed against the cave wall, and then fell heavily to the ground. Debris flew everywhere, smoke and dust filled the air, and large amounts of high energy or residue were scattered all around, igniting eerie blue flames. The entire cave was illuminated by blue light, while Yi Chanin lay motionless in a pool of blood. The live stream was silent for a full 3 seconds, then the chat exploded. Everyone was calling out to her, asking if the mine had exploded and whether she could wake up. The camera zoomed in, and in the footage her left arm was twisted at a bizarre angle, a bloody mess, with even the bones visible. In the studio, everyone stood up. Director Chun, pale-faced, immediately deduced that she had unearthed a high-energy mineral crystal. Professor Zhang explained in a trembling voice that it was an extremely rare essence from a vein. The fire attribute crystal possessed highly explosive properties, with each gram of energy equivalent to 1 gram of TNT. Panic erupted in the live stream. Some said she'd been blown up, others worried she was gone, while still others tried to stay calm, saying the national fortune system would alert them if something really happened. But Yi Chanin remained motionless on screen, only the pool of blood beneath her slowly expanding. After more than 10 minutes, her finger finally twitched slightly. Yi Chanin slowly opened her eyes, seeing only blue flames and choking smoke. A wave of excruciating pain washed over her, especially in her left arm, which was completely numb. She glanced at it. The wound was horrifying, but her mind was still clear. She quickly realized that she wouldn't die. Her left arm was temporarily useless, and she had multiple serious injuries, including severe internal injuries. She was all too familiar with this feeling. She had felt the same way when she woke up after being hit by a grenade at close range in her previous life. The healing ability was taking effect. A faint warmth welled up from deep within her body, slowly repairing the damaged tissue. She gritted her teeth, propped herself up against the stone wall, and took out hemostatic herbs from her bosom. With her left arm immobile, she could only use her blood-stained right hand to tear open the package and pour the powder onto her worst wound. A sharp, excruciating pain exploded within her, like an electric shock coursing through her body. She gritted her teeth, veins bulging on her forehead, sweat and blood mingling on her face. Her expression contorted to the point of near grotesque horror. The next second, everything went black before her eyes, and she fainted again. The live stream fell silent. Millions of viewers watched the figure lying in a pool of blood, seeing her chest rise and fall weakly, before they realized she was still alive. The image of her covered in blood, her twisted arms, and her helpless collapse pierced everyone's hearts like a knife. The comment section took a long time to reappear. Some people cried, some said she was working too hard, and others repeatedly urged her to persevere, saying that China still needed her. In the studio, Director Chen's eyes were red. Professor Zhang took off his glasses and wiped his eyes, and Commissioner Yu clenched his fists, staring intently at the screen. An hour later, Yi Chanin opened her eyes again. The pain was still there, but it had subsided considerably. Her healing abilities hadn't disappointed her. The bleeding had almost stopped. She tried to sit up with difficulty, failing the first time, failing the second, but finally succeeding on the third attempt. She gasped for breath, looking at the still burning fragments of, or, the fire had to be put out. She gritted her teeth and moved her body, dragging the cans of seawater she had prepared over one by one and laboriously splashing them onto the flames. The blue fire was extinguished and white smoke rose. With each movement, her wounds felt like they were being torn open again and blood seeped out once more. But she didn't stop. 1 jar, 2 jars, 3 jars, until only the last bit of flame remained. She slid down against the stone wall and closed her eyes to rest. Finally, someone spoke up in the live stream. No one could believe that she was still putting out fires despite her injuries. Some urged her to rest, while others choked back tears, asking, "Is this woman made of iron?" 3 hours later, Yi Chanin opened her eyes and assessed her physical condition. Except for her left arm, the rest of her body had largely regained its function. She tried to stand up, and although she stumbled this time, she succeeded. She extinguished the last embers of the flame, quickly tidied herself up, and dragged her battered body out of the mine through the dense forest. Every step felt like walking on a knife's edge. Climbing the U-shaped rock face was even more difficult. She only had one hand to use, and her whole body was injured. Every step she took was excruciating, and she nearly lost her grip and fell several times. Sweat mixed with blood dripped onto the rocks. The last set of steps was a full 3 meters high. She gritted her teeth and grabbed the crevice in the rock with her right hand, her body dangling in midair, when suddenly her fingertips slipped. With a thud, she fell heavily onto the sand, her wound reopening and bleeding profusely. Yi Chanin lay on the sand and stones, panting heavily. The sky had darkened at some point, and raindrops fell on her face, 1 drop, 2 drops, quickly turning into a downpour. Rainwater washed over her body, and blood flowed down the beach, staining the sand red. She struggled to her feet, swayed for a moment, but eventually regained her balance. Then, step by step, she walked toward the sheltered cave. In the wind and rain, that frail figure stood alone yet defiant. The live stream was deathly silent as tens of millions watched her struggle through the downpour, each step precarious, each step seemingly exhausting all her strength. But she never gave up. She disappeared into the rain, step by step. Chapter 65. Yi Chanin didn't know how she got back to the cave. Her last memory was of the familiar outline of the cave entrance. The next second, she plunged inside. There was no fire lit, nor were her wet clothes changed. Soaked to the bone and covered in blood, she collapsed on the cold ground, completely unconscious. Outside the cave, a torrential downpour continued, while inside, darkness reigned. Only the occasional flash of lightning illuminated her figure lying in a pool of blood. In a live stream, the comments finally started to tremble. "Sister Yi is back, but she's passed out. Can anyone help her? Can we just watch? Sister Yi, you have to wake up." In the studio, Director Chun turned his back, his shoulders trembling slightly. Professor Zhang took off his glasses and covered his face. Commissioner Yu stood still, staring intently at the dark cave on the screen. No one spoke. Only silence and a long wait remained. The image of Yi Chanin lying in the cave was captured on camera for 3 days and 3 nights. She lay motionless, her soaked clothes clinging to her body, the bloodstains dried and blackened. Each time lightning flashed, her pale face silenced the live stream like a graveyard. On the first day, the comments were still cautiously asking, "Hasn't Sister Yi woken up yet?" The national fortune system didn't indicate death, so she should still be alive, right? But everyone knew that things were not going well if this continued. The next day, anxiety began to spread. Why isn't he awake yet? Where is the expert group? Give us an explanation. Multiple emergency meetings were held in the studio, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Coach Chin's eyes were bloodshot, and Professor Zhang looked exhausted. Academician Wang held a magnifying glass, examining frame by frame the footage of Yi Chanin before she fell into a coma. Finally, he solemnly concluded that Yi Chanin had suffered multiple fractures, extensive soft tissue damage, and severe blood loss from the impact of the explosion. It was a miracle she had survived this long without medical equipment. But his next words were even more somber. Her unconsciousness was only a temporary respite. Her condition was already incredibly close to death. Even if she awoke, survival in such harsh conditions would be extremely difficult. After a moment of silence in the live stream, the chat exploded again. Some refused to believe it, while others prayed desperately. "Don't say anything. Sister Yi will wake up." But another voice emerged from the sidelines. Some questioned her recklessness, asking why she had to go mining when there was food in the bay. Others said she represented the Dragon Kingdom and bore the nation's fate, and that such a risky move was irresponsible to 1.4 billion people. On the third day, these controversies escalated into a major trending topic. Supporters argued that the athlete's fate wasn't solely her own, and tactical errors shouldn't be overlooked simply because of past dominance. Those who disagreed angrily accused them of being cold-blooded, asking why they didn't speak up when the high energy or was needed, and now that Yi Chanin was seriously injured, they were starting to kick her while she was down. The two sides argued fiercely. Foreign websites and other countries took the opportunity to fan the flames, mocking the fourth Chinese player for being seriously injured and unconscious, clamoring that the Chinese women's all-around competition was completely ruined, and some even maliciously celebrated the premature destruction of the Chinese nation. The emotions of the people of the Dragon Kingdom were torn apart and in complete chaos. Some prayed, some despaired, and some took advantage of the confusion to stir up trouble. In the studio, the technical team reported to Director Chun in a low voice that they had discovered a new batch of circumventing the Great Firewall, and the source of the information had been reported to the Strategic Command. Director Chun frowned and nodded. Late on the third night, Yi Chanin's eyelids suddenly twitched into shot. Consciousness gradually returned to her body. The first thing she noticed was the change in her injuries. All the bleeding wounds had dried and healed, and apart from her left arm, which was still stiff and painful, the rest of her body had basically regained its function. However, the weakness left by excessive blood loss was still there. She even had difficulty raising her hand, and her face must have been frighteningly pale. Yi Chanin sighed inwardly. Healing, level 1 was terrifyingly powerful. For an ordinary person, being injured at close range by a high-energy mineral crystal wouldn't be enough to kill them, even with 10 lives. She was able to wake up after 3 days entirely thanks to this skill. She secretly resolved that this time she must save up 2 upgrade points to upgrade healing to level 2. At that time, her recovery ability would probably be even more astonishing. A strong feeling of hunger quickly overwhelmed her. She slowly sat up, pushing herself up from the ground. Each movement strained her muscles, causing soreness. But compared to the excruciating pain of 3 days ago, it was much better. After a few minutes of adjusting, she stood up and walked to a corner of the cave where some food and fresh water were stored. The moment the firelight came back on, the live stream chat exploded. "Wild sister is awake. She really is awake. I knew she would wake up. Vav, I'm crying. Wild sister is awesome." In the studio, Director Chun suddenly stood up, his eyes red-rimmed. Professor Zhang took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Academician Wang's voice trembled with excitement, repeatedly saying, "This is a medical miracle." The live chat was flooded with comments, and those who had questioned her irresponsibility were collectively proven wrong. Most people had forgotten about arguing and were simply relieved that she had woken up. Yi Chanin was unaware of everything happening outside. She simply cooked quietly, eating slowly bite by bite to replenish her energy and restore her strength. For the next 2 days, she stayed in the cave to rest and recover, while also observing the weather and the beach outside. On the third night, heavy footsteps echoed from the seaside once again. The deep-sea giant has come ashore. Yi Chanin lay motionless at the cave entrance, observing. Just like last time, 3 deep-sea giants emerged from the sea, their footsteps causing the earth to tremble slightly, before disappearing into the depths of the jungle. As dawn approached, they returned to the seaside. Only one came back. Moreover, the giant was covered in wounds, and his steps were heavier than when he arrived. Yi Chanin looked at the scratches on the stone wall. It was the 33rd day. The deep-sea giant has appeared 3 times, each time with a 15-day interval. A pattern has formed. Chapter 66. The next morning, Yi Chanin began packing her gear. A dagger was tucked into her waistband, and vines were wrapped around her shoulders. Her previous short sword and bow and arrows were left in the mine, and her spear had been damaged while hunting sharks. Now, the only usable weapon was a dagger. For now, that was enough for her. Her food supplies were exhausted, and she needed to go out to resupply. Water wasn't a problem. She collected quite a bit of rainwater in the past few days. Her body had mostly recovered, though her left arm was still a little stiff. She hadn't used the newly accumulated attribute points yet. She planned to use them to upgrade healing to level 2 once she had 2. A light drizzle fell outside the cave. Yi Chanin climbed the cliff, found a suitable piece of wind-silk wood, whittled it into a shaft with her dagger, and then attached the spearhead she had sharpened from animal bones over the past 2 days. A new spear was ready. Afterward, she set off towards Great Sea Bay. After scaling the cliff over the U-shaped shallow water area, she first fished in the bay. The shallow water was still teeming with fish and shrimp. With each swing of her spear, she caught one almost instantly. Before long, she had caught enough food for 3 days. Several fat fish, several large lobsters, and a few large conches, all of which she tied up with vines and temporarily placed on the cliff face. After doing all that, she went down the slope, through the dense forest, and back into the mine. The livestream chat instantly became lively, with viewers cheering her on while simultaneously worrying that something might happen to her again. Yi Chanin lit a torch and went to the end of the cave. The scene after the explosion remained unchanged, with rubble scattered everywhere and high-energy minerals of various sizes. She didn't waste any of them, picking them up one by one. The larger ones were the size of a fist, and the smaller ones were only the size of a grain of rice, adding up to more than 10 kilograms. Among the rubble, she also found some small, translucent, blood-red crystals, only the size of a fingernail, with what appeared to be flowing veins of flame inside. Yi Chanin looked at them in the firelight for a moment and recognized them as crystals of high-energy mineral essence. This crystal comes from a high-energy fire tribute, or vein. It is extremely rare, but also very dangerous, as it can explode upon a violent impact. She was nearly killed by it last time because her pickaxe struck a vital spot on it. Yi Chanin stared at the time bomb in her hand, her brows furrowing slightly, but then a gentle smile appeared on her lips. She carefully placed the crystals into a coconut shell, handling them as gently as if they were eggs. In fact, they didn't explode at the slightest touch. They required a strong impact to trigger. In the studio, the mineral expert explained that while this type of crystal is rare, its energy value isn't much higher than ordinary fire tribute ores because it's scarce, difficult to mine, and carries an explosion risk. It's mostly used as explosive material. The live chat immediately summarized. It looks nice, but isn't practical. It's like a hand grenade. After collecting the scattered ore, Yi Chanin found a second intact iron pickaxe. Her short sword and bow were also still there, undamaged. She picked up the pickaxe again and continued mining. This time she was extra cautious. Whenever she found crystals in the rock strata, she avoided them unless they loosened naturally, and instead chose the easier-to-access ores nearby. For the entire afternoon, no further incidents occurred in the cave. She extracted almost all the easily mined high-energy ores, leaving only the crystallized rock strata untouched. After counting, there were over 30 kilograms of high-energy ore and more than 20 essence crystals, each one like a ruby, gleaming with a faint red light in her palm. Yi Chanin checked the time and decided to call it a day. She packed up all the ore and crystals, along with the seafood that had been placed on the U-shaped cliff face. The ore and food weighed over 30 kilograms, which was quite heavy, and her body had not yet fully recovered. Her left arm was still stiff. On her way back, a light rain soaked her hair and clothes. Under the gloomy sky, her small, thin figure looked especially frail. But she didn't stop. She walked steadily forward, step by step. The live stream gradually quieted down, with only a few scattered comments floating by. Some felt sorry for her hard work. Some admired her for carrying so much or back by herself, and others said that she was the backbone of China. She moved steadily as she climbed over the U-shaped rock face. Although it was strenuous, she didn't hesitate for a moment. After descending the cliff and entering the cave, she carefully placed the ore and seafood down before leaning against the rock wall and letting out a long sigh of relief. The rain was still falling outside, but the campfire inside the cave was reignited. Yi Chanin looked at the pile of high-energy ore weighing over 30 kilograms, then at the 20-odd crystal-clear red crystals, and that mysterious smile reappeared on her lips. That evening, she ate the freshly caught, plump fish, feeling the warm energy flowing into her body. The effect was indeed stronger than ordinary seafood, but it was still a level below that of silver-haired wild boar and epaulet shark. The first time you consume a new species, the benefit is noticeable. The second time, it diminishes. The third time, it's even less. And after 3 times, it's practically negligible. Yi Chanin gazed at the campfire, knowing full well that to gain attribute upgrade points faster, she had to hunt truly large, exotic beasts. There are large sharks like the epaulet shark in the ocean, but the risks are too high. The last successful attempt relied on setting up nets and bait in advance and waiting for a long time. In comparison, there are probably more opportunities in the jungle. Although the jungle was dangerous, she possessed a level 1 sensory ability that allowed her to anticipate dangers and proceed cautiously. If she couldn't win, she could at least escape. She quickly made a decision. After mining the last bit of ore in the mine tomorrow, she planned to venture deeper into the jungle. Chapter 67. It's time for the daily national fortune settlement. Yi Chanin opened the interface, first tested it with some small resources, and then directly uploaded 20 kilograms of first-level high-energy ore. Yi Chanin, contestant number 4 from the Dragon Kingdom, submitted 20 kilograms of level 1 high-energy ore, triggering a 10,000x return. The nation received 200,000 kilograms of level 1 high-energy Oregon contestant points increased by 8,000. Current total points, 44,005. Global ranking, 30. The live stream chat erupted in excitement as another 200,000 kilograms of high-energy ore arrived, and Yi Chanin's ranking surged to 30th. However, her brow furrowed slightly as she looked at the result. Because this improvement wasn't significant, she submitted the lowest level, first grade, or, while many of the top-ranked players were already submitting second or third grade, or making their points efficiency completely different. At this rate, it's almost unrealistic for Manhwa to break into the top 3. What's more troublesome is that the output of the Nantan mine is already low. She estimates that there are at most about 30 kilograms left. Yi Chanin's gaze fell on the map on the stone wall. There are a total of 7 mining sites on Burial Bone Island. She currently only has 1 site under her control. She must find a way to contact the remaining 6 sites. The first route is to cross the mountain ridge behind the Great Sea Bay to reach the west coast. There are mining sites there, but the ridge is so steep it's almost vertical, making it extremely difficult. If you go around by sea, it would take at least 2 days by raft, and you'd also have to contend with giant crabs at night. More importantly, there are likely already foreign competitors on the west coast. Those few people who consistently supply seafood are very likely over there. Once they go there, it's hard to say whether they'll be friends or foes. The second route leads deep into the jungle. The map shows 4 mining sites deep within the jungle, but the danger is definitely greater. The greatest threat is the unknown beasts. But this path allows her to advance step by step. She has a level 1 perception, warning system, and enough combat experience to retreat if things go wrong. Compared to traversing mountains and seas, this path offers a way out. Yi Chanin stared at the map for a long time, finally fixing her gaze on a few marks deep in the jungle. This is it. Just then, an emergency call request popped up. The contact, which occurred every 10 days, came again. This time, the person on screen was not an ordinary staff officer, but Commissioner Yu. Yu Day looked solemn. He first congratulated her on submitting another 200,000 kilograms of high-energy ore, and then formally informed her that the second national transport airdrop would begin in 15 days, and that the strategic department would provide full support and give her the highest level of national transport supplies. The call lasted only a minute, but the live stream chat exploded instantly. Some were excited that the strategic department had finally made a statement. Some were looking forward to the highest level of supplies, and others were sarcastic, saying that they only remembered Yi Chanin after Qin Hongxiu went missing. Yi Chanin closed the interface expressionlessly. The idea of bringing glory to the nation didn't affect her much. She was already determined to lead China into the top 3, and she wouldn't refuse the strategic department's airdrop. In this godforsaken place, every extra bit of supplies increases the chances of survival. The next day, Yi Chanin set off fully armed as usual. She first went to the shallow waters of the bay to catch a few different kinds of fish, intending to change her diet, and then entered the dense forest to reach the mine. Mining is slower today than yesterday. The deeper we go, the denser the blood-red crystals in the rock strata become. Those tiny, transparent things are embedded between the ore like objects that could explode at any moment. She had to slow down her movements, even abandoning the pickaxe and using a dagger to carefully pry open the rock layers, trying to remove the crystals intact. After a whole morning of work, she had only managed to dig out 4 or 5 kilograms of ore. At noon, she sat on a flat rock outside the cave, grilling fish. Halfway through her meal, she glanced at the pile of freshly extracted crystals beside her, and a thought suddenly popped into her head. Yichanin picked up a crystal the size of a fingernail, weighed it in her hand, and then, to everyone's astonishment, threw it directly into the fire before immediately hiding behind a large tree. The live stream chat was filled with question marks. No one understood what she was trying to do. Coach Chun could only bite the bullet and analyze, saying that she never did anything meaningless and there must be a deeper meaning behind it. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed, and the crystals glowed red hot in the fire, but they didn't explode, until they were almost melted. Boom! With a loud bang, the fire was blasted into a large crater, and rubble and dirt flew everywhere, with a power almost comparable to a hand grenade. Yichanin peeked out from behind the tree, looking thoughtfully at the large pit. The entire live stream chat was startled awake, and the chat exploded with comments. She didn't stop. She took another crystal and threw it into the rekindled fire. The result was the same as before. It exploded after burning for a few minutes. Yichanin thrown it. Last time she was blown up, it wasn't by fire, but by the instant a pickaxe struck her. Could the key be the impact? She found a large rock, placed the crystal on a flat rock, climbed to a height of 4 or 5 meters, and then smashed it down while holding the rock. With a bang, the crystal was smashed to pieces, but it did not explode. Yichanin went down to check and looked puzzled. She tried several more times, but the result was the same. So she moved to a place 10 meters high to continue the experiment, but it still didn't explode after 1, 2, or 3 attempts. The viewers in the live stream were completely confused, wondering if she had developed a psychological trauma from the previous explosion. Yichanin squatted on the ground, looking at the broken crystal fragments, pondered for a moment, and then her eyes suddenly lit up. She took out a small piece of ordinary high energy ore, placed it together with a crystal, then climbed up 10 meters again, picked up the large rock, and smashed it down hard on the pile of things. Boom! The explosion occurred again, this time with even greater force. Debris flew everywhere, and dust billowed. Yichanin peeked out from her hiding place, a slight smile playing on her lips. She then tried 3 more times, and each time the explosion was successful. Chapter 68. The test launch was successful, and the truth finally came to light. The explosion conditions for high explosive crystallization are not simply impact or flame, but both simultaneously. At the moment of impact, there must be a flame as a fuse. Ordinary high-energy ores ignite when rubbed together, and the flames then ignite the crystals, causing an explosion. The last time Yichanin was blown up, it was because her pickaxe struck ordinary ores next to the crystals, causing them to ignite and ultimately detonate. If it's just an impact or just flames, it would take a very long time and might not even explode. The viewers in the live stream were completely confused, asking Coach Chun if he understood what he meant. After a few seconds of silence, Coach Chun could only bite the bullet and explain that Ms. Aritono was probably testing the explosion conditions of high explosive crystals. But he himself got stuck halfway through his sentence. The live chat erupted in laughter, joking that Coach Chun still needed time to make up the story. Meanwhile, Yichanin's eyes shone brighter than ever as she looked at the remaining dozens of crimson crystals in her hand. She spent almost the entire afternoon on experiments. She didn't mind much, or only 4 or 5 kilograms, but she had already figured out many things. After finishing, she returned to her sheltered cave. Back in the cave, everything was the same as before. They ate, handed over the national fortune, and checked the rankings. Tonight, she hadn't handed over any or only a few fish, and her ranking had dropped a few places again. But Yichanin didn't care at all. Her gaze remained fixed on the dozens of blood-red crystals. Then she looked at the map on the stone wall. There were 4 more mining sites deep in the jungle. Perhaps it was time to set off. As night fell, the campfire flickered. There were 4 or 5 kilograms of high energy ore piled up in the corner of the cave, but instead of handing it over, she took out a dagger and began to grind a piece of ore. The viewers in the live stream were completely bewildered. Some wondered what she was doing carving stones so late at night, while others quickly noticed that the shape resembled an arrow. Yichanin moved very slowly, stopping to check every few strokes. She was worried that friction would generate heat and ignite the ore, so she kept a container of water nearby, ready to extinguish any fires. More than an hour later, she managed to carve out a rough shape of an arrowhead. Next, she took out a high-explosive crystal the size of a fingernail and carefully inserted it into the groove in the center of the arrow. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Everyone realized she was making a high-explosive arrow. In the studio, Director Chun suddenly stood up, his voice trembling, and bluntly stated that Ms. Arita was creating an unprecedented superweapon. Weapons experts also made an emergency connection and excitedly explained. When the arrow hits the target, it will impact at high speed, and the friction of the high energy ore will ignite, which perfectly meets the detonation conditions of high explosive crystals. Once fired, this arrow could be as powerful as a rocket launcher, and it's easy to carry, has a long range, and high accuracy. If it could be mass-produced, Yi Chanin would essentially be carrying a mobile ammunition depot. The live stream chat exploded, and everyone who had previously mocked her for not handing over or was dragged out and ridiculed. But Yi Chanin couldn't see any of this. She was only focused on polishing the arrowheads, constantly dipping them in water to cool them down. More than half an hour passed, and she had only made one. But even this one had shown everyone a terrifying possibility. The next morning, Yi Chanin, fully armed, arrived at Great Sea Bay. She chose a pile of rocks, drew her longbow, and knocked a specially made high-explosive arrow. He drew his bow and aimed. The next second, the arrow shot through the air and struck a boulder more than 3 meters high with pinpoint accuracy. With a deafening roar, debris flew everywhere. The boulder was blasted in two on the spot. The live stream was silent for a full 3 seconds, then erupted like a volcano. Everyone was spamming the chat, exclaiming that these weren't arrows, but cannonballs. Yi Chanin looked at the rubble scattered on the ground, a slight smile playing on her lips. The test launch was a success. She put away her longbow and began her day's work. Fishing, entering caves, and mining. High-energy ores were running low in the caves, but her real target for the day was the high-explosive crystals. She had previously dug out 26 crystals, used one, and had 25 left. 2 of them were exceptionally large, 3 times the size of ordinary crystals. But as she continued digging, she discovered there was even more below. Yi Chanin spent the entire day carefully clearing away the rock layers. The crystals were buried deepest, encased in thick stone walls. She first used a pickaxe to chip away at the outer layer bit by bit, then slowly peeled it away with a dagger, careful not to damage these treasures. When the harvest was tallied at dusk, everyone gasped in astonishment. Approximately 25 kilograms of high-energy and 98 high-explosive crystals were found. Including previous stock, the total number of crystals is 123. One of them was ridiculously large, only slightly smaller than a fist, crystal clear, with veins of flame flowing inside, like a beating heart. The viewers in the live stream were stunned, calling it the king of crystals. Some said it looked like a ruby, while others felt a chill run down their spines just thinking about its explosive power. The weapons expert in the studio got so excited he lost control again, saying that if all of these were made into high-explosive arrowheads, Yi Chanin would be a mobile arsenal. As he spoke, he became emotional and started cursing those beasts from Japan. Before he could finish speaking, a staff member covered his mouth and dragged him away. The live stream audience paused for a second, then burst into laughter. Countless viewers from China flooded the screen with their agreement, urging Yi Chanin to make arrows and take down the Sakura Kingdom. That evening, the National Fortune public screen suddenly displayed a large number of friendly greetings from Chinese viewers. Other countries were bewildered, not understanding why the Chinese had suddenly started insulting them. Japanese viewers tried to fight back, but their attempts were quickly drowned out by a barrage of comments. Chapter 69. Back in the sheltered cave, Yi Chanin immediately got busy. She first found several coconut shells, filled them with seawater, and then put the high-energy inside to grind. This time, the efficiency was ridiculously high. With the seawater cooling it down, there was no need to worry about friction causing a fire. The dagger sliced through the ore like cutting fruit, and in just a few minutes, she could carve out an arrowhead. She didn't waste a single shaving. She collected them all. After dinner, she continued working, spending almost the entire night, except for necessary rest, sharpening arrowheads. The next morning, the spoils covered the cave rocks. A total of 116 arrowheads, gleaming eerily in the firelight. The livestream viewers were stunned. 116 in one night. Is Sister Yi channeling the energy of an assembly line worker? Adding to the previous ones, that's almost 100 high-explosive arrows. Yi Chanin then took out the high-explosive crystals and inserted them one by one into the arrowheads. 116 crystals, corresponding to 116 arrows, were all installed. She set the fist-sized Crystal King aside, not yet deciding on its use. The remaining high-energy or fragments weigh about 12 kilograms, which could be handed over tonight. The only things we're missing now are the arrow shafts and the tail fins. The arrow shafts need wind silk wood, and the tail fins need feathers. It was still early, and the sea fish and lobsters on the fire were sizzling and dripping with oil, emitting a fragrant aroma. Yi Chanin ate her rice first, then tore off a large piece of fish and stuffed it in her mouth, then broke open the lobster claws and took a big bite, eating with her mouth full of oil, completely disregarding her image. Viewers in the live stream were practically drooling. Sister Ye's eating looks so delicious. Others get skinny from wilderness survival, but she seems to have gained a little weight. She looks better with a little extra weight. Just as she finished the last piece of fish and was about to rest for a while, the personalized system notification sounded on time. Detected that the host has once again accumulated temporary ability boosts through consuming superpowered food, reaching the long-term threshold. The host's basic overall physical abilities are permanently and significantly enhanced. Current overall physical fitness, 1280-3000, level 2. Reward. You can choose one basic skill attribute and upgrade it to level 1. Current remaining upgrade points, 2. Yi Chanin's eyes lit up. She had finally saved up enough points, making 2 in total, including the previous one. Without hesitation, she chose the familiar option. Healing level 1, healing level 2. Healing level 2 significantly enhances wound healing ability, with better results when used in conjunction with medication, and moderately increases stamina recovery speed. Note, passive skill no cost. Upgrade confirmed. The next second, a surge of heat erupted from deep within his body, instantly engulfing his entire being. Muscles, bones, blood, skin. Every cell seemed to awaken. Most noticeably, his left arm, still somewhat stiff and numb, was affected. A warm current flowed through her arm, a tingling, numb sensation that quickly lessened the stiffness and eased the numbness. She could clearly feel the damaged tissue repairing itself at an astonishing rate. At this pace, her left arm would be fully recovered in just a few hours. Yi Chanin stood up and stretched her limbs, a smile of enjoyment on her face. The live stream chat exploded. Is Yi Jie's expression because she's stuffed? Doesn't she look like a cat sunbathing after a big meal? In the studio, academician Wang stared at the screen and analyzed, "We cannot rule out indigestion caused by overwork or overeating." The chat instantly went wild with laughter. Yi Chanin was unaware of the commotion outside. She simply leaned against the campfire, feeling the warm current slowly flowing through her body. Her arms felt increasingly comfortable, and her body felt lighter and lighter. The sun was shining brightly outside. It was time to go find the arrow shafts and feathers that afternoon. She closed her eyes and leaned against the rock wall for a nap. The firelight illuminated her peaceful face, and in the corner, the high-explosive arrowheads, not yet fitted with shafts, were neatly stacked, like an army waiting to go to war. After resting for half an hour, Yi Chanin opened her eyes, fully armed. To guard against any unforeseen circumstances, she temporarily modified 2 high-explosive arrowheads and attached them to the existing arrows. Set off. Today's task is clear: wind-blown wood, feathers, vines, and medicinal plants. She didn't venture deep into the jungle, only staying on the familiar edges. Windwood was easy to find. She cut several pieces of suitable thickness and bundled them together. She also dragged several large bundles of vines, collected some medicinal plants, and casually picked a few poisonous ones. The only problem is that it has too few feathers. Yi Chanin returned to the withered tree where the 3 giant birds had perched. The several enormous nests were still there, but they were empty. The giant birds had all left. Some feathers were scattered on the ground, but not many, while bird droppings were everywhere. She moved expressionlessly through the bird droppings, gathering all the usable feathers. But this amount was barely enough to make a dozen or so arrows. Arrows were consumables, far from sufficient. She frowned and walked out of the area covered in bird droppings. Just then, a piercing bird cry rang out from the sky. Two giant birds swooped down, their target Yi Chanin. The live stream chat instantly tensed up. The giant bird is back. Two of them together, wild sister, watch out. Yi Chanin looked up, her brows furrowing slightly, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. She drew her longbow and knocked an ordinary arrow. There was no need to waste a high-explosive arrow on this thing. Aim, then release the arrow. The arrow pierced the air and struck the first swooping giant bird precisely. The bird didn't even have time to scream before it crashed to the ground with a thud, struggled a couple of times, and then went still. The second one followed closely behind, its sharp claws outstretched, already pouncing on her. With no time to knock another arrow, Yi Chanin dropped her longbow, drew her short sword with her right hand, and thrust it forward. With a soft thud, the blade pierced through the giant bird's chest. Its 2-meter-long wings flapped futilely a few times before drooping limply, the bird hanging lifelessly from the short sword. Yi Chanin expressionlessly tossed aside the bird carcass, deftly took out a vine rope, tied the two giant birds together, and left the jungle without looking back. Chapter 70. The live stream was silent for 3 seconds, then exploded. Viewers were spamming the chat, reporting that the two giant birds had been instantly killed with an arrow and a sword, a stark contrast to the previous scene, where Yi Chanin had been chased and forced to flee for her life. Yi Chanin herself could clearly feel that as her overall physical fitness improved, her strength, speed, reaction, and combat awareness all became stronger. The trajectory of the giant bird's dive was so clear to her that it was like slow motion, and that arrow was almost like a natural instinct, requiring no deliberate aiming. She even had a fleeting urge to encounter that giant black wolf again, to see if she could face it head-on. As she emerged from the jungle, she glanced back into the depths. Everything within her perception range seemed normal, but there was a faint rustling sound 55 meters away. Something was indeed hidden in the jungle, but she hadn't ventured deeper. Today wasn't the time for exploration. After returning to the sheltered cave, Yi Chanin put down the wind-resistant wood, vines, herbs, and two giant birds, and then took several bundles of vines to the vicinity of the U-shaped rock wall. Right next to this place is a forest of giant trees. Those trees are ridiculously tall. Any one of them is 40 or 50 meters tall, with thick trunks and branches that block out the sky. The coconut trees next to them look like saplings in comparison. Every time Yi Chanin came to climb the cliffs and pick coconuts, she would observe this forest. The giant trees stretched deep into the jungle, with no end in sight. She hadn't dared to go in before, firstly because there were too many unknown dangers, and secondly because the coastline and Great Sea Bay were enough to sustain her, and there was no need to take the risk. But the situation is different now. The Greater Sea Bay is basically developed, and the coastline has little value left. To continue development, they need to go into the jungle, and going deep into the jungle requires a second sanctuary. The cliffside cave was safe but too far away. If she couldn't make it back from the jungle, she would need a place to spend the night, away from the giant crab and the unknown beast. This forest of giant trees before her was the place she had temporarily chosen. The trees are tall, thick, and sturdy enough that a shelter could be built in the canopy, 40 or 50 meters high, offering a wide field of vision and significantly reducing ground threats. More importantly, there are no signs of the deep-sea giants trampling here. Of course, this is only a preliminary assessment. She still needs to go in and investigate the environment to confirm if there are any dangers. If there are indeed unforeseen circumstances, then she should abandon the operation immediately. Life is only once. There's no need to gamble. Regardless of whether she ultimately chooses this location, the vines must be prepared in advance. The cliff cave is too small to hold too many materials, so she decides to make them under the U-shaped rock wall. After placing the vines, Yi Chanin went to Big Sea Bay and entered the dense forest to reach the mine. The cave was empty. All the high-energy ores and crystals had been mined out, leaving only a narrow crack that could only accommodate one person at a time, leading darkly into the depths. She stood in front of the crack for a long time, but ultimately didn't go in. It was too narrow inside. If she got stuck or fell in, she wouldn't even have a chance to call for help, so it was completely unnecessary to take the risk. However, she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she started cutting down trees outside the cave, dragging them one by one to the entrance and piling them up. The entire live stream audience was stunned, unsure whether she was going to seal off the cave or had other plans. When Coach Chun was called upon to analyze the situation, he could only grit his teeth and say that Ms. Aretano never did anything meaningless, and there must be a deeper meaning behind her actions. The live chat immediately joked that he didn't actually understand it either, but he didn't dare not say anything. As dusk fell, Yi Chanin looked at the pile of timber at the cave entrance, which resembled a small mountain, and then stopped working and returned to her sheltered cave. That night, she ate her meal, as usual, submitted her national fortune report, and checked the rankings. The 12 kilograms of first-grade high energy or residue had yielded a 10,000-fold return, but there was no critical hit, and her ranking dropped to 39th. The audience didn't complain. They all knew she'd been busy with other commitments these past 2 days. On the contrary, bad news came from contestant number 3, Wang Chunmei. This rural woman had actually poisoned herself. She cooked a pot of mushroom soup, not to poison the wild boar, but to drink it herself, and then collapsed on the ground, motionless. The national emergency system didn't indicate she was dead, meaning she was still alive, but the atmosphere in the live stream was terrifyingly oppressive. Viewers speculated that she might be starving, while others brought up the phone call from Command Center, feeling that Wang Chunmei had been acting strangely ever since, often spacing out and not even reacting to wild boars passing by. The comments section was getting increasingly agitated, with many criticizing the strategic department staff for their harsh tone. No one in the studio dared to respond. Director Chun pretended to look at documents. Professor Zhang stared at the ceiling, and academician Wang fiddled with his glasses. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Yi Chanin's side was much calmer. Cancer landed as usual, and the audience had long since become numb to it. Some even joked that she should go out and see what Cancer was up to in the jungle. She ignored them and just sat by the campfire, diligently polishing the wind-strength wood. Each arrow shaft was sharp and straight, and the high-explosive arrowheads were carefully attached. Of the 2 giant birds, one was already roasted, while the other was plucked clean and hung in a corner of the cave as a food reserve. The roasted giant bird weighed over 30 pounds, and even after being plucked, it still resembled a large roasted whole lamb. Yi Chanin tore off a piece of meat and stuffed it in her mouth. The meat was firm, and its supernatural energy was very concentrated. Although it couldn't compare to the silver-haired wild boar, it was much stronger than ordinary sea fish. She ate quickly, one bite after another, and before she knew it, half a roasted bird was gone. Chapter 71. The Mystery of the Giant Tree. Viewers in the live stream were stunned. Wow, Yijia's appetite is amazing. Half a whole one that weighed over 30 pounds, and she ate it all by herself. The key is that her belly isn't swollen at all. She's acting like nothing's wrong. That doesn't make sense. Even the health experts on the panel were baffled. According to medical common sense, eating more than 10 kilograms of food in a short period of time should have stretched the stomach to its limit, but Yi Chanin showed no discomfort whatsoever. Yi Chanin herself also noticed a change. Her digestive system seemed to have been upgraded. Food was absorbed quickly after entering her stomach, and her energy acquisition rate was significantly faster. This was a good thing for her. She needed more food to accumulate more upgrade points. When she got up to use the bathroom in the middle of the night, she casually ate the remaining half of the roasted bird as a midnight snack. The viewers watching the live stream watched in disbelief as she devoured over 30 kilograms of roasted bird in 2 meals, leaving the chat filled with nothing but shock. I give up. Is Wild Sister's stomach a bottomless pit? Yi Chanin wiped her mouth and leaned against the rock wall. The campfire illuminated her face, and giant crabs were still crawling on the beach outside. Tomorrow, she would go and explore that giant forest. As dawn broke, Yi Chanin went out fully armed. This time she brought 3 more high-explosive arrows, making a total of 5, which she carried heavily on her back. She first went to Big Sea Bay. The shallow waters were still teeming with fish. She casually speared a few, strung them together with vines, and placed them on the shore before heading into the dense forest. The timber that had been chopped yesterday was still neatly piled at the entrance of the mine. She went inside to check, and everything seemed normal. The narrow crack deep inside was still dark, with a cold wind blowing out. After confirming that everything was all right, she began to process the wood. She bound thick vines into a frame larger than a door, then chopped thin sticks into short sticks, sharpened one end, and densely tied them to the frame like a row of fangs. The person in the live stream quickly understood. This is a trap. Spike trap. Whoever steps on it dies. Wasn't the edible flesh worm king dead? Who are we guarding against? Instructor Chun cleared his throat and analyzed with certainty, saying that Miss Aritono was making a highly lethal mechanism, and that its placement in the mine must have a deeper meaning. Yi Chanin dragged the spiked frame into the cave, stopping at a narrower section in the middle. She observed the rock face, drove several thick wooden stakes into natural cracks, and then used vine ropes to make loose knots. The spiked frame was suspended in mid-air, directly facing the only path below. A crucial vine rope extended from the mechanism to the ground, hidden in the shadows. If anything stepped on the rope, the frame would crash down, riddling its target with holes. The live stream chat exploded again. This trap is brilliant. Could there be something else in the cave? Yi Chani knew that there was a faint fishy smell coming from the deep crevice, but it wasn't from flesh-eating worms. Just because her level 1 perception hadn't detected anything didn't mean it wasn't there. It was always better to have a backup plan. After setting the traps, she rested for a while, ate some grilled fish, and then went to the edge of the giant forest. The sun was shining brightly today, and the light in the forest was clearer than usual, yet it still felt deep and mysterious. Yi Chanin first applied camouflage paint to herself, then mixed plant powder with water to mask her scent, and rubbed it all over her body before taking a deep breath and stepping into the forest. With her level 1 perception fully activated and level 1 vision allowing her to see details 100 meters away, she advanced step by step, longbow in hand and arrow half done. Within 200 meters, the surroundings were eerily quiet. Giant trees blocked out the sun, and even the sounds of birds and insects were unusually rare. The only sound were a few small snakes and reptiles. There were no large animals. She looked around horizontally, and the result was the same. The place was unnaturally clean. After going 200 meters further, some shallow depressions in the ground caught her attention. They were footprints, somewhat shaped like wolves, but much larger. Yi Chanin crouched down to examine the footprints, and followed the trail forward, quickly discovering clearer ones. The footprints were large and deep, and, judging from their shape and force, they resembled a giant reptile, or perhaps a giant wolf, at least 2.5 meters long, even larger than the black wolf beside the wither tree earlier. She frowned slightly. Wolves mostly live in packs, but the tracks in front of her clearly belonged to a lone wolf. The further they went, the clearer the footprints became, and a fishy, pungent smell filled the air, like animal urine marking their territory. It was a warning to outsiders. This land belonged to someone. Yi Chanin slowed her pace, her vigilance heightened to the extreme. 300 or 400 meters away, on a low hillside, a dark hole was visible behind dense tree trunks. The footprints were pointing directly there. She paused for a few seconds, touched the 5 high explosive arrows on her back, and then stepped closer. 200 meters, 100 meters, 58 meters. There were no moving creatures within her perception range, and there seemed to be no giant beasts inside the cave. But she could see the cave entrance clearly, where the ground was covered with white bones, some pale, some still streaked with blood, and the stench of blood and rotting flesh assaulted her senses. Closer still, the cave wasn't deep, and the inside was completely visible. There was nothing there except bones. The owner is not here. Yi Chanin glanced at it only once before turning and leaving. It was a dangerous place, not a place to linger. But she had only taken a few steps when she suddenly caught a dark shadow 200 meters away out of the corner of her eye. She strained her eyes to look. It was a wolf. Black wolf. A huge black wolf. It stood motionless, its deep eyes coldly fixed on her. Yi Chanin also stopped, and the two, 200 meters apart, silently stared at each other. The live stream room instantly became suffocating. Heavens! Black wolf. Wow, it's huge. Much bigger than the last one. Run, wild sister. Why are you running? Can't you see that Sister Yi hasn't moved? The sense of oppression is so overwhelming. Even through the screen, my legs go weak. Chapter 72. The entire expert team stood up, and the studio fell into a deathly silence. Coach Chun stared intently at the screen. Even his breathing became soft. In the scene, Yi Chanin did not run away. She looked at the black wolf, her brows slightly furrowed. It was indeed much larger than the previous one, but there was no fear in her eyes. Instead, her expression gradually turned cold. Who knows how many powerful creatures lurk in this primeval jungle? If she wants to reach those 4 mining sites, she'll have to face them sooner or later. Today might just be the beginning, or it might be the end. When 2 armies meet on a narrow path, the brave shall prevail. Yi Chang'e took a few steps forward, completely exposing herself to the Black Wolf sight, her eyes resolute, showing no sign of backing down. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Wild Sister walked over. Is she going to fight head-on? What's there to be afraid of? She's got 5 RPGs on her back. The man and the wolf stared at each other for half a minute, the atmosphere incredibly tense. Finally, the Black Wolf moved. It didn't howl, but simply walked forward step by step, then suddenly accelerated, its murderous aura instantly reaching its peak. 100 meters. Yi Chang'e moved as well, but instead of retreating, she charged forward. She knocked an arrow and drew her bow. 70 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. Whoosh! The first arrow pierced the air, striking the Black Wolf precisely, but only piercing its fur. The Black Wolf's speed did not decrease, and Yi Chang'e moved laterally, hitting its target with several more arrows in succession. However, ordinary feathered arrows have limited power. The Black Wolf only felt pain and charged even more fiercely. At 20 meters, Yi Chang'e drew a high-explosive arrowhead with her backhand. 10 meters, released the arrow. Boom! The explosion was deafening. Black Wolf howled as it was jolted to a halt, its massive body crashing to the ground, blood splattering everywhere, leaving a horrifying bloody hole in its body. Yi Chang'e didn't let her guard down. She knocked another high-explosive arrow and slowly approached. From meters away, she circled the Black Wolf, the arrowhead always aimed at it. The Black Wolf wasn't quite dead yet. One of its front legs had been blown off, and blood was gushing out. Its eyes were still fixed on her. Confirming it was no longer capable of fighting, Yi Chang'e sheathed her longbow and drew her short sword. She stepped forward, her sword piercing the Black Wolf's throat. The giant wolf breathed its last. The livestream was silent for 3 seconds, then erupted in cheers. She really killed it. She took down the giant wolf without a scratch. It weighed at least 800 pounds. One high-explosive arrow finished it off. Wild Sister is awesome. The weapons expert tried to remain calm, but his voice trembled. I told you, high-explosive arrows are close to the power of rocket launchers. This Black Wolf did not die unjustly. Yi Chang'e didn't rush to dispose of the corpse. Instead, she carefully searched the area within several hundred meters. After confirming that there were no other dangers, she returned to the Black Wolf, removed one of its front legs, which weighed several dozen kilograms, and carried it on her shoulder before leaving the giant forest without looking back. It was getting late, and she had to get back to her sheltered cave before nightfall. She hadn't seen any trace of the giant crab or the deep-sea giant in the giant forest yet, but she didn't intend to risk spending the night there. There would be plenty of time to explore and build a new shelter later. She hurried along, out of the giant forest, and back in the cave. She put down the wolf leg and leaned against the rock wall to let out a long breath. The campfire quickly rose, and darkness fell outside. Yi Chang'e looked at the wolf leg, which weighed several dozen kilograms, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Tonight, she didn't hand over the wolf legs, only some sea fish. No one complained in the live stream. Everyone knew there were still hundreds of pounds of wolf meat lying in the giant tree forest, but it was too heavy, and they had to wait until she processed it. Beside the campfire, roasted wolf legs sizzled and dripped with oil, their golden brown skin releasing a fragrant aroma. Yi Chang'e cut off a piece, and the juices seeped out, instantly filling the cave with their fragrance. She tore off a large piece and stuffed it in her mouth. The wolf meat was firm and chewy, with a rich wild flavor, and more importantly, a surge of energy immediately flowed from her stomach to her limbs and bones. This energy is far stronger than that of the silver-haired wild boar, and even more ferocious than that of the shoulder-banded shark. Just a few bites later, a system notification sounded. Host detected consuming high-energy alien beast meat, +1 attribute upgrade point gain. Yi Chang'e was taken aback. So fast. She hadn't even decided what level to upgrade, and the points had already arrived. She ignored it for the time being and continued to eat her meat heartily. Half a wolf leg, weighing at least 10 kilograms, was quickly devoured by her. Immediately afterward, the system notification sounded again. Host detected consuming high-energy alien beast meat, +1 attribute upgrade point gained. Overall physical fitness has exceeded the threshold, advancing to level 2. Current overall physical fitness, 2100/5000. A strange power exploded from the depths of her body, as if her muscles, bones, and blood were awakening simultaneously. Yi Chanin was jolted and almost stood up from the rock. The wolf meat was far more potent than she had anticipated. If she had known it was this powerful, why bother catching sea fish? The primeval jungle is the real treasure trove. She looked at the 2 upgrade points, finally settling on strength and agility. Once inside the jungle, close quarters combat would only increase, making both essential. Upon confirmation, 2 streams of heat surged into her body simultaneously. She could feel her muscles becoming stronger, her bones denser, and her explosive power rapidly increasing. At the same time, her reactions and coordination also became lighter and more agile. Yi Chanin stood up and stretched her limbs, clearly noticing the difference. Then, she walked to a corner of the cave and picked up the spare bow that hadn't been used before. She originally made 3 bows. 2 were assembled into the current compound bow, and the remaining 1 remained unused because it lacked sufficient power. Now, Chapter 73. Yi Chanin picked up the spare bow and then the composite bow she was currently using. She repolished and thinned the spare bow, attached it to the inside of the main bow, and then secured it firmly with thin rattan rope. A new compound bow with greater resistance was thus created. She gripped the bow and casually pulled the string back, the movement so effortless it seemed like she wasn't exerting any force, and there was even a noticeable amount of energy left. The increase in her body strength was somewhat exaggerated. The weapons expert in the live stream stared wide-eyed, exclaiming that it was unscientific. The original compound bow was designed to increase drag. Now, with an added bow shaft, how could someone of her build possibly pull it? The screen immediately filled with comments. The experts are stumped by Wild Sister again. This is beyond scientific explanation. In fact, Yi Chani knew of several other compound bow designs that required less effort, but given the current limited resources, she was too lazy to bother with them. For her, what was good enough was sufficient. That evening, she didn't eat the remaining wolf leg as a midnight snack like she had last time. It wasn't that she couldn't eat it. With her current digestive capacity, she could easily eat another 10 pounds. The feeling of being filled with energy was too strong, and my body was still in a state of fullness, so there was no point in eating anymore. It was better to wait a while. The discussion about her appetite in the live stream has been going on nonstop. Some people marveled that she had eaten another 10 kilograms, while others wondered how she could fit it all in her stomach. After several days of discussion, the expert panel could only conclude, "We don't know." The next day was another sunny and beautiful day. Yi Chanin went out early in the morning and first swept around the edge of the nearby jungle. She cut down almost all the vines and windsilk trees in that area and bundled them into several large bundles. The once lush area now looks like it has been shaved. Then, she dragged several large bundles of timber and vines taller than a person towards the U-shaped rock face. In the footage, a slender woman was seen pulling hundreds of kilograms of weight across the beach, as easily as if she were pulling an empty cart. What's even more outrageous is that she didn't show the slightest sign of strain on her face. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Has Sister Yi taken some kind of superpower? She weighs at least 200 or 300 pounds. She could drag her around like it's nothing. Yi Chanin was very satisfied with the combined physical fitness level 2 and strength level 1 effects, feeling like she had inexhaustible energy. Coupled with the stamina recovery brought by level 2 healing, she had no worries about accumulating fatigue. After piling the items under the U-shaped rock wall, she didn't rush to process them, but instead turned around and went back into the giant forest. She hurried along the route she had left the day before. Every so often, she carved a mark on a tree. The forest of giant trees was so vast, and the trees looked so similar that it was easy to get lost without markings. Before long, she arrived at the black wolf's den. The enormous black wolf carcass was still there, and there was nothing unusual around. She glanced at it and continued deeper. Today, her goal is to roughly explore this giant forest, especially to rule out large, ferocious beasts like black wolves. As she ventured deeper into the forest, after more than 2 hours, the surroundings gradually became more lively. She saw large wild boars, giant pythons coiled in trees, rabbits running extremely fast, and a group of gorillas roaming through the woods in the distance. The vegetation here is also significantly richer, no longer as monotonous as on the edges. We encountered more and more wild animals, all of considerable size, clearly mutated species. But compared to that black wolf, they're still far inferior. Yi Chanin quickly determined that she had reached the edge of the black wolf's territory. Sure enough, after advancing a while, the view suddenly opened up before her. The giant forest reaches a point where a terrain fault line appears. The edge of the fault line is a cliff, reaching a height of over 100 meters at its highest point. Standing on the edge of the cliff, one can see the dense primeval forest unfolding before them like a scroll painting. She finally understood why there were so few animals in the giant forest. The natural cliff line isolated the jungle ahead. Furthermore, with giant predators like the black wolf dominating their territory, other creatures naturally dared not approach easily. She continued exploring along the cliff edge, walking for a long time until the sun was setting. Going any further would mean she wouldn't be able to get back before dark. After confirming the direction, she didn't return the way she came, but instead headed back towards the approximate location of the black wolf's den. More than 2 hours later, after wandering around, she finally found her destination. On the way back, Yi Chanin discovered an excellent spot. It was a giant tree, 3 or 4 times larger than the surrounding giants. Its trunk was so thick that it would take more than a dozen people to encircle it, and its branches and leaves were as dense as a giant umbrella. A natural hollow had formed beneath its roots, big enough for several people to lie down inside. More importantly, a kilometer away from the giant tree, fresh water flows from a cave in the cliff face, forming a waterfall that plunges into the primeval jungle below. Below the waterfall cave, there is also a platform and a small pool, accessible via a path along the cliff edge. Fresh water is one of the most critical resources for survival in the wild. Here, near the edge of the giant tree forest, the giant trees are hidden in the forest and not easily discovered, but standing on the tree, you can see the entire cliff line and even overlook the primeval jungle in front of you. Building a shelter here would allow for easy access to the primeval jungle and a quick retreat to the giant forest. The giant forest is relatively clean and offers respite from most venomous snakes, insects, and mosquitoes. The only problem was that a huge golden leopard was perched in that tree. Its golden spots gleamed blindingly in the sunlight. Its body was long and powerful, and it looked extremely menacing. Another mutated beast of the same level as the black wolf. Although it wasn't as large as the black wolf, Yi Chanin didn't dare underestimate it. When she found it, the creature was sleeping in a tree. She had applied medicine to mask its scent and was careful enough not to disturb it. It was getting late, and she decided against taking action to avoid dragging it out into the night. So she quietly slipped away and returned to the black wolf's den. After a short rest, she quickly left the giant tree forest. Estimated that it would get dark, she dragged several bundles of wind silk wood and vines into the forest and temporarily stored them in the black wolf's den. Then, she used her dagger to cut off a huge wolf leg, carried it out of the forest, and returned to her sheltered cave. The campfire was lit, and the cave remained warm. She was roasting half a wolf leg that was left over from yesterday. Although it was only half, it actually weighed more than 10 pounds. After this meal, the energy from the wolf meat decreased somewhat, but it was still enormous compared to ordinary food. She estimated that this amount of wolf meat could last for several more meals. That evening, she handed over the wolf leg she had carried back. The procedure was the same as always. First test the waters with small fish and shrimp, then go all in. The 100,000X return has been triggered again. Her ranking dropped to 45th place. Chapter 74. Without high energy or relying solely on food supplies is simply not enough to catch up with those players who hand in or every day. However, the low spirits in a live stream weren't because of Yi Chanin. Instead, there were 2 other pieces of news. Qin Hongxiu was still missing, and Wang Chunmei had been unconscious for 2 days, still lying on the ground without waking up. Commissioner Yu, under pressure, stepped forward to offer reassurance, but before he could finish speaking, the live chat exploded. "Get out. You still have a nerve to show your face. You forced this old lady to do this. Stop pretending." A barrage of angry curses rained down on him. Commissioner Yu's face turned ashen, but he could only endure it because it was the leader's order. Yi Chanin was unaware of what was happening outside. She quietly ate her wolf meat, her gaze fixed on the map on the stone wall. Tomorrow she had to go to the giant tree forest again. She would have to face the golden-spotted leopard sooner or later. The next day, Yi Chanin entered the giant tree forest fully armed. 5 high-explosive arrows were stuck in her back, and she also carried an old fishing net. It was a tattered net she had made from vines when hunting the epaulet sharks, but she had kept it all this time. The live-stream audience immediately became puzzled. Why bring a fishing net into the jungle? You need a river to catch fish, right? The expert team couldn't guess its purpose either. In the end, Director Chun could only clear his throat and say that Ms. Ariyoshi never does anything meaningless. This fishing net must have strategic significance. Let's wait and see. Upon arriving at the Black Wolf's den, all was quiet, and the enormous Black Wolf carcass still lay in place. Yi Chanin frowned. The carcass was too large, and dismantling it piece by piece would be too slow, and the meat would deteriorate over time. Her shelter was too small to hold the Black Wolf's carcass. After pondering for more than 10 minutes, Yi Chanin made a decision. She would stay in the giant tree forest tonight, and whether in the Black Wolf's den or in the trees, she had to finish processing the remaining Black Wolf carcass. She drew her dagger, first severing the 2 hind legs, then slicing open the Black Wolf's belly to begin separating the fur. The live stream chat instantly exploded. Wild Sister is skinning it. So bloody. Her technique is so skilled. In the studio, a timid expert turned pale, stared for a few seconds, and then vomited, even spraying the 2 experts next to him. The camera was a mess, but the live broadcast room was in stitches, with the screen filled with comments like the expert vomited. Half an hour later, the live stream resumed. Yi Chanin had already skinned the wolf completely, so intact it was frightening. Even the wolf's head, fur and all, had been removed. She carefully set the wolf's skin aside, intending to process it later. She then took out her old fishing net and began to repair it. She rewoven the torn parts with thin vines and changed the long net into a square, significantly increasing its area. After putting away the net and vines, she hurried towards the giant tree. She left trail markers along the way and moved quickly. Her strength had increased dramatically. She could carry hundreds of kilograms effortlessly, and her stamina far surpassed what she used to be. Most noticeably, her agility had improved. She ran with a swift, almost ethereal grace, and felt much lighter overall. More than an hour later, the outline of the giant tree appeared in the distance. Yi Chanin stopped, put down the fishing net and vines, slowed down and approached, her longbow half drawn, ready to strike at any moment. When she was about 200 meters away from the giant tree, she hid behind a large tree and peered out. Sure enough, the golden leopard was still in the tree, its golden spots very conspicuous in the sunlight, and it was sleeping on a thick horizontal branch. The live stream chat immediately erupted with cheers. Great opportunity. Send it to heaven with 1 arrow. Hurry up and make your move while it's asleep. But Yi Chanin remained motionless, staring at the screen for a full 10 minutes. Instead of attacking, she quietly retreated, picked up the fishing net and rope, and left. The live stream chat erupted in groans, with many feeling they had missed a golden opportunity, while others doubted that Yi Chanin would be afraid. Yi Chanin circled the nearby woods and finally chose a spot with thick fallen leaves and lots of miscellaneous trees. She spread the fishing net on the ground, covered it with leaves, and then tightened it with vine rope. The vines were secured to the trunks of several miscellaneous trees, allowing the trunks to bend and store force. A trigger mechanism was constructed using stones and branches. As soon as the fishing net was stepped on, the tree trunks would spring back, instantly pulling in the net. She picked up a stone and threw it in. With a whoosh, the rope tightened sharply, the net sprang up, and the stone was firmly trapped. After the successful test, she rearranged the trap, covered it with leaves, and there was no visible abnormality on the surface. The live stream viewers finally realized it was a trap. Sister Yi is going to use a fishing net to catch the golden leopard. She'll definitely net it first and then kill it. Coach Chin's lips curled up slightly, revealing an expression that said he'd seen through everything. Chapter 75. The golden leopard set up the trap, and Yi Chanin once again crept towards the giant tree. The golden leopard was indeed still fast asleep in the tree. She crouched low and cautiously approached, stopping only when the distance was reduced to 35 meters. This distance was precisely within the accurate range of an arrow. She drew her longbow and nocked a paralyzing poison arrow. High explosive arrows weren't necessary against a sleeping target. She held her breath, drew the bow, aimed, and the arrow shot through the air in an instant. But the moment she let go, the golden leopard suddenly opened its eyes, sprang up from the branch, and leaped into the air as fast as a golden shadow. Yi Chanin's arrow missed completely. Her heart sank, and she immediately turned and ran, knocking another arrow at the same time. The second arrow was released, but it only grazed the top of the golden leopard's head. The opponent was too fast. Hitting it while moving was extremely difficult. The live stream chat exploded instantly, with everyone yelling for her to run. Yi Chanin, however, remained calm, observing the golden leopard's attack trajectory as she fled. A large tree appeared ahead. She stomped onto the trunk, using the momentum to propel herself upwards for 2 steps, then pushed off with her feet, flipping herself into the air. The golden leopard pounced from below, missing its target. In midair, Yi Chanin had already drawn her bow and released an arrow from her high vantage point. The arrow pierced the golden leopard's body with pinpoint accuracy. The moment it landed, she fired a second arrow, which also struck its mark. The golden-spotted leopard, struck by 2 arrows, staggered and then let out a ferocious roar that shook the leaves to their foundations. Completely enraged, it pounced on Yi Chanin once more. Yi Chanin decisively dropped her longbow, drew her short sword, and gripped it tightly with both hands. The golden leopard's claws swept across, but she rolled to the side, swung her sword in the process, and slashed a bloody gash across its body. The golden leopard missed its target, its paw slamming into a nearby tree with a crack, leaving a gaping hole in the trunk and sending splinters flying. The consequences of that swipe of its paw landing on a person would be unimaginable. Yi Chanin flipped herself to her feet, not attacking rashly, but holding her short sword and waiting for an opportunity. The golden-spotted leopard, with arrows embedded in its body and having taken another blow, showed no sign of diminishing its momentum, turning to continue its attack. The two, one human and one leopard, engaged in close combat. Yi Chanin relied on her agility to dodge constantly, sidestepping, crouching, rolling, and leaping, narrowly avoiding the leopard's claws almost every time, before seizing the opportunity to counterattack. But the golden leopard was too fast, and her short sword could hardly inflict a fatal wound. Instead, she herself was slashed several times by its claws, bleeding from her left arm, thigh, and back, looking increasingly disheveled. To make matters worse, during one of her parries, the short sword was knocked away. Yi Chanin could only draw her dagger and continue fighting. Fortunately, the golden leopard was also in bad shape, with more wounds than her. Especially after the first paralyzing poison arrow took effect, the golden leopard's movements became noticeably slower. However, this slowness was not fatal. It quickly adapted and continued its frenzied attack. Yi Chanin tried several times to change her bow, but the golden leopard wouldn't give her a chance, relentlessly attacking her. She spotted a direction, suddenly turned, and sprinted towards the trap she had set earlier. The golden leopard relentlessly pursued her, nearly knocking her down with each pounce. She rolled and scrambled to her feet, sustaining several more wounds. The entire studio and broadcast room held their breath in tension. As Yi Chanin ran, she assessed the situation. The golden leopard might not be as strong as the black wolf in a direct confrontation, but its speed was terrifying. It was difficult for arrows to hit it at medium to long range, and she couldn't use high explosive arrows at close range, otherwise she would hurt herself. But she was prepared. A trap lay ahead. Yi Chanin leaped up and cleared the trap. The golden leopard behind her couldn't stop its momentum and pounced into the trap area. The next second, the fishing net sprang up and trapped it securely. The golden leopard fell to the ground, frantically tearing at the fishing net with astonishing strength. The mesh was about to snap. Just then, a high-explosive arrow pierced the sky, heading straight for the center of the trap. With a deafening roar, the golden-spotted leopard, along with the fishing net, was blasted away, its flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Yet, it wasn't completely dead yet. Without hesitation, Yi Chanin pounced, plunged her dagger into its neck, and with a powerful slash, severed its head. The golden leopard finally stopped moving. The live stream was silent for 3 seconds, then the chat exploded. Everyone was spamming, "She won," praising her for the incredible combination of traps, high explosive arrows, and melee attacks. In the studio, Director Chin stood up excitedly, calling it a textbook example of a jungle hunt. Even the weapons expert couldn't help but exclaimed that the high explosive arrows were practically mobile rocket launchers. Yi Chanin stood amidst the chaos, panting heavily, bleeding from multiple wounds. Fortunately, her level 2 healing ability had begun to take effect, and a warm, tingling sensation returned to her wounds. She glanced at the golden leopard's carcass. Though its golden fur was tattered from the explosion, its former majesty was still evident. It was smaller than the black wolf, but definitely a top-tier beast. Yi Chanin sheathed her dagger, picked up her short sword and longbow, and glanced at the sky. It was still early, so she sat down, took out some hemostatic powder wrapped in dried leaves, and gritted her teeth as she sprinkled it on her wound. The excruciating pain was quickly replaced by a tingling and warm sensation. She could feel the wound rapidly healing deep within, the blood congealing, and the skin edges slowly contracting, as if countless tiny hands were stitching the wound together. A few minutes later, the pain had mostly subsided. After resting for a while, she moved her limbs, and although they were still a little stiff, they no longer affected her mobility. Yi Chanin walked to the carcass of the golden leopard, and as usual, first removed one of its hind legs, tied it with a vine rope, hung it on a wooden stick, and carried it. Then she walked toward the giant tree. Chapter 76. The new sanctuary, the giant tree, was even cleaner than Yi Chanin had imagined. There was no excrement, no hair, even the animal scent was faint, and there were no remains on the ground. This suggests that while the golden leopard is hygienic, this is most likely not its den, but rather a temporary resting place. Large carnivores usually leave their prey near their dens. Since there's nothing here, its permanent habitat must be elsewhere. Yi Chanin was quite satisfied. The view was expansive, and standing under the tree, she could faintly hear the sound of a waterfall in the distance. The water source was very close. She stuffed the golden-spotted leopard leg meat into the tree hole for temporary storage, then returned to the black wolf's den, preparing to drag over the wind mussel wood, vines, and 2 wolf legs. She had just bent down to grab a few bundles of timber when she sensed a slight movement at the edge of her senses. It was very light, like a breeze, but there was no wind at all. Yi Chanin immediately put down her things, her nerves tense, and scanned her surroundings with all her might. The giant forest was eerily quiet. Even the chirping of insects had disappeared. She stood still, spreading her senses wide, carefully capturing every subtle change. More than 10 minutes passed, and she still found nothing. But she was certain that what she had just seen was not an illusion. Something had flashed past the edge of her perception, but she didn't know whether it had left her range or hidden itself. Finally, Yi Chanin could only grab the wood and vines again and drag them towards the giant tree. Perhaps she was too nervous, perhaps. Just as she reached the foot of the giant tree, before she could even put her things down, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the primeval jungle below the cliff in front of her. Roar! The leaves rustled and fell from the trees. Yi Chanin instantly ducked for cover, her gaze piercing through the dense forest, locking onto the source of the sound. The next second, her pupils dilated sharply. In the distant jungle, vast swathes of vegetation swayed violently, and the silhouette of a gigantic dinosaur loomed in and out of sight, battling some kind of creature. Trees fell in clumps, and birds scattered in fright. Its size was outrageously large, very similar to the ones that had been chased to the coastline earlier. The battle lasted only a few seconds. Then an even more ferocious roar erupted, and the dinosaur charged into the depths of the jungle. Its figure quickly disappeared, but vast swathes of green vegetation continued to surge and fall, as if plowed away by a giant beast. Yi Chanin stared intently at that direction, and saw many more strange beasts being startled out. They were described as small, only compared to the dinosaur. Each one was no smaller than the black wolf. Some resembled giant apes, some reptiles, and others moved as fast as lightning, making them impossible to discern. Soon, the dinosaurs and those strange beasts disappeared without a trace, and the jungle returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Yi Chanin let out a long breath. What she had just witnessed had completely overturned her understanding of this jungle. The black wolf and the golden leopard were merely peripheral overlords. The deeper she ventured, the larger and more dangerous the unknown beasts would become. She had only just reached the edge. She didn't know how many terrifying creatures lurked within that deep, boundless green jungle. But she knew that the 3 mining sites were inside, and she would have to go in sooner or later. But not now. She needs greater strength, more preparation, and more reliable protection. Yi Chanin withdrew her gaze and began her work. She first examined the tree hollow, which was actually a gap formed by the arching roots of a giant tree. The entrance was narrow, but the inside was spacious, with an earthen and stone floor suitable for making a fire and sleeping. As long as the dampness was dealt with, it was much more comfortable than a cliff cave. But she had no intention of spending the night on the ground. She looked up at the 40-meter-high canopy below, where the dense branches offered a wide view overlooking the edge of the giant forest and providing shelter from the threats on the ground at night. She wants to build a real sanctuary there. Yi Chanin first started a fire under the tree, then quickly prepared the golden leopard leg meat and put it on the fire to roast. While waiting, she tied the wind-silk wood with vines, climbed the giant tree, and then hoisted the bundles of wood high up. Using wind-blown timber as the framework and securing it with vines, the framework of the platform gradually takes shape as the timbers are added one by one. Finally, thinner pieces of wood are laid on top, and a small elevated platform is completed. After watching the entire process in the live stream, the chat exploded with comments. Over 40 meters high. What is Sister Yi trying to do? Is this some kind of observation tower? Don't climb that high. It makes my legs weak. Coach Chun cleared his throat and could only bite the bullet to analyze. If it's just a platform this big, it's certainly suitable as an observation tower. However, given Mizurato's style, she probably has a deeper purpose. Yi Chanin did not continue construction. It was already dark, so she left a main vine rope hanging down to the ground for easy access later, and then returned to the tree. The golden leopard leg meat was already roasted, its aroma filling the air. She tore off a large piece and began to eat heartily. It was usually not mealtime yet, but tonight she had more important things to do and needed to fill her stomach beforehand. After eating half a leopard leg, the familiar energy surged once again. Bite. Host detected consuming high-energy alien beast meat. +1 attribute upgrade point gain. Current remaining upgrade points, 1. Yi Chanin didn't rush to use it. She planned to save up another one to upgrade her level 1 perception to level 2. Currently, the core range was only 58 meters, far from enough in this dangerous jungle. After darkness completely fell, Yi Chanin extinguished the campfire, picked up her weapon, and headed toward a certain direction in the giant forest. Her level 1 vision finally showed its advantage in the dark. She could discern almost the finest details up close and make out outlines at medium range. With the added benefit of level 1 perception, the darkness at close to medium range could no longer hinder her. Above the giant forest, the towering canopy blocked out all sunlight, leaving the ground pitch black. Chapter 77. The livestream room was filled with endless darkness. Despite repeated adjustments by the technicians, only a few blurry shadows could be seen. The screen instantly filled with comments, all complaining that it was too dark and they couldn't see anything, with some even speculating whether Yi Chanin was exploring in the middle of the night. The expert team, however, remained silent, all staring at the screen with grim expressions. No one could analyze it because there was no useful information in the footage. Yet Yi Chanin moved faster in the dark than during the day, as if the darkness had brought out her purer instincts. Soon, she arrived at the black wolf's den. The black wolf's peltless carcass was still there, and the pelt was also there. Everything seemed normal. But Yi Chanin didn't relax. She still clearly remembered the fleeting wind she had sensed during the day. She hoped it was just an illusion, but the silence of this giant forest was too unnatural. Aside from the black wolf, there were almost no other creatures here, only a few insects and small snakes. She couldn't help but think of the giant crab and the deep-sea giant. It was understandable that the deep-sea giant didn't come in, but why did the giant crab also avoid this place? Yi Chanin stood guard beside the black wolf's corpse, waiting silently. The surroundings were deathly still. The time had come to hand over the nation's destiny. She didn't probe further, directly opening the interface and selecting the black wolf's corpse to submit. Dragon Kingdom contestant number 4, Yi Chanin, submitted Mutant Black Wolf, complete X1, triggering a 10,000X return. Receive plus 3,500 points. Current total points, 47505. Global ranking, 43rd. The live stream chat exploded. Viewers were stunned to realize that she had somehow found the Black Wolf's den and handed over the carcass while the screen was black. No one could understand how she had managed to find her way in such darkness. The expert group remained silent. Yi Chanin closed the interface and was about to leave when something suddenly flashed past in her senses. Like the wind or something incredibly fast. Exactly the same feeling as during the day. This time, she pinpointed the direction. It was just 40 meters away. Yi Chanin instantly drew her bow and arrow, cautiously making her way towards that spot. There was nothing there. When she arrived, the area was completely empty, without a trace. Was it just a passing breeze? Or an illusion? Yi Chanin frowned. Even she herself had some doubts. She didn't linger any longer, turned around and returned to the giant tree, sensing nothing unusual along the way. Returning to the tree, she stood in the darkness, gazing back at the deep, ancient forest. There was nothing there, yet the silence was chilling. She looked again towards the jungle. The dark shadows of the trees were equally silent. Finally, by the faint moonlight, the live stream viewers could see her climbing the giant tree. 40 meters high, the narrow platform was faintly visible, and the viewers in the chat breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Chanin sat on the platform. The night breeze carried a cool breeze, but she remained motionless, her gaze fixed on the distant primeval forest. She was waiting for those giant crabs that emerged from the deep sea to see what they were up to when they ventured into the jungle at midnight. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, a commotion suddenly arose from the distant jungle, with roars of beasts ringing out one after another, growing ever closer. They've arrived. Yi Chanin's pupils contracted slightly, her eyesight sharpened. In the darkness, several enormous black shadows were moving. They were none other than Cancerians. They traversed the jungle, all heading in the same direction, the very direction where the dinosaurs had appeared during the day. Soon, it seemed as if a battle had broken out deep in the jungle. Trees shook and roars of beasts filled the air. Yi Chanin couldn't see the specifics, but she could sense that there was complete chaos. Where exactly is Cancer going? The next second, Yi Chanin scrambled down from the tree, and without hesitation, ran wildly into the jungle. The live stream footage shook violently, and viewers could only vaguely see her rushing into the darkness again. Soon, she reached the edge of the jungle. This place was far from the coast, deep within the jungle, bordering the giant forest, with a clear boundary between the vegetation on both sides. Yi Chanin hid behind a big tree and observed, and soon discovered something strange. Some giant crabs passed by, but all of them deliberately avoided the giant tree forest. They could have gone straight through, but they chose to take a longer route, none of them crossing the boundary, as if there was some unseen forbidden zone there. Yi Chanin froned. The giant forest was poisonous? The thought had barely crossed her mind when she dismissed it. If it were truly poisonous, she couldn't possibly be unharmed. She looked back into the depths of the giant forest, where it was dark and quiet as a dead place. After the last giant crab left, Yi Chanin stepped into the jungle and followed the path they had taken. She moved with incredible speed and lightness, her senses fully activated, her eyes constantly locked onto the giant crab ahead. Strangely, there were no other strange beasts in the jungle, as if they had all been frightened away. The crab's speed is roughly equivalent to a human running at full speed, but Yi Chanin wasn't sure if that was the limit, so she always maintained a safe distance and never exposed herself. She followed for a long time, finally climbing up a hillside. Just then, she sensed that the giant crab ahead of her was suddenly sliding downhill at lightning speed, instantly disappearing from her sight. Yi Chanin quickened her pace and rushed to the top of the slope. When she looked down, her pupils suddenly dilated. Chapter 78. A river. A river emitting a pale blue fluorescence. The eerie light illuminated the river's surface, reflecting the giant crabs and strange beasts fighting fiercely on both banks. They were densely packed together in the river and on the shore, battling wildly as if vying for some luminous substance in the water. A giant crab, its body glowing with fluorescent light, had just crawled out of the river when it was pounced on by a four-legged beast, which bit its pincers. The crab retaliated by clamping its hand around the beast's tail, and the two immediately began to wrestle and tear at each other, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Such battles could be seen everywhere along both banks of the river. The river of fluorescent light has become a battlefield. Yi Chanin lay prone on the hilltop, quietly watching everything below. In a live stream, the diehard fans who had stayed up all night instantly woke up, and the chat exploded with comments, all stunned by the glowing river and the chaotic battle of monsters. In the studio, an energy expert suddenly stood up, his eyes fixed on the screen, his voice trembling with excitement. He pointed at the screen and said, "That's very likely a mineral well, and a super mineral source with a much higher yield than ordinary veins." He quickly deduced that the wellhead should be located below the mountain at the source of the river. Commissioner Yu immediately pressed for details, asking why this was different from what they had seen in the previous all-male wilderness event. Professor Lee explained that blowhole was just a euphemism. In the previous event, it was a sinkhole that regularly produced minerals, while the river in front of them was most likely an underground river that spewed out minerals, which were then washed out by the water flow. Commissioner Yu's expression changed slightly. In the previous competition, Dragon Kingdom was overtaken by other countries because they discovered it too late. However, these mineral wells usually only appear near the end of the instance, and the appearance of the fluorescent river ahead of time is truly unusual. Professor Lee also couldn't give an answer. Commissioner Yu did not press further and hurriedly left the studio, making phone calls as he walked. Soon after, various experts who had already rested were urgently connected, and the studio immediately began an online discussion. On the steep slope, Yi Chanin was still observing the entire river. She couldn't make out the exact shape of the glowing object in the river, but it resembled high energy, or she had seen a returning crab before, which had similar colored or residue on its body. However, this time the light wasn't red, but a pale blue. This suggests that they are likely ores with a different property. She looked upstream along the river. The fluorescent light flowed from one end, originating from the towering cliff. The river water gushed out from the bottom of the cliff and extended into the dark jungle at the other end, where the light gradually dimmed and finally disappeared completely. Although she couldn't see everything, Yi Chanin had already understood a little. The crab and the strange beast were fighting over the blue, high energy, or in the river. Her mind raced. The question was, why did they choose to raid at night? Especially those jungle beasts who already lived here and had a significant advantage. Without the giant crabs during the day, they could have acted much earlier. Unless the minerals in this river only appear at night. Yi Chanin continued to stare at the river surface and soon discovered some patterns. Sometimes, the fighting beasts and giant crabs would separate mid-battle and turn to swim into the river to devour the ore. As long as no one interfered, they would continue eating. But this opportunity won't last long. Soon other giant crabs or strange beasts will pounce on it, trying to snatch the ore from its mouth or simply attack it directly. As the struggle continues, the bioluminescence in the river noticeably diminishes. At this rate, the entire rivers will be plundered before midnight. Yi Chanin then realized why the giant crabs always returned to the sea about 2 hours before dawn. It turned out that the battle was over and all the ore had been looted. But new questions arose. Are these ores produced every day? Where do they come from? Are they ejected from under that cliff? Tonight is definitely not the time to figure it out. We'll have to observe it several times and find a pattern before we can deduce the truth. Just then, she suddenly noticed that some of the cancers had begun to leave the battlefield and return in the direction they had come from. Yi Chanin's heart tightened, knowing she couldn't stay any longer, and she immediately got up and left. Fortunately, there was only one way in, and the crabs seemed to only move in straight lines, except when it was around the giant forest. She didn't need to worry about getting lost on her way back. She could just run along the path the crab had trodden. 2 hours later, Yi Chanin was drenched in sweat. She ran almost the entire way, traveling at top speed. When she sensed any unusual activity from creatures around her, she tried to avoid them and never provoke them. Finally, we arrived at the giant forest. The moment she stepped into the giant forest, she paused. This place was a completely different world from the primeval jungle, equally dark, but even more eerie and deathly quiet all around, without even the chirping of an insect. Yi Chanin took a deep breath, hid behind a big tree, and waited for the cancer to return. The crab returned faster than she had expected, and it was followed by some strange beasts. They clearly had no intention of letting the crab go easily, and they pursued and fought all the way. Cancer's defense and counterattacks are equally formidable. The two sides fought as they ran, quickly turning the jungle into a chaotic battlefield. Yichanin hid herself very well and never revealed herself. Only when it became quiet again did she emerge from behind the tree and quickly leave. She didn't stop on the road, but went straight back to the giant tree and climbed up the small platform 40 meters high. As the night wind blew by, Yichanin leaned against a tree trunk, panting heavily, her gaze fixed on the dark primeval forest in the distance. Fluorescent rivers, giant crabs, strange beasts, mountain cliffs, blue minerals, a series of mysteries swirled in her mind. But tonight, this is all we can do. She needs rest. Yichanin closed her eyes, her breathing gradually becoming steady. The fans in the live stream were still discussing, all feeling that she had discovered a big secret tonight, that there must be high-energy minerals hidden in that river. The night wind swept through the giant forest, and occasionally the roars of beasts echoed from the distant primeval jungle. But the place remained deathly silent. Soon after, the slender figure on the giant tree blinked slightly and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 79. Blurring between dream and reality. On a dark, rainy night, the cold raindrops stung my face like needles. The jungle was pitch black, save for the occasional flash of lightning that cast distorted shadows of the trees. Yichanin was running frantically. Heavy footsteps grew closer behind her. The earth trembled, and the sound of trees snapping in the wind drew nearer. She turned around and saw a giant crab chasing after her, its size terrifying. Each strike of its massive pincers snapped a large tree in two. Knowing she couldn't escape, she immediately turned around and drew her bone-short sword. The giant crab pounced in front of her, its massive pincers sweeping across. She dodged to the side, and in the process, severed one of its forelegs with her sword, sending a spray of foul-smelling bodily fluids gushing out. But the next second, another giant pincer slammed down. The short sword was knocked away, and Yichanin was thrown to the ground, her chest throbbing with pain and her throat tingling. She forced herself to her feet, drew her longbow, knocked a high-explosive arrow, and fired at the giant crab that was right in front of her. With a deafening boom, the blast sent her flying again. When her vision returned, the crab lay not far away, a bloody hole blasted into its abdomen. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she saw something wriggling inside the hole. One by one, tiny crabs the size of fists crawled out of the corpse, densely packed, surging towards her like a tide. Yichanin retreated while stomping, but there were too many to stomp out. They crawled to her feet and burrowed up her trouser legs. She frantically retreated, but suddenly her foot slipped. Ahead lay a cliff, and she plummeted into darkness. The wind howled, rain stung her face, and she desperately waved her arms, but could grab nothing. Just when she thought it was all over, a huge, cold hand suddenly grabbed her. The hand was rough like tree bark, squeezing her entire body in its palm. Lightning flashed, and she saw what was holding her, a deep-sea giant. The giant stood like a mountain in the rainy night, its deep eyes devoid of any emotion. Yichanin drew her dagger and frantically stabbed at its hand. Green blood flowed out, but the hand remained unmoved. The giant merely glanced down at her, then raised his hand and hurled her away. Yichanin crashed into the jungle like a cannonball, breaking tree after tree before finally slamming heavily to the ground, her bones feeling as if they were shattered. She lay in the mud, coughing up blood, the rainwater mixing with the blood. Before she could recover, a rustling sound came from the darkness. A carnivorous worm crawled out with a slender body, a triangular head, and a huge mouth that almost split open to the back of its head, filled with sharp teeth. Then a second, a third, and more worms surrounded her from all sides. A carnivorous worm suddenly pounced, and Yichanin turned and ran. She had lost her sense of direction. All she knew was that she couldn't stop. The mud and decaying leaves caused her to fall again and again, but she got up each time, covered in mud and blood. She ran for what seemed like forever before the sounds behind her finally faded away. She stopped, hands on her knees, panting heavily. Rain streamed down her hair, blurring her vision. She looked up and found herself in a forest of giant trees. The towering trees stood like silent giants in the darkness. She recognized this place as the vicinity of the Black Wolf's lair. The rain stopped, but her wounds still ached, and she was still bleeding. Even more terrifying was the chill that seeped into her very bones. She needed to find a place to rest. Soon, she saw the dark cave. The Black Wolf's den. Even though the Black Wolf was clearly dead, she still skinned it herself. This place should be safe. Yi Chanin staggered inside. The cave was dark, but warmer than outside, and at least it wasn't raining. She curled up in a corner, hugging her knees, finally able to catch her breath. But in the darkness, something opened its eyes. A pair of red eyes were fixed on her. Yi Chanin suddenly looked up, her pupils dilating abruptly. Those eyes drew closer. The darkness was torn apart, revealing the owner of those eyes, the giant Black Wolf. It stood there intact, its fur undamaged, its blood-red eyes reflecting her terrified face. Wasn't it dead? Wasn't it already skinned alive and handed over to the nation's destiny? The Black Wolf opened its blood-red maw, a stench wafting towards her, and its sharp teeth snapped down at her. Yi Chanin suddenly woke up from her dream. She sat bolt upright, her back drenched in cold sweat, her hands covering her face, her chest heaving violently. The dream was so real. The crab's pursuit, the weightlessness of falling off the cliff, the giant's cold hand, the flesh-eating worm's sharp teeth, and finally, those red eyes. It all felt like it had just happened. She took a few deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down. Strangely, she almost never dreamed. Special Forces training had conditioned her to fall asleep as soon as she lay down and move around as soon as she woke up. Nightmares were a distant memory for her. Perhaps it's because I've been under too much pressure being alone on the island lately, and I'm mentally exhausted. She slowly lowered her hand, opened her eyes, and scanned her surroundings. The next second, her pupils suddenly contracted. Where's this? She was sleeping on a platform in a giant tree 40 meters high, and she even tied herself up with vines to prevent herself from falling. But now, she's in a cave. Yi Chanin sprang up, instantly entering a fighting stance. She reached behind her back, but found nothing. Her short sword was gone, her bow was gone, only the dagger at her waist remained. She swiftly drew her dagger and simultaneously activated her senses. Within a 58-meter radius, there was no living being. Only after confirming it was safe did she breathe a slight sigh of relief and begin to look around. Outside the cave was the familiar forest of giant trees. She quickly walked to the cave entrance, looked out, and her pupils contracted again. Chapter 80. This is the Black Wolf's den. That's the lair of the Black Wolf that Yi Chanin personally skinned and handed over to the nation's destiny. A wave of dizziness washed over her. She stared intently at the Black Wolf pelts spread out on the ground outside the cave, then looked around. Every tree, every stone was exactly the same as yesterday. In last night's dream, she did come here, crawl into the cave, and curl up in the darkness. Then her red eyes opened, and the Black Wolf that should have been dead appeared. But that was just a dream. How could it become reality? Yi Chanin forced herself to calm down and recalled the details of last night. She returned from the fluorescent river, climbed onto the giant tree platform, tied her body with vines to prevent falling, and then closed her eyes to sleep. My memory after that is a complete blank. When I woke up again, I was lying here. Sleepwalking? She had never had that habit. Mental instability? She didn't believe she could lose her memory for no reason. Am I still dreaming? Yi Chanin raised her left hand and used the dagger to make a small cut on her right arm. Blood seeped out, and a clear pain came through. Then the wound became hot and itchy, and the level 2 healing process began to take effect. It's not a dream. The pain and the healing felt so real. Her brow furrowed. She didn't linger, turning and running frantically towards the giant tree. She had to find the answer. The live stream chat exploded the moment she woke up. Viewers were completely stunned to find her not on the giant tree platform, but in a cave. The chat erupted in gasps of surprise when they saw her cut herself. The expert team was also in chaos. Director Chen's face was grave, and he immediately ordered the technical team to retrieve the playback from last night. Several image experts analyzed it frame by frame, but the night was too dark, and they could only barely make out Yi Chanin climbing down from the giant tree at midnight. Then the scene went completely dark, and nothing could be seen. When dawn broke, the camera was already on the Black Wolf's den. Psychologists determined that Yi Chanin's shock and confusion upon waking were not feigned. She genuinely didn't know why she was there. While sleepwalking couldn't be ruled out, her clear-eyed state when she cut herself suggested things weren't so simple. Yi Chanin swiftly traversed the giant forest, quickly returning to the base of the giant tree. Half a leopard leg, two wolf legs, and vines were still there. She grabbed the vine ropes and climbed up to the 40-meter-high platform. Short swords, long bows, and simple quivers were neatly arranged, but the vine ropes that had been securing her body had been untied. She picked up the rope to examine it and found it was a slip knot. The knot wasn't complicated, but it still required some skill to untie. In other words, she most likely untied herself. But she had no memory of it all. Yi Chanin climbed down the tree again and went to the place where the golden leopard had been hunted. The carcass was still there, and nothing had changed. She returned to the giant tree and looked out into the distant primeval forest, where the occasional roars of beasts echoed, just as they had yesterday. Then, she looked into the depths of the giant forest. It was deep and quiet there, like a lake that had been still for millennia without a ripple. Yi Chanin closed her eyes and stood there for more than 10 minutes. The live stream also fell silent, and no one knew what she was thinking. Finally, she opened her eyes. The previous confusion and bewilderment had vanished, leaving only a familiar calm, even tinged with a hint of murderous intent. She stopped hesitating, lit a fire to heat the remaining half of the leopard leg, and devoured it. The beast meat quickly replenished her strength. According to her calculations, after 2 more meals of this quality, she would have enough points for her second attribute upgrade. After finishing her meal, she walked towards the golden leopard's carcass, crouched down to gather her strength, and then lifted the entire body up. The carcass was heavy, but with her level 1 strength and level 2 overall physical abilities, it was still within her tolerance. She carried the carcass back to the giant tree step by step, removed the remaining 3 leopard legs with a dagger, and then began to skin it. The tense atmosphere in the live stream, just moments ago, instantly changed. Viewers watched her fluid and graceful movements, marveling at her incredibly smooth swordsmanship. Some even found it strangely relaxing. The dagger slid along the subcutaneous tissue, and before long, the entire leopard skin was completely peeled off. Yi Chanin tied it with a vine rope, hung it from one end of a wooden stick, and then, carrying the stick, headed back towards the black wolf's den. The bones at the cave entrance, the scattered soil and rocks, and the vine rope mark she had hidden under the dead leaves before leaving that morning. None of them had been touched. The black wolf pelt remained in its original spot. Yi Chanin quickly wrapped it up, hung it from the other end of the stick, picked up the 2 animal hides, and walked towards the coastline. The livestream audience was still speculating about what she had gone through, while others thought that the 2 top-quality animal hides must be very useful. Yi Chanin walked steadily through the forest of giant trees, her gaze clear. Yet that deep, dark forest always made her feel as if something was watching her. She stopped and looked back. There was nothing there. My senses were empty, filled only with endless giant trees and deathly silence. She withdrew her gaze and continued walking. Whatever it was, it would reveal itself sooner or later. She'll show it then that playing tricks will come a price.